Hey guys, welcome back to part two of the Imperial Diplomacy Ice Cream Invitational recap. I am Tanglewood, who was playing England in this game, and we are joined by four other people this time, not three. If you guys would like to just reintroduce yourselves to everybody.
I'm Tasnica, playing Mapuche.
CompleteCanadian, playing the Mughals.
Meepstir, playing Tokugawa.
And this is Ambrosius playing Austria.
Ambrosius playing Austria, who was sadly not able to make it last time, but we covered everything that we knew about what was going on in Europe, which was, well, there were maybe a couple of gaps that we didn't fill in. So Tasnica had the great idea of, since we covered 3 years in our first video to the end of 1644, that we would start with 3 questions for Ambrosius about the first 3 years. Does that sound good to you?
I love it.
And as always, we will all chime in to tell you how wrong you are with when you give us your answers. So, the 2 things that I know, and I think most of everybody else on the board knew was supposedly happening before the game, was actually, no, let's talk about. So you picked Austria. Why did you? Was Austria high up on your wish list?
Yeah. So Austria was actually my number 1 slot, which I know is hard for a lot of people to believe because I think in general nobody wanted to play Austria. But yeah, when Ice Cream reached out about the Invitational, I kind of mentioned wanting to play them to start with, just because I thought it'd be like a fun, kind of diplomatic challenge. I'd set my goals pretty low. I figured, I would make it for a few years and then immediately perish or whatever, but it'd be fun. So I thought it'd just be a fun little challenge to kind of start things off.
Yeah, from what I remember, Austria's record on this iteration of the map wasn't great.
Yeah, it's very bad.
Yeah.
I think there's only one other Austria win on this map.
Yeah.
If I remember right.
Well, no spoilers, Canadian. We don't know what's going to happen at the end of this game.
That's very true.
This is just a random sample of 5 players.
Yeah, we only know that he made it till 1645 at least.
Correct. Yeah. Cool. So what were your initial I guess question 1, what were your initial diplomatic relations like with the people around you, and how did that all go? What goals did you have, and how did you vibe with everyone around you?
Yeah, so it was pretty tense at the beginning. I will say I had the kind of benefit of planning. With Austria being my number 1 pick, I kind of figured I was guaranteed to have Austria. So leading up to the ICI, I had quite a good amount of time to kind of plan out opening moves and see kind of just via board state what would work best for me as far as relationships going. And going into it, I was almost immediately hard allying myself with Spain. Prior to the game start, I had kind of wavered and maybe I go France, but I had ended up choosing Spain just because of our shared neighbors. So if I'm working with them, I could work with them against Ottomans in the Med. I could work with them potentially against Poland. They're fighting them maybe in the Caribbean, and then I could absolutely work with them against France. So I went into it immediately wanting to make friends with the Spanish player pretty quickly, and then at the same time trying to manage the Polish and Ottoman relations. I didn't want them to be friends because that immediately means that they partition me up, and it's a very quick Austria death if they're best buds.
Yeah, and then if we look at your opening moves, this is on the surface at least showing a lot of trust in the Ottomans, right? You're sending everything west, and then obviously that's an arranged bounce in Silesia, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
With Krakow, yeah. There was a lot of talk about an anti-France coalition before the moves came down in spring, and even after, actually. How I remember talking to you about an anti-France coalition.
Yep.
How real do you think it was? It seems that Cass in Spain was the main driver behind that, but were you kind of on board to see how it goes, or were you fully let's go?
No, I was pretty invested. I think normally when I pick a country, I'll try and pick a direction as well, and then I stick to that. And then unless there's some kind of other driving force compelling me to go the opposite way, I'll normally stick to my guns. And my open from this board state was that France has to go pretty much almost immediately if I'm to do well in Europe. So the talk of the anti-French coalition was great for me, which is even funny because the NA regionals reached out to me about this time and were like, "Hey, I hear you're leading the anti-French coalition," and I was like, "Well, I haven't said anything to anybody, but as a matter of fact, I am." Kind of. But this, I think at game start, the French player Mamba was sick for probably, I want to say about a week or so, which kind of, snowballed into everybody kind of ganging up on him a little bit just because he wasn't sending very much press.
Yeah, Mamba, and me actually, because of time zone. I think Mamba because he was, yeah, like you said, a bit unwell at the beginning of the game. We were both quite late to press, which for me kind of like funnily probably was a little bit of an advantage in how it turned out. For Mamba, I think you're right; it was a disadvantage. Because when I logged on and started talking to all the other European players, it seems like plans were already in motion that I didn't have anything to do with.
Yeah.
Which is quite often quite a good spot to be in diplomacy, right? Where nobody's attacking me, but everyone has all these plans to attack somebody else. So now it's like I can commit or I can not commit, and it's like nothing's going to reflect poorly on me either way I go.
Right. Yeah, you're not super invested. It's kind of
Yeah.
like what you guys talked about with Meme. How he was absent a little bit at the start.
Yeah.
Though in his absence, there was a coalition, and he had to.
Yeah,
defuse
there was
it
a very
without
real
fighting.
one.
Yeah. So let's just scroll through some moves quickly. So these are your spring opening moves, which
Yep, totally standard.
yeah, you're heading west. You're grabbing Freiburg. You're grabbing Venice. You're going to bounce. You're going to go Nuremberg next. There's a chance that you go. Actually, France didn't put anything that could go to Stuttgart here, so you're guaranteed to go +4
Yeah.
here, right?
Yep.
Yeah, with these because the others come from
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
Assuming, there was quite a bit of negotiation around Rome, more so than I thought was necessary. But you do what you gotta.
Yeah. And then, and then in 4, you do end up going to Rome. Negotiations with Spain.
Yep.
Yeah.
They did not want to cede it immediately, which was frustrating. But part of my my buy-in for going immediately anti-France was that I get to double and I take Rome.
Yeah. And again, Ottoman's going away from you. Was there much Ottoman-Poland tension right at the beginning?
Very much so. This was my largest concern going into the game because I think you guys had touched on it, but the Ottoman player had actually subbed in for the original player prior to game start. So he's kind of like a semi-sub, but the Ottoman player, Grug, and the Polish player, Kevin, actually knew each other fairly well. They had both played Austria in the previous wave of games, and they had both spectated the other and were rather friendly, which I did a little research prior to game start, whatever. But this was my worst nightmare because one, they know how to play Austria, and two, they're friends. So I was immediately like, oh great, I'm done for. But they kept it pretty even keel for the most part. I think early years was mostly them just poking me hey, that Polish guy, we should totally get rid of him, right? And then the Polish are like, oh man, the Ottomans, they stink. You should totally get rid of them. And I'm just nodding my head to both of them yep,
Yeah.
absolutely, 100%.
You guys, you should definitely fight them. I'm not saying which side I'm picking. Yeah, cool. So you pick up your 4 and you double here. Builds. The fleet in Trieste, which gives you a bit of flexibility.
Yep. There was I would say I think you guys had touched on it a little bit with the move from Navarre to Bordeaux.
Oh yes,
I believe.
I was going to ask you about that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a stab. It was not very fun.
Yeah, Navarre to Bordeaux.
So, yep. So there's actually kind of a triple set of moves here between the Spanish, myself, and then the Dutch, wherein France is supposed to be bouncing the Dutch out of Paris and then tapping Strasbourg with a 1. And then France is supposed to be moving into Occitane, or I think that's Navarre. But a little bit before adjudication, Spain says that they feel bad that France is getting ganged up on because they're sick, so they leak our moves to France, who then asks Dutch not to bounce in Paris, and then puts 2 in Strasbourg, so they walk in, and then I don't think the Dutch saw it in time or whatever, but end up walking to Paris anyway. And then of course, there's the MacGuffin misorder from Navarre to Bordeaux, which is a nonsense misorder.
Yeah, which we talked about before, where Cass tried to sell it to me as a misorder, and she was trying to sell it to lots of people around the board as a misorder, but then also telling other people that it wasn't, and then obviously that just leaks and gets around, and everybody kind of figured out pretty quickly that it was a deliberate misorder. Which Portugal especially was
latched
pretty
onto.
pissed off at. Yeah.
It was interesting too because it was, she leaks to France and then misorders, and then I don't know if she expected things to immediately about face with France, but France immediately went to the Dutch and I and was like, "Hey, yeah, this person leaked your entire plan, so go kill them." And I was like, "Oh, okay, well, that's great."
Yeah.
Yeah, both France and Spain in the early game seemed to kind of just tell everyone what everyone else was doing.
Yep.
And maybe that's why Cass got 2 Portuguese armies for her good luck. Probably had a factor into that. In the second year, you do.
Oh yes, yeah.
So is this can't be agreed? You're going to Slavonia, I'm guessing.
No, it was not. Actually, in winter builds, you guys had touched on the army in Athens, which is a negotiated build. Yes. So I can't remember the exact number, but I believe Ottomans go +9. So I think they're essentially choosing a center or 2 to not build in. They go +8, yeah. So they're choosing 2 centers to not build in. And I reach out to Poland and I go, "Hey, if he builds an army in Sarajevo, that's coming at one of us." And I don't really feel great about that. So we both go to him and essentially are, I don't know, let's say we're operating as a triple, but we're like, "Okay, you don't need to build in Sarajevo. So if you put it in Athens, you can pretty much accomplish more or less the same. But if you build it in Sarajevo, it's coming at one of us, and that's not what we want." So Greg was kind enough to acquiesce and build his army in Athens instead of Sarajevo, which leads to the next.
Yeah, so Greg was just set on he needed an army, and so
Yep.
it wasn't a case of do I need an army or a fleet? It's a case of I need an army, but I'm not putting it in Sarajevo, so I guess it has to go in Athens.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, both Poland and I were like, "Yeah, don't put it there," pretty much. And he was kind enough to not. I think at this point he was still a little concerned about Russia, although they were working together. But yeah, he was.
Yeah,
I think he was more concerned about.
Yeah, Poland hasn't really properly attacked Russia yet.
Yep.
Despite everybody, or not everybody, despite lots of people thinking that they would. And yeah, well, here comes the Polish attack on Russia, right?
Yes. So between winter and spring moves, the Ottomans are pitching a joint push against Poland here with the support of Russia. And Russia and I have been talking for a little while. I think you guys had touched on the coalition for a little bit against them. And I was very keen on that not happening because to me, a dead Russia is a big Ottoman and a big Poland, which means a dead Austria. So I didn't want that. So Russia and I have been kind of sharing notes and comparing for a little while. And the idea was more or less that myself and Spain would cooperate against the Ottomans, and then Russia and the Ottomans would cooperate against Poland. And then in that way, we're kind of balance of powering the 2 people between us, which I think worked out okay. But the Ottomans come to me and go, "Okay, we're all in. We're jumping Poland here. Are you in?" And I just go, "Yeah, sure, absolutely. Why not? Kill Poland. That's great." And then I immediately go to Kevin and I go, "Okay, hey, buddy." Your friends are trying to kill you. The Ottomans are absolutely trying to kill you. And this is probably an hour or 2 before adjudication, just because I didn't want him sending a bunch of press. But I give him a full heads up. I'm like, all right, this is what's going down. This is like actually how this is going to play out. Grug is coming to kill you when the Russians are moving against you as well. And he freaks out, and he believed me, but he still wanted to commit to his original moveset of, his Russian attack, just in case I was lying to him, and I was in fact not. So
Yeah.
you could see they push into Jassy, and I try and do a little counterattack.
And I think, which is important probably for the rest of the game now, it turns out, there's nothing better to help build trust with a player than telling them that their ally is going to stab them. They don't believe you, and then their ally does stab them. That's a pretty solid way for them to come back to you and be like, okay, like, F the other guy, like, I can trust you from now on.
Yeah, it was funny to me because I had like a critical juncture moment pretty early on, I feel like, where I was like, okay, I can either go along with this and help attack Poland and then eventually get killed by the Ottomans, or I can try and make a stand here and put my life on the line and tell this to Poland, who could very realistically just go to the Ottomans and go, hey, Austria said you guys are attacking me. Like, is that what's going on? But he ended up not doing that. But he also didn't take my advice. So he kind of just stuck to it and then lost the center anyway.
Yeah. Well, what happens is, if we see the fall moves, basically, yeah, just gives up on Jassy, because like you obviously can't take it back, and then it's like, well, screw it. I guess I'm just going to carry on attacking Russia anyway.
Yes, yeah, it was a really frustrating diplomatic moment because you enter fall and I go, okay, hey, I wasn't lying to you. He did stab you, and then he just goes, yeah, well, I don't want to fight everybody, and I go, okay, well, I guess you just lose. I don't know.
I mean, it kind of worked for him though, right?
It
Ottomans
did
stopped
in the
attacking
end,
him.
yeah.
Like even held with
Yeah.
his unit in Ochakiv.
Yeah. Yeah, and then did I miss this? Sarajevo to Vienna? Is that a misorder? Or is
Yes.
that just...
No, him and the French were talking, and it was just kind of a joke because
Oh, okay.
the unit in Sarajevo, because it is coming from Athens, and because of the attack on Poland, it has no support, so essentially just a hold.
Yeah, it's gonna, like, if you're gonna take it, then can't do anything about it anyway.
Yep.
Yeah. Ochakiv hold here is interesting, right? Because if you're working with the Russians here, which you are, as you can see, because they're coordinating against Safavid, I would be tempted to do so. And if you're not going to press further into Poland, then why not something like Ochakiv goes to Jassy to Transylvania,
And then Jassy backfills. Yeah.
Yeah, Transylvania goes
Jassy's
to...
port holds a place that's moving.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So pretty early on, there was like a kind of an element of dysfunction to Ottoman moves, which made things easier and harder for me because I can't really tell what he's going to do, but I can always kind of bank on maybe like one somewhat misorder, maybe.
Yeah. Or maybe even Jassy stays stationary because you don't want to move out of the centre just in case. Ochakiv goes to Targovisti and Transylvania goes to Zips. Because if you're at the Sarajevo, do you need to be in Berlin? I mean, there's lots of different options, right? But yeah, feels a bit passive.
Well, right, because you could retreat from Sarajevo.
Yes,
you could.
The
you could retreat to
movement.
Banat, and then you can cover Athens with your fleets, so you don't necessarily need to retreat to Athens. I guess you're exposing Constantinople there, but then also I don't know if.
I'm pretty sure
he's going to
build building,
right?
so you put an army down in
yeah.
Con or whatever. Like, in fact, we can.
Yeah, so it's quite a mess. I will say there's the Naples move, which was arranged, wherein Spain and I are still walking together or working together. Sorry, and I walked out of Naples. That's okay.
Ottomans did have a build, so they could have put an army there. But yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
You walk out of Naples too.
I walk out of Naples, which is agreed, and then in the same breath, Spain tries to stab me for Rome, which I covered against, which is very, very fun. The Mediterranean was such a unique little alliance structure. It was so very interesting all the time.
So this is kind of the second time then that Spain's thrown you under the bus.
Yep.
Did that kind of change your plans at all?
Yes, it was. So the Spanish player and I had played in a previous game, the one just before this, as Safavid and Mughals, which is Canadian. Why I had kind of pressed you a little bit about your position, and we didn't have the best relationship. So my
Right, that
initial
was
plan,
A2A, right?
yes, yeah, that was Asher. So my initial plan to kind of kowtow to Spain was, not ruined, but made significantly more difficult by the fact that Cassandra got Spain.
This is again we're sort of here from the element which I didn't notice last time. Aegean to Ionian, but Ionian is supporting Spain to
Yep.
Naples. So again, it's
Yep.
like yeah.
I believe it's a bounce to prevent against Spain and I
Oh
still
yeah,
having
okay.
been
Well,
working together.
that makes sense in that case. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's maybe not the most efficient way to do it,
Yeah, for sure. But
but
I think he's trying to
yeah,
hedge his bets.
yeah, yeah. Because Aegean could just support Ionian, and then Gulf of Gabes can do something, and you get the
Move.
same
Yeah.
result. Yeah.
Yeah, but it was an interesting opening year. Certainly better than I thought I was gonna do.
Yeah. So that's the end of year 2. And you get one more build, an army down in Trieste, and
Yep.
Poland not building. So if you just look at the map from here, if you want to fight France, right, you definitely need help. It's just like
Yes.
4-on-4 in terms of armies, and they maybe even have fleet superiority on you. So you definitely need to keep Spain on side if you're carrying on to fight France, even though they've lost Nantes, they've got Paris back. And I guess you're right. You don't, in a situation, right, where you're fighting France and fighting Ottoman at the same time, doesn't feel very comfortable, I would imagine.
Oh no, for sure. I'm essentially just trying to appease Poland and Spain as much as possible, which, the benefit of working with Poland earlier is this now payoff where he goes, okay, well, I can trust you, so, I'm not gonna come after you here. And then the Spanish player and the French are not on the best of terms because, Spain burned
They've
me,
just been
and
lying
then
to each other constantly.
yes, pretty much, yeah. So France immediately went to me and told me that Spain had burned me, and then I go to Spain. I go, I can't believe you burned me with France, and then she goes, well, I can't believe he told you that bastard. So then they're no longer working together, and it's just I don't know. It's just a big, big, big mess.
Yeah, that was from my point of view. Like, it was very clear early on that for whatever reason, France and Spain. Well, because Spain originally pitched a coalition to kill France, and then even after that kind of started slowing down in second and third years, they still couldn't get back together on the same terms at all. So
Yeah,
me exploiting that was a big part of, mostly in Americas, as we've already covered in the previous video, was a big part of my success, I think. Cool, so let's just look at the moves quick for Spring 44. So is this all like guessing, or is this all like arranged,
so
or
no, nothing's arranged. This is me kind of just trying to hedge my bets as best as possible. So on the west, I'm essentially just trying to maneuver against France in a position that's the most beneficial to me. Mamba is probably talking with you, but he's essentially trying to push me north to go kill the Netherlands, which I'm remiss to do because one, I don't really get very many dots for that, and two, they're not dots I can hold. So
yeah, and also, and
I
I
don't
remember
really want to
talking,
do that.
yeah, and I remember talking to, I think this year was when I was talking to you in Poland a lot about let's just keep an eye on Sweden, because we didn't mention it, but Sweden had a very good turn last year, has this convoy to Courland.
Yes, yeah, kind of a death blow for
Yeah,
Poland.
yeah, at least Sweden at least thinks that they are working with Russia. Like they
Yes.
even do this like although Russia convoys to Trondheim, which they weren't expecting. Which is
Yeah,
why they're moving in on
it's funny
Poland
because
here.
I had actually pitched this convoy to Meme, the one that he's doing now. I never once thought that he would convoy Sweden, and I realized that was a possibility. But I think had this gone through the way that Sweden had expected, that Poland would be pretty much eliminated almost then and there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just funny how like all these little tiny things that you don't remember, then you come back to them and you're like, yeah, actually, even just this one move, if like
Yep.
Russia did convoy Sweden out instead of convoying themselves to Trondheim, it's very possible that Russia ends up doing a lot better, Sweden ends up doing a lot better, both of them in the game.
Yeah, that's right too. Because pretty much Sweden essentially after this has to completely call off their attack on Poland, which
Yeah.
is kind of such a huge loss of momentum for them.
Yeah, because they send everything there,
But-
they're in a really good position, and then they just start
Yep.
to pull out.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then against Ottomans, this is the spring. I'm pretty sure I'm just trying to set myself up for as good of a position in fall as I can hope for.
Yeah.
So yeah, a bounce in
I mean,
Slavonia. and
I
then,
mean, this basically everything bounces, and the only thing that makes progress is you get into the Adriatic.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So I'm just moving to support essentially.
Yeah. But again, this is a really cautious moveset from Ottoman because this guarantees that you can't lose Athens, right? Because you're tapping straight over Otranto and Sarajevo, and you're also going to Macedonia. So basically, this moveset guarantees that it stays static.
Yep.
But it's like passive defense. It's like if you support yourself to Sarajevo, then you can cover with the fleet. It's like it might not work, but that's how you're gonna like make progress.
Yeah. I mean,
could
he
probably-
could have here popped Sarajevo, I believe, because there's a
Yeah.
bounce, a backfill, and then he ends up. Well, actually, no.
No,
I think
you
I
would have
would
retreated to
retreat
Macedonia.
Yeah. Yeah.
which
Yeah.
is
That's right. Yeah.
which is
Yeah.
a bit annoying, but I mean it's very survivable because you'd still have Ionian on. You'd still be able to hold Athens with the fleet backfilling.
Yeah.
Constantinople
Yeah. I think.
or Sarajevo. These two.
man.
So where would you be? You'd have 3 on Sarajevo, but you'd be in Banat and this bounce, so you would have been able to hold Sarajevo. So yeah, so that would have definitely been.
Yeah.
I mean, look, as we said lots of times in the first video, it's easy to write your orders when you can see what everyone else is doing.
You see what it was.
Oh yeah.
That's great.
But
Yeah. The benefit of hindsight's amazing.
Yeah, but I mean, this moveset that Ottoman put in, this was the upside. The upside was this. There wasn't anything better than this. So it's
Mhm.
it's
Yeah,
it's
for
like
sure.
passive play.
I'm thinking pretty much with this, I'm either tapping Macedonia and he doesn't get in, or I get in, or I get forced out and then I retreat in anyway. And then from there I can harass Athens, Sarajevo, or Constantinople pretty much. And then
Yeah.
he has to kind of choose which one to defend.
Yeah. And then with France, you're
Yeah,
actually
this was
kind of
loosely
like
negotiated.
just-
Yeah.
yeah.
It was
hold-
essentially I'm not going to take France on by myself, and I absolutely don't have the units to brute force this, so I'm just going to
Yeah.
kind of shuffle along.
And Spain is
then-
definitely still anti-French, but it's also like I have to deal with Portugal right now, so it kind of makes sense just to have like a detente. And I remember also from press with you is that I was still posturing as I'm working with France now because I have to, but like that can change in the future. And you were like, well, I also want to kill France, but like I can't do it right now. And so we were both in this kind of like mutual, like, yeah, it would be great to attack France, but neither of us are going to do it right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Save France for dessert.
Yeah. Like, some like eclairs or some like shoe buns or something like that sounds nice. And then the fall moves.
Yep. So this
And-
one's pretty simple. Pretty much, I'm mostly moving for positioning here. So I kind of set myself up that I either take Athens or I hold Sarajevo, and I believe I walk into Athens here. He he doesn't cover with Aegean Sea, which is interesting. I return the stab on Spain with an attempt to take Naples, which she sees coming and bounces me out, which is fantastic. With the French, I'm just coring in Freiburg, which Mamba hates very much, but I don't really care too much because I need units over there. And then we have our big collaboration against the Dutch, which was, for me at least, incredibly last minute and led to a number of very angry messages from the Dutch player.
I think
Yeah,
we're
we-
all familiar with that.
yeah, which is funny because I kind of sensed that guy who was playing the Dutch was more angry with you than he was with me.
Oh, by a mile.
Yeah.
Especially
Even-
because in my mind, and I guess you can confirm this afterwards, he was proposing an attack on I think that's Ghent, which if I had followed through would have worked with this moveset. But when you and I were talking, I was pretty much assuming that the French and you were support holding Ghent, and it was just going to be a stalemate, and then I would just get to sit there for another year. So this way was at least getting me a dot, which I very much needed to fight the Ottomans.
Yeah, and playing into the pattern of like what I was trying to do all this game, which is like just come up with plans where other people are getting as much as or more than what I'm getting. So it made sense to me, just like going to you and being like, look, we can just like kill the Dutch here. Like, isn't that just a good idea?
Exactly.
Like, yeah,
And
and then, but then also I am putting Bordeaux back into Nantes, but then oh no, because yeah, France taps Iberian. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, it was just such a tough position, especially as Austria. Like I really can't afford to not go positive every year. So like as much as the Dutch, who are already losing, can have the units to kind of go neutral or whatever, like this eternal stalemate for me against an EF is in no way helping me fight the Ottomans or even Spain. So, although I would love to see at this point in the game the EF kind of broken, like I need to I need to look out for myself too. So
Yeah,
my loyalty to the Dutch was worth essentially one dot apparently.
yeah, and yeah, here it's like, I guess it is. I guess it is guessing. Although, yeah, you're right. Aegean goes to Athens, and then Austria gets into Sarajevo and keeps Athens, right? So maybe not the most optimal moveset.
Yeah, the Aegean bounced an Ionian, which bounces Turanian, is interesting to
This
me.
is like curious, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
We talked earlier about like it's funny because Sweden has such a good. If you just look at the positions here, before without knowing what the moves are, Sweden here has got like such a good position on Poland.
Against Poland, yeah.
Yeah, Courland, Smolensk, Skov can come in, like Narva, like Baltic. Like if Russia didn't convoy to Trondheim, or if after this convoy Russia and Sweden were just like, you know what, fine, you have Trondheim, let's just carry on carving up Poland.
Right, imagine if Sweden had just given Russia Trondheim,
Yeah,
and they continued
Right,
fighting Poland.
yeah,
there.
exactly.
yeah. But then we go to the moves, and it's like, no, run away. Even convoying back to Stockholm.
Yeah, back into Stockholm is crazy.
Yeah. And Poland's obviously rushing here, and Poland basically just defends, but like now with Dansk and Brandenburg coming back, is it in a spot where they can defend so much better, and no progress is being made, and Russia gets some cute guesses wrong, thinking there might be a self-bouncing Cristiano, but like it was worth a shot.
A little high-level gameplay there.
Yeah. Cool.
And then, yeah, it's interesting too because the Polish have pieced out Russia and the Ottomans seemingly, but Russia's also stabbing the Ottomans, but also kind of not. Yeah. Yeah. So Poland, even with this opportunity to take Oshikiv, chooses not to. This was very telegraphed, by the way.
Of course.
Everybody
supports
yeah.
them.
Yep, everybody here was in the know, so Kiev could have easily tapped Jassy and then taken Oshikiv, but he chose not to because he didn't want to. I don't think he wanted to fight Sweden and Ottomans at the same time, which I don't, behoove him for, but it was rough being in the thick of it, fighting the Ottomans. I was like, please, please, just take one center from him.
Interestingly, Ottoman doesn't even support hold Oshikiv.
Yes,
Jassy just sits there holding.
Yeah.
Yep.
That actually like vibes with like how like Kevin, I think, played the whole game. Is that he definitely seemed like quite a player who always wanted to just have one enemy, and
for sure.
Really didn't like he was willing to like flip on enemies, but he only ever wanted to be fighting one person at a time. So I'm
just tricky in the Caribbean.
Yeah, as we'll come to later. Yeah. Or actually, well, no, this was the turn when I did support Amber in to Barbados.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, he was incredibly upset about this turn. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, and that brings us to the position as it was in 1645. Okay, so now we come back to where we were at the end of the part 1 video, which is spring 1645. This is the position on the board. Quick reminder of the leaderboard. England top with France in the EF alliance that everybody else is talking about. Spain not too far behind, still in a pretty decent position. And then a smattering of regionals who, I think, as we mentioned, when it's only 3 years in, the difference between being down here like Safavid 10 out of 36 and being up here like Ayutthaya or Shoshone, like you're in, I'm in the top 5, is not a great deal when it's this early on in the game. Basically, I think everyone at this point, barring Ming and maybe Portugal, still has a pretty good shot.
Yeah, I'd say Inuit up could come out ahead in this game.
Yeah, I guess for Abyssinia, actually, just because they haven't really found an ally, it's probably pretty difficult for them to.
But if they did, if there was a big diplomatic turnaround, they could explode out of there.
Yeah, it's like, which is why I think everyone other than Ming and possibly Portugal still has a pretty good chance, I reckon. We were talking all about Europe at the start of this video, so let's go all the way over. And Meepstir, spring 1645. You had a slowish start, then a really good year, a year of consolidation, and then all this funny business with ice cream where you're both stabbing each other at the same time.
Yeah, it's a very difficult place to be in, because there's so many tactical considerations when you have all your armies linked into this. Like, is the person going to try and go one way? Are they going to try and go the other way? Are they going to try and get dots? Are they going to try and take neutrals? Are they just going to try and harass me? I really had no idea what he was going to go with. So the first thing that I just tried to do was come to that agreement I think we talked about last video. And that agreement would be Ice Cream gets Korea, I get the Siberian coast and the islands, and then we both head on our own ways. Because again, I'm trying to get into the Americas, I'm trying to get Alaska, I'm trying to get California, I'm trying to take this territory, and I just don't see a lot of point of engaging with Ice Cream, especially when I have Spain on the south, I have Netherlands on the south. I have a lot of threats that could challenge me and could potentially link up with Ice Cream. But during my diplomatic part of this phase, I make a huge blunder and I begin to threaten Ice Cream. And as personally in diplomacy, I think threats really rarely work when you really want them to, like, because it just makes people so unwilling to work with you. It makes them not like you. And so we end up in this war where I need to bring in Russia, and I do manage to get it. I managed to get the Russian help out of Yakut. They support me into, I think that is Evans. We kind of outplay the Inuit player because Ice Cream's trying to support them into Chukchis, and we managed to get the Evans army popped, which is very fortunate.
Yeah.
Are we on Inuit 3 yet?
Yeah, jeez, man.
Inuit 3, oh my god, I have no idea.
I think this might be. I can tell.
Honestly, I think we're still in the first one.
No, the first one was long gone.
I think this is Inuit 2. I think this is Inuit.
No, I think it might still be Inuit 1, because I remember the first thing that Inuit 2 talked about me with was, oh, sorry, we attacked you. Ice Cream was really asking me. So I think this might be I think this is the last turn of the first Inuit, and then we get a sub.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't realize Renzo was around for that long.
He was around a long time, but he wasn't doing press pretty much for most of the game. Yeah. So, yeah.
I went over to North America Yeah, I scrolled over to North America there because my timeline for when Inuit 2 came into the game is because I immediately stabbed them brutally. Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, Inuit 2. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, Russia coming in here is like it's pretty big for you, right?
Hmm. Yeah,
And
this is kind of
this is actually a really good turn for Russia too, right? This is like really good tactics here, figuring out all this. And does Ammo goes to Nivix? So that works, but
Amber goes to Nivix.
yeah.
Yeah. And it dislodges to Jilin. I think that's the only valid retreat on this place.
Yeah, but then because
which
you
is-
have Jilin, Evans, Kuril C, and then you've got 3-on-2 here, so you can take it back anyway.
Yeah. Also, really important to note, and kind of a smaller move is what's happening in East China Sea right here. So
Yes.
this southern alliance has been very, very worrying for me. I'm very worried that Spain is going to crack me open, that the Netherlands are going to come north. And I hadn't really talked to Portugal all that much. They had seemed kind of checked out. They seemed willing to make a deal for pretty much anything that would keep them alive. So I'd been chatting with them and kind of talking about, well, I want to use you with Ming. I want to like I want to work together and get you maybe into Beijing, get some stuff going so that we can keep you alive. And then I hear from someone else in the board, I can't remember who, that the Dutch and the Portugal had agreed to support one of them into East China Sea. So obviously very bad for me, but for some reason they end up bouncing, and I can only assume that Portugal wanted to help me out with their dying wish, kind of, I suppose, because I don't believe they last very long after this.
Yeah, this is pretty huge
yeah.
for you, right? Because the Dutch and Spain have been working together in Asia, not like super directly, but they've been kind of like their interests have been aligned because they're both fighting the same people, basically.
Yeah.
And so Okinawa here has got a choice. If Okinawa supports this Philippine Sea move, and obviously that goes, and then Amari is at risk, or so that would have been progress for Spain. If the Dutch get into East China Sea and Portugal doesn't bounce, then that's pretty awful.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, I pretty much I can't really take a lot of credit for this bounce happening, but it's absolutely crucial. I think my position probably it doesn't necessarily collapse, but I lose a lot of tempo dealing with that because the rogue unit is just gonna try and sneak into somewhere, and then I have to deal with it for the rest of the game. So pretty huge. I think this turn could have ended very badly, but this was pretty much as good as I could have gotten.
Yeah. Ice Cream playing the nice guy here with Portugal as well by just coring rather than taking Nanjing. I mean, obviously they can still do that in.
Yeah, important to note that we had been talking, and Ice Cream was like, "I don't want to make a deal with you now. I'll probably want to make a deal with you in a year," and it was kind of implied that he was going to take Nanjing. I remember that. So this is like a kind of false core, I think, where you set up, you core a province so that the person thinks you're locked in, and isn't expecting you to break the core streak and make an attack.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know how effective. Yeah. Sorry, you guys go.
Oh, I was just gonna say that's one of the times you actually want people to core next to you, because that means units that could be attacking you are spending 2 turns not attacking you.
And then I was just gonna say the mechanic itself is so good for especially in the spring, which people always think is like a bad time to core. You always want to core in the fall because whatever movement. But if you core in the spring, you're kind of forcing whoever you're coring nearby to act how you want them to, and then you either follow through with the core and you get it completed, or they move how you want and you could just do something else. It's great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I said in the first video that I never cored a single province the whole game,
Really?
but
Crazy.
there were several times where I did core something in spring with the absolute intention that I would not carry on coring it in fall. So yeah, so this is like so Russia's heading this way. We'll just go over and look at. So again, like Russia here. This is a pretty good turn for Russia, although Safavid flip on them again. all this Central Asian nonsense of people stabbing each other in the back carries on. Canadian, you mentioned off mic that you've got a 40-minute soliloquy prepared about this turn.
Oh yeah.
So I'll rev you up and let you go.
I was trying to figure out why I did the tactics I did this year. So I ended up going back and looking at the blank maps and just like redoing it all in my head again. And then I wrote down notes on like all the India tactics. And then I also have like a lot going on against Safavid this year. So I have 2 areas I got like a lot to say about. We could start with Safavid, I guess.
Yeah.
So I decided to stab droids here. The plan, what we were talking about doing was I move Yarkand up to Zizan and then Uzgan into Yarkand. And then from there, I attack Turfan while he goes up to like Kazakh and stuff and pushes that way. But I was kind of worried that he was just going to backfill Bukhara or something and then just walk into Uzgan when I walked out of it. And I wasn't trusting him too much from like the previous turns that we talked about and stuff. So I figured like this would be a good time to stab. I thought he trusted me that he wouldn't be defending here. So I was able to slip into Bukhara, get a Uzgan on the back there, get Gore, Sind, bounced out of Strait of Hormuz and stuff. So I got a pretty good jump on him here. But like we talked about last time, the geography is so bad here that the only thing I can even guarantee from him after this move is Bukhara. So like it's a decent stab, decent position if it follows through good, but nothing too devastating right now.
Although if paired with Russia, the two of you could do some real damage.
Oh yeah, that's right. I also made the deal with Russia this turn. So this was mean plan, and we agreed to both attack Safavid here. Because he was pretty upset about Safavid lying doing him and taking Turkestan.
Yeah, because the way you can guarantee keeping Bukhara is with Akmola or Kazakh tapping Khiva or Turkestan, so that
yeah,
you've only got
so he was going to go for Turkestan. I think. What exactly was their tactics? I support him into Turkestan, and then he goes for or taps Khiva or something like that.
Yeah, because you tap Herat and then.
Gore's big.
Yeah.
It'd be even better if Safavid's convoy succeeded, and he ended up in Saudi Arabia with that army.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would bounce him out.
That's right. That'll fuck me up in the fall.
Yeah, and then Russia. This is like beautiful, kind of like the most elaborate way to brace everything, right? It's like
right,
you're attacking each other, and then you're also bouncing in Trebizond with the Ottomans just chucking one in there because why not? Yeah, this is a pretty good. Yeah, so you're making progress, but it's like slow progress, right? And as long as like, and it's not the first time that we might say this, but as long as this alliance holds, then you should eventually be able to grind them down.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that Safavid subs out for like a year and a half right after this too, so it'll be a new substitute play in the fall.
Yes, yeah, that did happen around this time, didn't it? Yeah. But you wanted to talk about your India tactics.
Yeah, I'll just mention the Suzy one real quick. Obviously, I'm just positioning to take Suzy or from Ming there and finish them off, and they can't really counter that, so that's just straightforward.
Yes, yeah.
But
just like moving around.
The India, could you go back to the pre-moves here?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Yeah.
Just the blank thing. All right. So I'm gonna guess your thought process here, and if you remember the tactics, tell me like how close I was to like the thought process I was giving you. So my idea was that you were 100% gonna go Masulipatam to Andhra Coast, because if you didn't, and I get into Andhra Coast, you pretty much lose the whole position right away. Like I can, yeah. So that move I was like very sure you were gonna do, and because you were doing that move, I knew like Penner was not going to be supporting Masulipatam, so that one would either have to cut Karnool or go to Udni. And I only had to take Masulipatam with just 2 supports now without cutting Penner, because I don't think Penner is going to give it a support. I'd rather take it from Raja Mahendri because then I have 2 units going to attack Penner the next turn. But that risks you cutting Karnul with Penner. So my counter to you going Penner to Karnul would be taking Masulipatam with Karnul and then support from Raja Mahendri. And then I use Udni to go to Penner. So you would just slip into Karnul. I would blow up your fleet because it would have nowhere to retreat. And then you'd be stuck in Penner, or I mean, you'd be stuck in Karnul. I could blow you up in the fall. And then I could just continue on from there while you only have 2 units compared to my 5. So I figured that you probably wouldn't go to Karnul because it would just, like, I have such a bad counter on you from that position. So I figured you were almost guaranteed to go Penner to Udni. And the only way and you knew I wasn't using Karnul to support Udni, because if I sit there and support Udni, like I make 0 progress against you. So I have to use Karnul to support, or I have to use Karnul to attack Masulipatam either with support or just straightforward. And if you're going Udni, you need at least 1 support. So you'd use Polygar to support that. I'm going Delhi down to Hyderabad, and then I would use Udni. Here, I have this written down because I'm getting a little off. Like Udni is gonna get forced, so I pretty much have to move it to either Penner or Bijapur, and I'm pretty sure you were gonna expect me to go to Penner just to counter the Karnul thing. And then I figured you would cover Bijapur with Cochin, so that what was I going for? I'm getting a little lost here.
It's okay. In the edit, we'll cut all these silences out and you'll seem like a genius.
Yeah. Oh, wait, I have it all good. I'm just not reading it off here. You would go a Bijapur, though, with Karnul to bounce me from... Or no, what the fuck was I going? Let me read this.
We need the gif of the conspiracy theory guy.
Right, exactly. Or we could do Pepe Sylvia. That'd be great. I can't tell you how many times I've done this in my own tactics where I'm like, wait, where am I now? Hold on a second. This doesn't
No, it was very... I remember doing this, and it was pretty complex, because I also am predicting like what everything in the fall looks like and what I'll go for after fall. Yeah. You're going to expect me to go Goa to Bijapur just because I have nowhere else to go with that, and you're not going to want me to go there, so you're probably going to go Cochin and bounce me out of Bijapur. And then I go Laccadive. I want to keep Laccadive Plateau in that spot because where I want to end up in fall, I'm going to need that to blow up one of your armies and like keep progressing. So I don't want that to move, and I think I just throw extra support on that. And it doesn't mean too much. But if you could go to the next spring, the next fall, but before the moves are in.
Well, we'll look at the moves first and see, like,
yeah.
And you basically. So my thought process was correct, or your read on my thought process was correct, basically, where Masulipatam here is likely getting forced. You getting into Andracoast obviously is like awful for me in so many different ways that has to be the priority. So support holding Masulipatam here is just like, even though I would hold it because I didn't think you would tap Penner, it would, letting the fleet in is just blows everything else up. So Penner needs to move so Masulipatam has somewhere to retreat so that it could bounce Andracoast again in the fall.
Yeah, exactly.
And so that means, yeah, you're right. So in that case, Penner goes to Udni with support, and then the only thing was a guess with Cochin as to whether I would go to Bijapur to try and bounce something, or whether you would think I'd be going to Bijapur to bounce, so you would go to Cochin with Laccadive Plateau. And then I realised, well, if you're going to go to Bijapur, you're probably just going to support yourself to Bijapur, so going there to bounce is not really worth it. So I'm just going to hold, because just in case you let me in. So that was
okay.
my
so you were like one step above me there.
Yeah.
You also got me with the Gulf of Manor move, because I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting you to go to a Laccadive Plateau, I think.
No, because I didn't think there was any chance that you were going to go to Maldives. So I go to Gulf of Manor, and now they potentially, if I go to retreat the fleet to Penner, now I can put 2 on Andracoast.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah,
and
no,
I
that's a
did,
very good move.
yeah, and I didn't know if I was going to do that, but there's the possibility that I will do that, which obviously affects the tactics, right? So, yeah. But yeah, okay. Let's skip ahead and go to the position in 4, and then what's your thought process here?
Okay, so I'm just gonna read off the notes, even that seems a little more robotic, just so I get everything straight. So in fall, I would be able to do, or I'll just say before I say anything, I was expecting the map to look almost identically to this, doing my spring moves. And the only thing different was I thought Gulf of Manor would still be in Maldives. But all these units were pretty much like where I was aiming for them to be for fall. So then in fall, I would be able to do Hyderabad to Udni with support from Karnool and would cut Polygar with Bijapur. This leaves me with armies in Bijapur, Udni, Karnool, and Masulipatam, and a very strong position for next year. Laccadive play 2 will cut at Cochin, so Polygar to Bijapur with support will not blow up Bijapur. If England decides to blow up Bijapur from Cochin with support from Polygar, then I walk into Cochin and England is down to 2 or 3 SCs in India while having 5 units there. So I think at that point you'd probably just give up the area, like or at least you'd disband or something like that. Like if you have 5 units covering 2 things, I just don't think that's a position you're going to want to have. And then yeah, I just mentioned that I was expecting Maldives to go to Laccadive Plateau. So now my fleet in Laccadive has to cut Gulf of Manor in case you support Penner to Andhra Coast, because I don't want you to get Andhra Coast. So this leaves my army vulnerable in Bijapur to get blown up in the fall, which isn't what I was aiming for. That's pretty much the whole thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if that made sense or not.
No, that makes perfect sense. And then, because I can't even remember what I did here.
It's interesting how kind of isolated this conflict is in southern India. Like we have Portugal, Ayutthaya, and Netherlands right next to you guys, and I feel like none of them even care about what's going on.
No, this is straight up just me versus him pretty much like 90% of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically a chess match here.
Yeah,
right,
that's
exactly.
why I did have to go into this, because most tactics and stuff throughout this game are just like simple things where it's just like I got to get the diplomatic support from someone and then just be like, yo, support me here, I'll support you here.
Right.
But in this case, we got like I have 5 units and you have 4, so like I do have a slight advantage, but I have to actually play it well to be able to make progress.
Yeah, well, 6 if you include Bay of Bengal, right? So, and then I guess 6.
Oh, yeah,
oh you're talking
true.
about here, but like 6v5 if you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well,
yeah,
7v5 if you count the fleets. Yeah. Yeah. So my thought process was like, yeah, exactly the same. It's like, well, Gulf of Mannar is getting. I think I was like, I don't necessarily want to actually go into Andhra Coast. Bouncing it is fine for now. So Gulf of Mannar is possibly going to get cut anyway. So then it was just a 50-50 guess as to whether I just go to Laccadive Plateau or go to Maldives. And I decided just to cover Maldives just to be safe. You're right. I knew that I couldn't defend Udni. So in that case, supporting Udni to Bijapur to potentially blow up the army. I thought that you most likely were going to order Goa out to Lakshadweep Sea to give Bijapur a place to retreat to. But blowing up the army was kind of like a happy result of that, I guess. And yeah, and then I would
yeah.
At this point, basically, as soon as you like stabbed me, once Portugal was down, my whole strategy in India has just been delay. It's just been like, okay, if Mughal gobbles me up really quickly in like a year or 2, then they're going to be in a super strong position and potentially a solo threat already, like even though it's like year 4, if they get to like 19 at the end of like year 4 or something. So
well, snowballing regional can do that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So all I need to do here is just delay and to just make it as slow as possible for you to take all my dots in India, and that was the only goal. If I was trying to make progress, then maybe I even do something like Penna supports Gulf of Mannar to Andhra Coast or something. If I wanted to like be more adventurous, but like all I'm trying to do here is just like, yeah, I'll walk out of Udny because it's lost anyway, but I can maybe like disrupt, slow you down, push armies back north. But yeah, but basically your read was pretty good, pretty spot on.
Yeah, you did a really good job at that too, because I remember at times I was like, this has taken way longer than I was hoping it for. And I remember there's a couple times like when I would force a retreat, I think I'd give you a message and be like, hey, disband that and like go build that somewhere else. And you're like, no, I'm gonna keep it here. So you did a good job slowing me down for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the only other thing in this, like I was expecting Maldives to not be there, or Gulf of Manor not to be there. So like I would have just cut Coach in here, and then like you wouldn't have been able to blow up my army, but you got me with the Gulf of Manor move.
Yeah, and then you getting into Lacadie Plateau though is pretty important for what happens subsequently. So
Gulf of
Yeah,
Manor.
Gulf of Manor is not a terrible spot to be at all.
Yeah,
and even the army getting blown up doesn't matter too much, because if you look, I only have space for like 3 armies to push really further past that, and if I really need to, I can just build the army again in Delhi and like backfill if I need supports on the back line. So I wasn't too upset about it getting blown
Your
up
cores
there.
are very far away.
Yeah, the
What was
Coach
that?
into Madras line is pretty nice defensively, at least.
Yes, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Let's go back to spring. And what was happening in South America in 1645?
South America. Let's see here. So where we left off, me, Mapuche, and my best friend Aymara are working together against the Portuguese, basically, and the Spanish, sort of. Aymara's fighting them. I've been on pretty good terms with Spain. But for my part of things, we're basically doing a bunch of tactics. Can you zoom in around Rio de Janeiro? Awesome. So let's see. Yeah, so we guess that Portugal is going to make some plays like this. So Amara slips into Rio de Janeiro behind them, as basically they do a little spin there. The 3 units rotate. Oh wait, no.
That's a balance, right?
Kanguin is also moving in there.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, so this all just bounces. Yes. Yeah, and Malagrosso has a
Sao
retreat.
Paulo. Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
I think we might have thought they were doing something similar to that. Knowing that either way, Madagascar gets to retreat into Minas Gerais as kind of a backup strategy.
You're retreating forward because now Bamia is like way out.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
You force the fleet.
I get Guanabara Bay.
Is that why? Is it just tapping Rio to make sure that Guanabara Bay goes? Is that what the logic there is? Probably right.
Yes, I think that's it.
Tap Rio, and then if there's a supported attack on Malagrosso, then you can retreat forwards.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
And then on the chance that I did, let's see, why did I move the armies up the coast? I didn't have detailed move notes this first part of the game because I was deep in my colonial game at the same time.
I guess it's like, what else are these armies doing, right? So, yeah.
Right. Well, same thing with the core. I'm kind of just chilling along the border.
You're also allowing yourself to, if these moves don't succeed in spring, you still can stab Aymara in the fall, maybe.
Yes, right. I kind of have Schrodinger's stab here because my plan is to work with Aymara, but I like having the option of stabbing them because if I stab them, well, I get dots. And if I don't stab them, then they trust me more because I could have stabbed them, but I didn't.
Yeah, it's a win-win.
Exactly.
Around here, Aymara, because we talked about how this got a bit messy with Aymara and Spain, but I'm not sure what Spain's logic here is, supporting themselves to Pano. I guess Yeah, going to Choima probably.
Well, maybe
looks-
they thought that Aymara was going to support themselves in to put pressure.
I guess
on...
so. Maybe
Probably.
maybe they're just trying to bounce. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably Peru Basin supporting Chima to Azura, and then they're maybe trying to work around that.
Yeah. Of course, the
Right.
fleet here. I didn't see the fleet here. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's kind of one of those, do you take the straightforward thing, or do you try to, do what the two of you were doing in India and play chess and outguess your opponent and get into their head? And in this case, Aymara did the pragmatic thing and Spain tried to do the clever thing.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. But meanwhile, Aymara has a walk into Bogota because Spain is prioritizing fighting me in the Caribbean, like covering Honduras. Yeah, I think as we see in lots of other positions, this is like not a good turn for Spain.
It's rough
across
for
the whole
sure.
world. In Asia, Australia, Tasnica.
Yeah, so I do. Let's see. So last year, I got into Timor. I took one of the Portuguese cores, and Portugal pulls back into Donny to defend their other core, allowing me to get Coral Sea, which is a critical spot. And I also get Timor Sea, which I believe the Dutch were actually cool with. I think I told them that I was going there because
Yeah.
while they've been close with Portugal the entire game, we haven't really fought each other directly in the same way that Aymara and the Dutch have.
Yeah, did they know that
but-
Portugal was leaving Coral Sea though? Because right now you've got 3 on Flores here.
No, I do have 3 on Flores. I think the Dutch thought that I was actually supporting myself into Coral Sea and maybe didn't want Portugal retreating to Flores.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because they would have no way of taking it back then. And Oot, meanwhile, blocks Ayutaya's attempt to kind of get in on the Dutch action, which reserves Monado for themselves in the fall.
This is so funny.
This is just
'cause-
wide open.
Yeah, I mentioned this in the first video, but I like partly because I'm red-green colorblind, so sometimes countries that have similar colors I find difficult to differentiate. But I genuinely didn't realize that Oot had a fleet like in Indonesia until like 1948 or something.
It is quite shocking.
If I knew that, I would have been talking to them about what they were planning to do with it, but it just like completely passed my mind the whole time.
That moveset's also funny because he could have, Ute could have just taken Mindao this turn for themselves and then allowed Ayutthaya into Celebs, and then Ayutthaya could have taken Banjarmasin on their own, and he could have doubled out of the Dutch, but instead he goes for solo control of all of the Dutch dots.
It's either miscommunication, right, or it's pro-Dutch.
Yes, right.
Yeah. Cebu Hold here is interesting as well. You think you'd at least want to go to Philippine Sea just on the off chance that works.
Or even cover Zambo.
Yeah, cover Zambonga.
Right. It speaks to full confidence in Ute.
Yes, yeah. Which they absolutely had at this point.
For sure.
Well, and also Ayutthaya, because they're next to it too.
Yeah, that's for sure.
True. Yeah.
And they'll still be next to it in the fall.
Maybe it's just you just think Ayutthaya might be tempted, so it's just a 50-50 guess as to you think you might need to cover one of them. That's a possibility as well.
Yeah, that's true, because I guess they could also hit Manila if they had moved to Cebu. Anyway, moving on.
And am I doing anything in the south, way down by like the southern sea below the South Atlantic?
You are getting support into Cape Coe.
Yeah.
Okay, so this was the turn. So remember how I mentioned that I wasn't at war with the Dutch yet? While Timor Sea was arranged, Cape Coe definitely was not. France offers me Cape Coe, and I'm like, sure, sounds great. The Dutch are already letting me put 3 around Timor. They're pulling back lots of units around the area. They're fighting like 1 million people right now. And they're also doing very little press with me. Like, the extent of my conversation with the Dutch was basically just around Oceania. They didn't seem very interested in talking about the Americas at all. So like, well, okay, well, I'll just accept France's support then. That sounds great.
Yeah, and the Dutch are harassing France and Europe with like a single backline raider unit, so I can imagine they're looking to spite them
Yeah,
at every
'cause,
turn.
yeah, they took Paris and then
it's-
they retreated and they ended up in Nantes and then they retreated out of there and now they're in Orleans. So the Dutch are definitely not France's favorite person right now.
And notably, the Dutch do not react to this whatsoever. Like, they don't really press me. They don't really comment on me taking Cape Coe. They just kind of make their retreats and go about their day.
Yeah, which I think is like, and I don't know, it jives with what was happening with me with that guy as well, because we talked about at the end of 44 how basically me and Ambrosius just made a deal to like split Dutch holdings here, and then that guy was kind of like, ah, well, fair enough. Do you want to still help me fight France? And I think basically from this point on, the rest of the game, I'm still largely like I work with the Dutch quite a lot in terms of like against Austria and against France, even though I'm literally sitting in Amsterdam, and so that seems like a trait of that guy's play, where sometimes you stab him and he's annoyed, and sometimes you stab him and he's like, yeah, okay, I get it.
The big difference here was that he didn't really make any proposals or respond to any of my, outreach. Like, hey, if we could coordinate this place, this place, this place, is there anything you want to do? Just kind of, no, not really.
Yeah, because you can even do stuff like, yeah, you retreat to Crozet Basin and then I'll support you into Mapondo or something like that, right?
Right, exactly. So I figured, maybe there would be some sort of follow-up. He could try to turn things around or accept an offer for me to turn things around, but it's kind of shrugged and focused on other things. So I was like, okay, I guess I'm going to continue fighting the Dutch because they don't really seem to care either way about what I'm doing.
Yeah. The rest of Africa, again, this like Congo-Mali war, which will, spoiler alert, go on for the whole game, and neither of them will make any progress against each other the whole game.
Eternal war.
Yeah, basically Mandara and Azande keep on getting swapped between people, and that's essentially the extent of it. Me with my I get into Fernando Po here, but with no expectation that I will keep it, because this was the fleet that I built at Mali's behest, and then the idea that Mali could support me and Fernando Po to keep it or whatever. We'll see how the tactics play out in full.
Right, because Congo ends up with 3 decks to it, I think.
Yeah, and I'm sitting here with my one army defending 3 dots as Mali is moving away. So I'm pretty happy with that.
And I will say, like, one part of playing Imperial diplomacy with experienced players that's nice is, like, the Congo player at this point is not, out of the running for winning, but it's not likely. But the fact that they're committing still to stopping Mali or, whoever else in the region and, like, putting up the effort really kind of lends to the later part of the game where it's like, okay, well, this person could have just run away with it if the Congo player had been like, okay, well, I'm not going to win, so whatever, Mali, you get to win. So invitationals like this are nice because, I don't know, you can kind of depend on that almost level of play to where they'll, like, even if they're not going to win, they're going to try very, very hard to not lose, essentially. So like you had mentioned, the Congo player, essentially for the rest of the game, just puts up like a stonewall defense, preventing Mali from making any ground.
Yeah, and I think also in a more experienced game like this, there is much more possibility for players who are in like the middle of the pack in like year 4 to make it into the win.
For sure. Yeah.
I think in like a beginner game, and this goes for regular diplomacy as well, not just Imperial diplomacy. In like games with less experienced players, there's a massive snowball effect where somebody gets ahead early and then just steamrolls everybody else because the rest of the board can't coordinate effectively against them. And I think when you play with more experienced players, that's a lot less likely to happen. So if you if you look at the leaderboard, the 5 of us on this call, we're all doing reasonably well, but like
we're on the top half.
Yeah, but it's not like it definitely still could have gone very differently. Like for example, like
Congo, Ching, they could all.
Poland, I guess we move over to North America and Europe. If we look at North America and the Caribbean, so as always so I got into Gulf of Mexico last turn, which felt pretty good, and then once I got in there, Spain with their 2 fleets here, Mexico City, Saltillo, Yucatan, it was a case of like, okay, well, what do I do with it now? And I figured that it was going to get kicked out. So it's just a case of like, if I retreat I thought it was very unlikely that Karankawa would be covered, and I thought that was a pretty good place to retreat to. So tap Chirimaca, and then there is tactics here agreed with France, of course. This bounce here, I think, is it this turn or is it was it the last turn? No, that comes up later. Bracing here. Oh no, I do get into Baracoa, don't I? Because Havana gets cut. Again, this is tactics, which if you know what your opponent is doing, you can figure it out. But there's a bunch of like guesses here of like which way around you can do orders. Like I could have supported myself to Havana instead, and Baracoa walks out to Bahamas Channel, and then Jamaica walks in behind, for example. But then I'm also worried about Gulf of Honduras, because if Belize goes to Gulf of Honduras, then that
Could you have taken Havana this turn?
No, you're right. I couldn't. Yeah, quite right. Yeah. I could have let Bahamas get dislodged and go to Baracoa, but then that relies on thinking they're going to order it this way. So, yeah. And then classic diplomacy play here where I put France into Barbados, which really pisses Poland off, and the way that Poland gets back at France is by putting the Netherlands into Barbados, and me, the person who instigated it all, is just sitting there staying out of it.
Yeah, it's great. It's so funny that France put Mapuche and Cape Coe, and then Poland put the Dutch into Barbados despite them. So it's just a series of proxy wars essentially going on.
Yeah, and I'm and this is also quite important as well. Is I figure that I don't really need. I'm pretty safe. I feel pretty relaxed with Mamba in North America. I don't feel like I need to have fleet support here to because if you're England in this position, you're worried that there's a France stab coming. You keep your fleets here because they can support your armies in case France turns around, right? But I'm not too worried about that. So in that case, let's go and get position on the Caribbean. So come down to Sargasso Sea.
Was the move into Seneca agreed, or do you think that was Mamba paranoia about being stabbed?
I can't remember. I'd have to look. I think it probably was. I can't remember. I'd have to check, but I wasn't really too worried about it.
I mean, it seems fine for you now because you're in Maryland and Erie, so you could always bounce an attack on Philadelphia. But
yeah, and what you have here is, and this moveset was obviously all agreed, and I think actually what happens though is Muskogee gets popped, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because of the Ute support hold.
Which, Muskogee gets popped.
Yeah, yep.
Which was a risk that I was willing to take.
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, why not? It's not even a unit, you know?
Yeah. You'll see that basically as a way to make up for it. Not necessarily directly make up for it, but I let France take St. John's in fall here. I think that's when that happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's nice for him. He gets to consolidate a little.
Yeah. So it's like slow progress here, and again, it's the forever just as much as like Central Asia keeps on swapping in terms of Russia, Mughal, Safavid, that triangle. The Ute, Inuit, Athabasca triangle also keeps on rolling on as they're all swapping sides as to who's fighting who all the time. So now you have Ute is helping Inuit into Chipewyan, but then also Athabasca sneaks into Hudson Strait. And meanwhile, whilst all of that is going on, I'm pretty sure that I can just get into Arctic Ocean, which I do here, which just gives me lots of options and lots of play in fall.
Yeah, practically free.
Yeah. I think I think this is the new. This is still. Well, I can't remember which Inuit player it is, but I promise Inuit here that I will support them into Bratahild and I won't take Gotthab. No, I don't promise them that I won't take Gotthab, but I promise that I'll support them into Bratahild, which is why they make this move here.
I think we're at Inuit 2, which was Inuit 1 spectator, and I think less experienced, and then eventually move on to Inuit 3,
Yes.
who was, I think, hand-selected and more capable of...
Yeah, Inuit 3 is Hun from Astor.
Yeah, I thought it was Bird. I could be wrong.
That's 4.
But
It's
yeah.
Inuit 4.
Bird is 4.
Oh, geez, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, Bird is Inuit 4. Hun is around for like a couple years.
That's right.
Yeah. But this is like, a pretty horrible turn for Salt in Athabasca. France just takes Cree. They're losing their capital. Oh, actually, no, they don't, because they tap Budgie Cree, so they're okay. But they're losing Cree and Inuit and Ute moving into position. There's like being attacked from all sides, basically. All kinds of lovely bounces around here. Inuit can't dislodge their own units, so this all bounces. And what you said earlier about Spain having the complete trust of Ute is in evidence here, where basically every turn I was going to Ute and being like, you can walk into Apache, you can go walk into Sonora, then you're going to walk into Nueva Vizcaya because he's only got fleets next to it. And then you're going to roll across the rest of Mexico. And Zargon would, on the surface, entertain it, but I kind of got the vibe that he was never really that interested in fighting Spain.
Yeah, I'd given up on turning them against each other by this point.
Yeah. In Europe,
Yes, I forgot about this turn.
get back into Naples, but otherwise slow progress everywhere else.
Yeah, this one was interesting. It was, I would say it's not a backstab. I would say more of a twisting of a knife here, where essentially I agree to swap Athens for Naples with Ottomans, wherein I take Naples from Spain, I leave Athens, and he retakes it at some point. That's up to him, and then we go about our day and push in opposite directions. So I do that part where I leave Athens and take Naples, but I also still position myself to retake Sarajevo and or hold Athens if I want. So this was kind of the beginning of a very a game-long war with Ottomans. I think this would have been my one out where we could have maybe made peace, but I didn't think it was feasible at that point.
Yeah, you've got a kind of like well, you're so committed to this like French border, even though you're not actively fighting them this turn, that it's difficult for you to fight Poland, right?
I would say almost impossible.
Yeah, the only unit is this one here in Zivs, I guess, which and like one army going to Ruthenia is like so what.
It's just it would annoy them and kind of polarize them against me, I think. And then I've got a unit in Utrecht, which I kind of when you put me in the center, thank you by the way, I pretty much just used it as free movement. I'm essentially moving a unit from Utrecht and using the build and moving it into. I think I built it in Innsbruck or whatever. So
Yeah.
I've written off the unit in Utrecht, and I'm operating now that it's in Innsbruck. So I'm not going to leave Utrecht. If somebody takes it, I just pop the unit, and then I'm even. So now I'm just there. I'm like, okay, well, I might as well core. I mean, it'd be great to get a fleet down in Utrecht. That'd be amazing. It's Austria.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Austria. If you can get fleets on this northern coast of the Baltic or the Atlantic, then you're loving it. Yeah, France here, which I don't necessarily understand really, like kicks New Orleans out, but then it's just going to retreat to Paris. I think I go to Normandy here to cover the retreat, so that it has to go to Paris.
Yeah.
But
Which
still,
you can then kick out.
yeah, which we can then kick
it's
out.
spring, right?
Yes, yeah.
You just in the fall you finish it off.
Yeah, as it just means you just have to rely on me sticking to that, which
You're probably cool with that.
Yeah, I can't. I'm pretty sure that I do. I can't remember.
Yeah, I mean, either the Dutch take Paris or they don't, which I think to you is kind of inconsequential.
Yeah, Portugal here is like there's the Portugal-Spain war, which does none of them any favors and basically torpedoes both of their own positions. Like Spain is taking back the Portuguese dots, not taking them, but also all kind of like fleet nonsense going on here as well. Cool. Let's move into the fall moves. If we go back to Europe, and we do indeed see that the Dutch get kicked out of Paris and they walk out because they know what's happening.
Exactly. Yep.
And Russia here, I guess we didn't say in the previous that Russia got into Christiana and then gets into Bergen here, and this is like the turn where Sweden starts, which had a really good start to the game, is now looking pretty shaky. They lose Novgorod.
Well, yeah,
as well.
even last year they were in an incredible spot, but
yeah,
it's turned around quickly.
Yeah, the convoy to Trondheim from Russia, like which made them completely turn around, and all it did basically was encourage Poland to jump on them with Russia.
Yeah, exactly. They kind of, in this sense, overcommitted to Courland by trusting Russia too much, and then very quickly had to do a completely about face and lost a huge amount of momentum.
Yeah, I think convoying to Courland was definitely the right move. I think it's just like, you just need to make sure you have the diplomacy in place, right, to make the tactics work. That's what the game is called. And yeah, extremely passive for you, Ambrosius here, as you actually do.
I managed to retain Athens, take Naples, and Sarajevo, which is kind of crazy.
In the east is a pretty good turn for you. So
for sure.
You could, if you're being like one of these working to the letter of the law type people that you find in diplomacy, sometimes be like, well, I did try to walk out of Athens.
That's very true, yeah. Yeah, we didn't say anything about Sarajevo.
No. And if you didn't support yourself into Naples, if you just went to the Levantine Sea, then you would have got Athens back. What's the problem?
Right, exactly.
Not great.
At this point, he was quite fed up with me, as you could see with the move to zips, which does nothing more than to just, I don't know, kind of annoy me. It is really frustrating, but I don't think at any point he's expecting to get dots out of moving to zips. But it is really annoying for me because now I have to build in Vienna, which I didn't want to do.
Right, he's borrowing the Dutch playbook, right? When someone stabs you,
exactly.
you make their life miserable. You won't win, but they'll sure regret it, maybe.
Yeah, for sure. And they've also
I get my second core in Utrecht.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you core Utrecht. And then also in the east, they've like flipped and are now working with Safavid against Russia.
Yep.
I guess basically. Sorry.
The Safavid sub.
Yes,
Yeah,
it is.
this
Yeah,
is
yeah,
the Safavid
yeah.
sub. Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess if you're the Ottoman here, maybe you just have to take the pragmatic node because they're losing Cairo as well to, and
Yeah,
Mecca.
it's
So
a rough turn around the board
pretty
for them.
horrible. And Aden here as well, and Sana. This is like absolute disastrous, like complete collapse on every front.
Yeah, both Sweden and Ottoman, just in the span of a year, went from two of the most dominant powers on the map to almost halved in strength.
Yeah, essentially. Because, I mean, the entire time that Ottomans and I are arranging the exchange for Naples and Athens, I already know that I'm stabbing them, so I'm going to Mali, which is Bumble, and then Ajuran, who the player I can't remember, and I go, okay, hey, listen, like, you could take Goddams and Aden here, like, and you should totally do that because I'm stabbing him, so, you know, it's pretty much free for you. He'll be way more focused on me. You get a free dot out of it. And you know you can use that wherever you feel like. And
But don't worry,
they both do that.
Mali here and Gardame says he's here to help because he's support holding Tunis. So
Support
don't worry,
holding.
it's fine.
Exactly.
India, we've talked about the Indian tactics down here, but with the new Safavid player, did the dynamic didn't change at all, or?
Yeah, so this was a huge change. Well, not a huge change, but at least this turn. But it was offered a huge change here, and this is actually, I think, my biggest strategic mistake in the game. At least with how the tactics ended up playing out, like this didn't go well for me. Could you go back to the
position?
pre moves?
Yeah.
So we were in here, and the new subbed in, and he was like, "Why did you stab me?" and asked me that, and I said like, "Oh, I did that because I didn't trust droids from previous when he like stabbed me for Turkestan," and I was pretty much gave him like the whole idea. The whole reason I was attacking him was mainly just for distrust for the previous player, and he was a really cool guy. Like I really liked the sub. Me and him talked like quite a bit before this phase actually went through. Like I talked to him a lot, and he was actually lives like an hour away from me, so he had a bit of a connection there. And what he was telling me was he wanted me, or he said like, I'll do whatever you want, like I'll be a janissary for you pretty much, I'll be a super loyal ally, like if you want to fight Russia with me, I'll go full out and do that with you. And I said, like, a plan we could do is be if I support like Bukhara up to Turkestan, I pull Gore and Sind back. He supports Turkestan to Kazakh with Tiva. And then I think I asked him to backfill Turkmenistan too. So we'd be in like a pretty good position to keep pushing forward against Russia. And we were talking about this the last video, I think, where Russia looks like so much more powerful on the map than they actually are. This was this guy's first time playing Imperial diplomacy, so I don't think he knew like the VSCC conditions and stuff like that, and like how I was actually much closer to a win than Russia was. He was more under the impression that like Russia was the huge threat in the region, Russia was the huge threat to win, and I was kind of blowing that up like, yeah, we've been trying to kill Russia this whole game. They're both very good players. Like they've been able to deflect all coalitions against them every time. Like they're always able to pull one person off them and stuff. So he was ready to go like full in on Russia with me. And I had a real debate whether like I really dig the knife in here and go for the stab on this guy. Yeah, just double down on it. Or I do just like trust that he's going to be a good ally and pull back, go towards Russia and attack that way. And I was really 50-50 on this decision because I really trusted that he was telling me the truth. And I asked him after the game, and he told me he was telling me the truth here. Like he would have stuck fully with me and just pushed against Russia.
Yeah.
But I got a little greedy, and I was looking at Herat, and I was like, okay, I really think he trusts me, and I don't think he's gonna support hold Herat. So I think like I can sneak Gore into there and take it. And then I also thought like maybe Rustak moves away. Like that one I wasn't really counting on, but I was like, maybe I can snipe Rustak too and get like a 3-dot stab on him. And then I'd be in a pretty good position going forward from there. Grug, Ottomans. I barely talked to him this game, but he actually did a good job of getting an Ewok's ear and saying like I was telling him that I wanted to attack Safavid really hard, which wasn't true at all. He was linking like fake messages and stuff saying I was trying to go for Safavid. And I looked at that after the game like, you bastard. I probably could have got a really good stab here if you didn't do that. But unfortunately, I went for the stab. Absolutely failed. So like I didn't get into Herat, didn't get into Rustak, got bounced out of Mokran. And I was like, damn. Like, yeah, it went not the way I wanted to at all. And that pissed the sub off like a lot because we made like a pretty strong relationship before that, and I really threw him under the bus. So he told me like immediately after this, he's gonna throw the game to Russia to try and get me to lose. And I was like, fuck. So
yeah,
that's not the way I wanted to end.
I guess there must have been, yeah, maybe you're right. It was that like messages from Odman that made them just like hold the back door here in Herat, because otherwise
that's exactly. He told him exactly to do that. He said like Mughal's telling me he's going to attack Herat, so you got to support it. And I didn't tell him that at all. So good on him.
Yeah. Yeah, because this goes into Kazakh, but then you're putting Russia into Turkestan, right? So yeah. And
yeah.
Again,
so that was the idea. Like I try and be like if you look at me and Russia's border here, we were trying to be very friendly and like totally DMZ. But I'm out of Yarkand. He's out of like Zizan and Turfan.
So Russia here is picking up one. It's picking up Turkestan, getting Novgorod back. Christiana getting Bergen. 1, 2, 3, 4, and we should then move to the east as well. And talk about East Asia.
So this was probably my best turn of the entire game. I'd say that this would be it. It is. I think I succeed in pretty much every aspect I want to here. You can see up in Chukchis, I'm getting into Chuk GC. There's no pressure on Evans. Because what ended up happening is once Russia had that really good turn, Ice Cream kind of came to the conclusion that if Ching fights both of us, we're just gonna, maybe he'll survive a little bit, but eventually we'll pin him in, we'll crush him, we'll partition him down the middle, and that'll be the end of his game. And on my end, at least, I'm in the situation where I only have fleets, and so I really can't, one, invade deep into Qing very easily without hugely telegraphing it by like building 3 armies or something. And secondly, I also don't really like that idea where Russia and me partition Qing, because suddenly I have a bunch of Russian units on my border. That's something I'm going to have to deal with for the rest of the game. They don't have any threat from the other direction. I much prefer Qing pushing out into Russia as to Russia pushing in towards me, even if I get a few more dots out of it. So, and then Ice Cream basically pitches me this moveset, which is I just leave, you get everything. I convoy out of Pyongyang to Zili. I do everything I can. I get out of Izo. I let you have Evans. He holds Nivix because we're at this point negotiating how many units we need. And then he also makes the first offer that if I am close to winning and I need a few dots at the end, he'll be willing to give them to me. Although at this point, that offer is conditional on he's not just going to throw, he's not just going to let me have everything I need. It's only like a little bit. Then, so this goes very well for me. Down south, yeah. What were you going to say, Tangle?
No, I was going to say, like, the convoy out of Pyongyang. I mean, that makes sense. I think, like, I completely understand what Ice Cream's trying to do here, right? Because, but I think in his position, you have to be like, look, I've got to keep at least one of Sahelian or Izo here, because he's giving you 1, 2, 3, and he takes, so it's a swap like -2. I think, like, from self-preservation, I would be pitching to be like, I can give you 1 dot, but I can't give you 2, because otherwise I'm just going to be pulling something here, and that's not in your interest either.
Mm-hmm. I can't remember the exact reasons that he didn't, but a lot of it just comes down to he's just trying to make a deal. I think, what actually does he come down to? Because he gets Nivix 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
He's
7, 8.
he's losing Ikuri as well.
Yeah, I'm just trying to
Yeah.
count how many dots he has right now because it's
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4,
So
5,
he goes up to
6.
2, 3.
I think it's
I'm guessing
I
you
think
wanted to make an offer that was too good to refuse.
yeah, he very much was. And when Russia sees this, that's pretty much the press I have with them. I'm like, well, I'm not turning ice cream down on this one. There's no way I'd ever turn down an offer that's this good and this pro Japan.
In
But we
the
did-
south.
yeah.
Sorry, no, you carry on.
Yeah, but we work it out. We're basically like, he's like, I would like to lose less dots, of course, but I'll give up what I need to get you off my back. And I said the islands. I basically just said I need the islands because I want to get these fleets out quickly. And if I need to wait a year to take them, then I can't get to America fast enough. So I think that's the reason we took both this turn.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. As for the south, this is
curious. Please
Yeah.
enlighten us with what's going on.
okay. So after spring, after me and Ice Cream are at war, I basically just send a message to the Netherlands and I'm like, I'm so exhausted. This fight has been going on too much. You're just throwing yourself into me for like no reason. Can we please stop fighting? Can we please stop fighting? Can you please go away? What do we need to do to make that happen? And so I'm like, I just want it to be over. I want it to be over. And then Netherlands proposes this moveset. Okinawa to Amami. Okinawa Tro to Okinawa. Like, just says, what if we do that? And then in my head, I'm thinking, well, okay. So if we do that moveset, I send Kyushu to East China Sea. I can send Kuroshiro Current to Okinawa. I support it with Amami. We blow up the Okinawa fleet. I get into Okinawa. Nothing's in Kuroshiro Current. I'm basically just like, this is the greatest deal I've ever been offered, even if I'm not doing what I'm going to say I'm doing, is because I was supposed to move Amami out to Kuroshiro Current, supported by Philippine Sea, and then bring Kuroshiro Current, I believe, up to Edo. As kind of like, okay, Spain and Netherlands, we've had our fight. I just want to be able to not have to deal with you anymore because Kyushu and Kuroshiro Current are the end of the SC line. You guys will have Amami, Okinawa. You'll get off my backs. You'll do your own thing. That's how I'm pitching it, at least. But obviously, I have this very simple stab where I can get into Okinawa. I can open this up. And then after Netherlands tells Spain this, Spain is like, well, actually, I think there's some downsides to this. So they say that instead of just having Okinawa Tro to go to Okinawa, Spain will hold into Okinawa an extra year, and they'll backfill Kuroshiro Current to try and keep me honest. But considering that this turn I go up +3 with all these movesets, I'm more than happy to give up Kuroshiro as a tile to break this kind of alliance. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. And you're in NPO3, so you can cover Edo from there. Although, I mean, well, actually, no. We'll see the disbands. I'm guessing Tsugaru straight gets pulled. Yeah.
Yeah.
And moving down into Indonesia, we see Tasnica that you do take Flores, and you go to Solomon Islands to put position on Dani. So it's looking pretty good.
So
no one's anywhere near these dots in Australia.
Yeah, no, things are going along pretty well. The Dutch are basically gunboating me, but they're gunboating me while fighting other people. So I'm all for it. So I just keep on taking their dots while they fight others. I get time more here. Oot starts talking about wanting Danny for themselves around this time as they bring in the second fleet. And I kind of politely brush off that suggestion. They even submit this fan art to me showing their avatar in Danny that they claim one of their spectators made. But after the game, I read their void, and they just made it themselves and claimed that their spectators were
That's
we're
hilarious.
all encouraging them. It's like, Taz, all my spectators really want me to have Danny. No, it was actually just you. And do you want to see the rest of my stuff, or are we just talking about Oceania right now?
No, we'll go over because this is pretty straightforward, right? You're just taking dots, and no one really seems to be fighting you. So it's like, well, okay, cool. I'll take all the stuff.
Yeah, Portugal just has the one fleet. They can't do anything. Ute's my ally at the moment. There's a minor tension over who gets what, but there's plenty of dots to go around at the moment. France is very busy fighting other people. The Dutch are very busy fighting other people.
Yeah, they self-bounce in Réunion because, obviously the Dutch, after being kicked out of Cape Cod, retreat to, I can't see what that's, Crozet Basin, I think it is.
It's Crozet, yeah.
Yeah, Crozet Basin, yeah. You keep Cape Coe.
Yeah, I think someone promised Portugal support into there. Maybe it was Congo, but obviously it doesn't work out. I'm still on good terms with Congo.
Yeah.
Interesting move from Congo to support Ajuran out and backfill the center.
Backfill their center. Yes, yeah. I'm presuming, yeah.
Right.
This was arranged. The two of them are still
for sure
super tight allies.
Yeah, we talked about the two in the first video. The two allies that stick together and are the strongest the whole game are you, Ambrosius, and Kevin, Austria and Poland, and Congo and Ajuran. Those were the two alliances which basically never broke the whole game.
Yeah,
never turned on each other. Yeah.
It's just weird because I don't know what Ajuran's getting out of this. Like, they're doing well SC wise, but also like why?
They're very boxed in, and they're like there's just not very much room for expansion, right? They're getting
They need
Saklava here, and
they really wanted to beat Portugal, and they want Congo's help with it.
That's true. Yeah. They pick up Aden from Ottomans, but this forces them to go +1 instead of +2, which is kind of a big deal.
Yeah,
I think they also needed an extra army, because with Congo in Barotse, there's now Congo army in Kalahari, one in Barotse. Ajuran has one in Bemba, and they cover Zanzibar from Portugal trying to snipe it. So they wanted to have as many armies on the Portuguese as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, Makua to Zanzibar here. That is like, I guess you have to cover against Comoros Sea.
Yeah, just paranoia. I mean, obviously they were hoping for a bounce, I imagine.
Yeah. South America.
So South America, we're continuing the tactics with Portugal, right? We're all trying to outguess each other and outmaneuver each other. And in this case, I get Sao Paulo. Portugal doesn't bother defending it. But they do successfully hold Rio de Janeiro. And interesting thing in Asuncion. So this was a turn that I spent most of the turn trying to be clever, and things kind of panned out in a fairly mundane way. So for the majority of the turn, I was going to bounce Aymara in Asuncion with Buenos Aires. That was our plan. And so Portugal had been wanting me to stab Aymara. And so I make a deal with Portugal. Hey, I'll stab Aymara if you support me into Asuncion. And of course, the plan being that I get into Asuncion and say, oh no, Aymara, Portugal ruined our arranged bounce by, sending an unwanted to support to one of us. I'm so sorry that I got into Asuncion. That really sucks. But Aymara changed a bunch of their plans relatively late in the phase, but in the middle of a conversation between the two of us, and it ended up resulting in Cordoba being the one that needed to do the bounce. And I basically had to choose between actually stabbing Aymara in a way that would be clearly a stab, or completely throwing Portugal under the bus again and not actually stabbing Aymara at all. And I went with the latter. So sorry, Portugal, I betrayed you again.
And this looks great. This looks even better for you, right? Because you can even tell Aymara, it's like, oh yeah, I told Portugal that I was stabbing you for Asuncion by going in from Buenos Aires, but I tricked them, ha ha ha.
Oh no, this is fantastic for my alliance with Aymara.
Yeah.
It gets me one last thought, but as you can see, I'm already getting several dots this turn. And it's like, hey, Imara, I could have stabbed you. I had so many opportunities to stab you, but I am being a good and loyal ally. I haven't stopped making the core in Cordoba like you asked me to. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah, I was just gonna say that is rough that it kind of forces the Cordoba move, but I think that's worth it.
well, that was part of that was kind of what triggered the conversation because Imara got cold feet about me making the Cordoba core. Because like, hey, we
Yeah.
really want another coastal core so we can make more fleets.
Ah, yeah.
But you having an inland core makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Can we change this moveset to do that? And I'm like, sure, good buddy, good ally. I came into this game as a sub. You stuck with me and helped turn the tides against Portugal. Fair enough. I will turn down all these opportunities to stab you.
Yeah. Meanwhile, this is the beginning of the Mapuche fleets, Argentine basin, into South Atlantic Ocean too.
Yep. So I'm positioning myself to continue attacking the Dutch next year because I stabbed for Cape Co. I stabbed for Timor. I might as well just keep going. If they're going to gunboat me while fighting everyone else, I will happily continue walking to their centers behind them until they either stop or I get all their stuff.
And it's interesting
Yeah.
because you're pretty much uncontested now at this point in the South. Like you move into South Atlantic Ocean as the Dutch move out, and you almost have free reign as far as fleets are concerned. Like there's really all the fleets are tied up in South America for Portugal. The Dutch are moving to defend themselves and attack others, and you can kind of just do what you want.
Well, it's all about this big colonial war. The colonials have completely collapsed inward among themselves. Their top priorities are screwing over each other. And that's just been a great opportunity for powers like Mapuche to be more bold in their expansion and to push out faster than they normally would.
Yeah, right. Like Aymara is moving north for the most part. Portugal's pretty stagnant. Same thing with the Dutch. So like you really at this point almost have like no direct competition.
Yeah, and while my colonial relationships, have kind of fallen apart, right? Like my best friend is fighting Spain. I'm obviously stabbing Portugal and the Dutch repeatedly. And France and I are on good terms for now, but even that's kind of tenuous. To compensate for that, I'm basically on really good terms with like every single regional. Aymara is my main ally. I chat with Congo all the time. I chat with Mali pretty often. I chat with Tokugawa. Oot and I are starting to work together in Indonesia. It wasn't intended on let's regionals all gang up against the colonials kind of thing, but it kind of sort of like turned into that in a way, and it's working out pretty well for me.
Yeah. Moving further north, we see here that the Dutch rush back to try and defend, and there's some I'm guessing around here. France, if they knew what would happen, could have got into New Courland, got their dot, swapped their dot back, but didn't. Instead, again, it's like as a favour for putting the Dutch into Barbados, Poland gets put into the Caribbean Sea. And again, there is a whole bunch of guessing around here in the Caribbean with tactics, but the upshot of it is that I keep Baracoa, although Yucatan does get dislodged and has to retreat to Juventud. Because Havana... Oh no, they didn't support a move to Gulf of Mexico. They just double tapped there just to cut it and try and stay in Gulf of Mexico because they didn't want to obviously accidentally slip in and let me in. The fleet in Karankawa, which I thought would be useful, ended up being not very useful. It just gets blown up, but it forces like Spain to have to do some stuff around here rather than advancing on me, I guess.
Could you have taken Gulf of Mexico with it?
If I knew this moveset, yes, I could have supported into Gulf of Mexico and that would have worked. Yeah. But think...
like they're forcing Yucatan right here, which is interesting. Yeah, so I don't think forcing Gulf is incredibly reasonable.
Yeah. Poland also takes Cartagena with support from Aymara in Bogota, and which allows Spain to take Panama back because it cuts the support in Cartagena.
Yeah, the poor Poland misses yet another opportunity to get a second core in the Caribbean.
Yes. Yeah. Well, a running theme. Yes, I wonder. Yeah, interesting. If they said no, I'm not going to take Cartagena. I'm going to finish my core. They prioritize that. I wonder how the game changes there. Yeah, would have been interesting. Would have meant me keeping Panama as well. So it has lots of other knock-on dynamics too.
Yeah.
This was
Quite the turn.
yes, yeah, lots of stuff happens here. So I'm going to Cherokee, and Cherokee is going to Caddo, knowing, and Muskogee is supporting Karankawa into Chitimaca, but we are knowing that there is a risk that Caddo gets into Muskogee if I can't remember the exact combination of tactics. I guess because I knew I was supporting here, so that would get tapped, and that could support him
Kanika's,
this
yeah,
way.
you're tapping both armies.
Yeah, because I'm attacking Chibicha. That's not a risk. There was a chance basically that France wanted to say like, okay, I might be losing Cherokee here, so can I take St. Anthony or St. John's? And I was like, yeah, that's fine. You take St. Anthony. Take the one that's not a core. I think I told Zargon, I told you here that I was going to Cherokee, and that he could support me if he wanted to, but like I just said that's what I'm doing. But like I said, as compensation, France was getting St. Anthony anyway, so I was fairly cool with if you did support me in. I didn't think Mambo would be that bothered about it.
Yeah, and he gets to pop another unit and maybe build somewhere else.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh well, he could retreat to Totello if he wanted to here, because Totello is now open because I get the capital. But I go to Capital to cover the retreat of Cherokee if Cherokee does get retreated. So, I go to Gotthab here because I promised Inuit that I would support them to Bratahid, but I didn't promise them that I wouldn't take Gotthab.
And Salt takes Salik as well.
Yeah. There was oh yeah, this was a big factor in this phase as well. Salt was very insistent that I stab Inuit here, and what largely happened was Salt would always ask me to stab whoever he was fighting, either France or Inuit.
Salt move.
Yeah. And I basically would just always tell Salt, nope, I'm not stabbing. Even the times when I was stabbing, I wouldn't tell Salt that I was stabbing because I was pretty sure as soon as I told anybody that I was stabbing, it would just immediately get leaked. So there was, I think this must be the turn, because when I was in Labrador Sea and in Arctic Ocean, Salt has insisted that like we can take Iqalit here, I'll take Salik, like this is great, we'll like take Inuit back, and I'm just like, no, I'm not doing anything against Inuit, like tough. And then I take Gotthab anyway.
You could have taken the capital as well.
Yeah, I could have. Yeah, I would have got to walk into Iqalit if I knew what was happening. But I think actually here, don't I get into? Yeah, I get into Nomi.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. This is the turn with I think Inuit 2, where I think I got a number of messages from people around the board like, what was the Inuit moveset here?
I was so baffled by it because if you dislodge Arctic Ocean, you have to retreat into Nome.
Exactly. Yeah, right. Like you're giving up a center. Either way, even if your moveset succeeds, you still lose a center.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. In fact, if England had just held, they would have had the choice between retreating to Nome or the capital.
Correct.
Yeah, it gotta live as well. Assuming, it has 3 possible. It is. I don't understand it. I was so angry when I saw this.
None of them. Like, unless you're BFFs with England and trust them to not retreat into any of your stuff, like, why would you give them 3 retreat options?
Right. Like, maybe he'll retreat back towards England, maybe.
Is Greenland even open right now?
Greenland Sea.
I don't think so.
Yes, it is.
That's right. Is it?
Greenland Sea is open.
Oh, it is.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
so at least there's a option.
I guess.
Yeah. I'm gonna do a live check on my press channel with Inuit because I can't. I'm pretty sure that I said I was going to Nome. I told someone I was going to Nome. Probably.
Yeah, it's just
you or
wild.
someone.
Oh, and then they double core in Alaska.
Yep.
Inuit England.
I mean, I guess they got to make up for those centers somewhere, but
Yeah, I just I
ooh,
don't.
ouch.
It's, because like he could have bounced Salik here instead of forcing Arctic Ocean, and then also covered
he
Nome
could have.
and gotten his cores down.
I'm just, yeah, he does get
Yeah.
into Brattlid, at least. But I think that's the only positive part of this turn I can see.
Yes. I believe the third sub comes immediately following this.
Yeah, this subs
no.
into Hun.
Yeah, poor Han has to come into this position.
Yeah.
No, so
Yeah.
Inuit agrees for me to take Gothab here as well. Actually,
And Nome?
I say I support you to Brathead and help you to take Kujulik back. Would you be okay if I take Gothab? And he says I can work with that. So yeah, so they don't know that I'm going to Nome. Like they know that I'm taking Gothab. I'm supporting them to Brattahild.
Do you know that they're dislodging Arctic?
No, I do not. No. And
I
then
almost want to check the Inuit Void.
And then
I'm going through it right now.
And then the last message that sub sent me was when I suggested this moveset was I can work with that. And then the next communication I get from Inuit is from Hun, who comes in, who says, so this is terrible.
Agreed.
I wouldn't disagree.
Yeah. But actually, the more important, well, I don't know, more important, but something that's pretty important here is that in agreeing to support Inuit into Brattahlid, France is extremely pissed off at this.
Yeah, for sure.
Even like I've given them offered like St. Anthony and Cherokee. We thought there was a chance I would get in, but anyway, we're like swapping around here. They are very annoyed at me putting Inuit into Brattahlid, even though I justify it by saying well, I promised Inuit that I would get them into Brattahlid so that we could get this position on them in the north. Like I didn't take Kuujjuaq. I didn't help them take Kuujjuaq. You got St. Anthony already, so I thought you'd be cool with that. Basically trying to de-escalate that way. But this sets up, this is the beginning of Mamba trying to stab me, I think, which happens next year, I'm pretty sure.
I think I actually tried to get Mamba to dot you for Maldives this turn too, and he wouldn't do it because he was saying I was the biggest threat. And I was like, oh.
Oh yeah, but I think I cover Maldives.
Oh yeah, you
anyway.
do. Yeah,
So,
but he has two.
Yeah,
he
you
has
could've put
two,
yeah.
so
Oh,
he's
he could have put
supportive.
two on.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think later on, I mean, I was telling Mamba you should just take Ceylon, and also later on, I offer Mamba Maldives, you should just take Maldives, but I don't think he ever does.
He does take it.
Oh no, he does, doesn't he? He does, doesn't it? Yeah, he does
Yeah.
at some point. Yeah. Cool. So that's 1645. Let's just have a look at the builds. So again, leaderboard. So now I think I go +1 here, but we see Mapuche and Mughal having really good turns, jumping up.
Yeah, I went
France goes
+3.
-2. Yeah, and
Oh, I actually forgot something pretty important that I should mention on
Yeah,
the
go
moves
for it.
phase.
yeah, go for it.
So Ayutthaya, when I was bouncing you out of Andhra Coast, Ayutthaya was super pissed at me because I let the Dutch take Andaman Islands off of him.
Yes.
And that was like a pretty big riff in our alliance right there because he was like, what the hell? Like, you didn't help me out.
Oh yeah.
Did
Yeah, I mean, he
you
gets
tell
that
them you
and
were
Sumatra.
supporting?
What was that?
Did you tell them you were supporting?
I told him I was going to Andhra Coast 100%, and he asked me a bunch of times to not do it. And I was just kept saying, I can't let England in there.
Okay, but so he was pissed, but you didn't actually lie to him at all.
No, I was straight up with him, and that's the reason why I did like the weird little 2 move on Suzu up there, because he wasn't giving me the support to Suzu if I wasn't giving him support to Andaman Islands, so I had to like take that myself.
It's also
So
funny
we
to
were
mention
starting
that
to have a little bit of a rift.
Yeah, I guess the
Ming
Dutch
here-
are actually neutral in. Oh no, wait, they lose Benjamarson, so they're down 1 in Oceania. Oh, and they lose Kalon.
And
Okay.
Flores as well. So they
I was
lose-
counting that one.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
I
So
was
they
counting that one.
yeah, they use like Salon, Flores.
So they gain
kind of
2, but lose 4, I think.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I was gonna say, Flair as Ming here, with his dying breath, saves King from
Yes.
losing Wu Cheng by
Yes.
tapping Chengdu.
Well,
He
I guess
loses
it's like,
Xu Zhao.
what else
Yeah.
are you gonna do, right?
Right, exactly. But out of pure spite.
They probably would have been more angry at Ayahata, I think. Ayahata and
Oh,
Mughal
for sure.
than-
Yeah.
Cheng.
Then, yeah, by far.
yeah.
And that's our
Yeah,
first
I think
elimination of this
Ice
game, right?
Cream was actually like slightly vassalizing Ming at that time. Like he was giving Ming some moves, and they were like half following them.
Yeah, so Ming, our first elimination here in
4 years in.
1645. Yeah, Portugal not doing great either. And Sweden as well, like also had a terrible year.
Ottomans really collapsed too.
The Pascal Ottomans done Qing losing from their own volition, and if we look at the disbands here, because these are quite important, right? Getting rid of the fleet in Tsugaru Strait and the fleet in Beijing Sea is just like, well,
as well.
yeah, it's
Oh,
like now there's just
Nanjing,
there's no feasibility for Ice Cream to attack Meepstir, even if they wanted to, right? They just removed their own offensive capacity. So
Right, yeah, I think around
great
this point,
disbands for
people started-
Toku. It's 4
people started
It was
phases
so good to
gone.
see.
Gross.
how long was it until you built an army, Meepstir?
Oh my god, it's so. I think it's next year I
all-
finally put an army on the board.
Look at all these fleets.
but yeah, I mean, it just never made sense to put an army down. I probably should have put another. There's a time I do need to put an army down and I don't, but like up until here, I mean, I'm pretty happy with this. Again, I'm like kind of committed to Ice Cream now. I don't want to. I don't know. I don't want to like make him scared and turn around and kind of like spite me into the ground. So I
Yeah.
just build our fleets. Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. Another fleet in Kolkata for Canadian.
Yeah.
And
So here I actually have 5 builds, and I end up waving 2. The one with Ayutthaya, I asked him like, I'll wave one of the ones on your side because I know like 2 is just going to be too threatening, especially after I just let you lose a center. So I was like, I'd like to build a fleet and then go to Orissa, and then like I can use that to deal with the Andhra Coast stuff, and like then I could probably support you back into Andaman Islands with Bay of Bengal. He originally didn't want me to build either unit, and I convinced him to like be okay with the fleet. So he was like, "All right, that's cool." The Ahmedabad wave, I wasn't originally gonna do that, but I was talking with Kevin, and he was super anti-Russia like the whole game, even when he was working with Russia. And he was like, "I want you and Safavid to like work together again. I want you guys to hit Russia." Oh, I should have mentioned that too. Ice Cream and Kevin were both going super hard on Ewok, who's the Safavid sub, to work with me and attack Russia. And I told them both like I'd probably work with him to attack Russia, and then I didn't. So Kevin was like, "Fuck, like I need you guys to attack Russia so he's weak enough for when I finish off like Sweden and the Ottomans that I can go attack Russia." And I was like, I can't do anything right now. Like I'm gonna build here. And then Kevin comes to me and he's like, "Oh, Safavid told me if you wave the like a build against him, like he'll work with you and he won't throw against you and help Russia." So I was like, "Oh shit! Like I shouldn't have been talking too much. I should have just ghosted until after builds." But I ended up talking to him and he was like, "Yeah, I want like at least one wave." And I was looking at Ahmedabad and I'm like, like I can't really hold even if I built a fleet there, like, and I go to Gulf of Oman, I can't really hold Muscat for very long, like maybe 1 year max if he really messes up his moves. But I feel like that's just kind of a lost center at this point. So I was like, all right, I'll wave a Metabad, and then hopefully we can be good.
That's quite the diplomatic play from Kevin.
Yeah, no, it was he was very good at the like the long-term strategy and shit. That's why I believed him with the Russia shit, because he was telling me like the whole time, like even when he was attacking Sweden and Ottomans and stuff, he's like, after I get this done, like I'm planning to go after Russia. And he was backing it up by like all the press he was doing with me and south of it, always trying to get us to hit Russia.
Yeah, and you get some favorable Ottoman disbands too.
Oh yeah. I was going to talk about that as well, but I would think that like you could do Fleet Ahmedabad here, go to Safavid, be like, hey, look, just take Muscat, or I'm just going to go to Gulf of Oman straight away, or I'll go to Shakira or whatever you want me to.
Yeah, I would have, but he wanted to disband, and I was like, fuck, like he's threatening to throw the game to Russia and just fuck me up. So I was like, I'll try to make him happy.
Because Fleet Ahmedabad heading down south this way helps you crack what's left of me in India so much faster. Which as well, because even though I'm only going +1 to 32, there are a couple of disbands, like so Karen Kawa was disbanded, and I can't remember, there were a couple of other disbands. My fleet in Fernando Po was disbanded, so I actually had 3 builds, I think 3 or 2, or 4. I seem to have 4, which meant like, oh well, I guess it's like carry on fucking with the Mughals day, so I'll just put another fleet down in Madras.
I think you actually what happened here was you were busy and a sub came in to do your builds for you here. No,
that was
no.
This is I thought it was only in the move phase, but yeah, I guess it was in the build phase.
Because I remember they popped in and they put a fleet down, and I was like, fuck, like I wish I would have got a different sub. You got the one that threw the fleet down in India.
No, because this year, basically for this whole year, the way ICI was structured essentially was that a year was a week. So I can't remember which days it was, but like builds would be on, and it would be different depending on what time zone you're in as well. But builds would be on like Monday, then 48 hours for moves, then 24 hours for retreats, then 40 and so on. So it worked out for like a whole week was 1 year cycle. And I was traveling away for work for this year coming up, 1646, and I was told that there would be internet, there would be Wi-Fi
yes, I
available,
remember this.
The whole time, and there was not. So I did extremely little press over the next like 2 or 3 phases. Like I think in one phase, I think I actually did literally no press. It might have been the spring phase where I did literally no press.
I do remember there being one part of the game in the middle where there was a huge drought with you after we'd been chatting it up basically constantly.
Yeah. So I think it is this spring phase coming up where I literally sent nobody any press whatsoever, and then Flare, when I finally did get internet back, it was like 4 hours after the deadline or something, and Flare had no, it wasn't Flare. Who was the GM of this game? It would be
it was
random dude.
No.
Buffalo.
Yeah,
random dude. Buffalo. Yeah, I can't remember who it was. I think it was Buffalo maybe. Had just been like pinging me in my orders channel constantly, being like, "Are you going to get orders in? Are you going to get orders in? I don't want to NMR like the person who's like number 1 on the leaderboard." And then I finally logged in about 4 hours after the spring deadline and did my moves in like 6 minutes, without having done any press with anybody. So you'll see what happens as a result of that.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah.
I remember that. Yeah, this upcoming phase is probably one of my favorite movesets for me personally. I think throughout this entire game, it's kind of my peak last year.
And that is a great cliffhanger to leave. We'll take a break, but we'll come back for 1646. So we're back with 1946. This is the spring position, as it was. And yeah, this is when we're kind of like out of the opening and definitely into the middle game, right? This is where, as we look at the leaderboard, you're starting to get a group of players who've who are jostling and feel like they're doing pretty well. There's a group of players who are doing pretty poorly, and how you diplomatically gain their allegiance becomes really important. Interesting here that like Poland is down relatively low, and they end up becoming a very big player later in the game.
Yeah, the middle game is not too late.
No, absolutely. It's still, you can still make a run. As we keep saying, pretty much anybody other than obviously Ming, Portugal, even like Sweden and Athabasca and Inuit here, like it's definitely not too late for them to make a run and do really well in this game.
Yeah, and no one's really like completely running away with it. Like there are those games where some power solos in 1648 or something and are just completely out of control. But our strongest power right now, I think, is Mughal, and they're at 19 out of 36, which is good, but not like they're going to easily get 17 centers in the next 2 years. Good.
Well, maybe they will, maybe they won't. Let's see.
Not easily.
So, what was your mindset here, Canadian? Because you're obviously, I just put down another fleet in Madras. So this ongoing slow grind to get the 1, 2, 3. Now there's like, I guess 4 if you count Maldives. 4 English dots left that are being defended by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 by 6 units. And you stabbed Safavid, but not to full effect. All you ended up was getting the 1 dot, which they'd already agreed to give you anyway. As was pointed out, though, Ottoman has disbanded very favourably to you, keeping, obviously, Ambrosius is probably the player that they're most pissed off right now.
Oh, for sure.
What's the... also, Ayutthaya, sorry, was maybe not too happy with you letting them lose Andaman Islands, and you built in Kolkata, even though they kind of agreed to it, but they didn't really want you to. So you're kind of, and I remember thinking this as well, that you're on 19, but you're kind of diplomatically isolated at this point, right? Doesn't feel like you've really got a solid ally.
100%. So I think I said in my void after this turn, like I burned like a lot of my bridges in that last turn going for like all these moves. And I'm kind of like, Ayutthaya, we're still allies. So like after this all went down and stuff, he was like, okay, I still want to work with you. Like I still believe in the alliance. We're good. So I was like, that's good. Ice Cream was also talking to me a lot, and he was trying to get me to attack Ayutthaya. He's like, what would I have to do for like you to stab Ayutthaya here? And I was telling him like, I don't think it's the right time. And the reason for that was pretty much from this point, like my strategic outlook was that I needed to get England out of India as fast as possible for me to like free up those units. And I talked about that last time. But for me to do that, like it would be hard for me to attack Ayutthaya and England at the same time with just the lack of fleets. And Ayutthaya can kind of screw with me too if I do start going for him. So the idea was if I ever do want to go for Ayutthaya, I pretty much want to have England like finished off, like not 100% finished off, but I want to make sure there's like not really a chance that you can get a comeback, and then I can go for Ayutthaya. And I was also looking at my alliance with Ayutthaya at this point, and it's kind of hard for either of us to make much progress anymore here. Like for us to go push up against Russia or King, like we have to do a lot of like moving around and pushing forward and stuff. So like all the easy gains that we've got together are kind of done at this point. So I was looking at that, and it's like, okay, like if there's an opportunity to stab Ayutthaya hard, like I'll keep an eye open for that, but I don't see it at this moment. And if I'm going to keep working with Ayutthaya, like the only place I can really go with all these northern units is towards Russia. And if I'm attacking Russia, I can't attack Safavid at the same time. So I was kind of in like a big pickle here where it's like, if I go for any one person, like another person can kind of fuck with me in the back. What was I gonna say? And then Safavid, I was also looking at it like, how much progress can I really make against Safavid here if I keep pushing? Like, how much will Russia get, and how much will I get if Safavid's being honest that they're just gonna throw everything towards my border? And I came to the conclusion, like, even if I was attacking with like 7-8 units, the max I would ever get off of them is like Herat and maybe Bandar Abbas. But even then, that's like a stretch. And after that, I feel like after Russia gets Khiva and Turkestan, like he's got a pretty good attack on me. So I was like, I don't know if I should really continue the Safavid attack or not. And I end up deciding.
Yeah, you need fleet power, don't you? Because if it's just armies, there's just 2v2, 3. It's like
I can't make any progress.
You need to have a fleet in Hormuz or Oman to like push you into Mokra and then to push it in like so. Yeah.
Yeah, and he also has like 3
fleet
fleets in that Persian Gulf area, right? So even if I had a second fleet there, he still got me in like the naval dominance. But I end up deciding like I'm gonna, and I was also talking with him again. This goes like a guy I had really good conversations with compared to Russia, who like I have worked well with both of them individually, but them flipping back and forth constantly is just like so hard to like if you're not going to talk to the person who's going to make the next turn's moves, it's so hard to trust that they're actually going to follow through with those moves and not just do something else. So I was telling Safavid, like, all right, I'll do what I told you I was going to do last time, and I'll support Bukhara up to Turkestan, and I'll pull my units out, and like hopefully we can just continue with the plan we were going to do before I stabbed you. And I told him he could make like whatever moves he wanted to in defense, and I wouldn't be upset.
Cool.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens.
So yeah, I follow through it. Also, just a funny note, like Turkestan from the start of this video, it was Safavid's, then it became Russia's, and now it's mine. So it's like we've already swapped.
We're like a counter, right?
Yeah,
in the corner.
We'll do the Turkestan counter. So ping is just been updated. So there you
go. Yeah. I get in there. Safavid goes for Bukhara here, like we agreed. He didn't.
This is a bounce.
I can't remember what she.
Because Russia goes for it. Oh no, because Turkestan is cut. Turkestan is cut, so Turkmenistan gets in. Yeah. Sorry, Khiva gets in.
Yeah. So he makes some moves against me down in the south there a bit too, which I wasn't very upset about because it's like, hell, I just stabbed you pretty hard. Like I'm not gonna get upset about any defensive moves.
Yeah,
but Russia.
Yeah, it seems
attacks
this was
me here.
Yeah, this must have been arranged. Presumably, I'm trying to think what Russia's doing here because Kazakh to Khiva.
So what this? What I read their chats after. Ewok went to Russia like right. Oh, I forgot to mention that. I told Safavid to go to Kazakh just to make them like a little more entangled in war and like harder to like disentangle from this position pretty much. And Ewok went to Russia right away and was like, oh yeah, he told me to go there. Like I'll if you want me out, I'll go back to Khiva or something like that. And Russia's like, okay, like I'll just backfill, and then we're good.
Is this also the obscure rule that the only time a unit can cut support against itself is if you dislodge it?
Correct, yes.
Because normally Bukhara would not cut the support.
Yeah, but because Turkestan is a dislodged unit can't offer support. That's correct, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, which is why Khiva gets in, which is why Kazakh backfills Khiva, which is why Vakoture gets into Kazakh. Yeah.
Really interesting.
Quite a domino effect.
These chain reactions of.
But Captain Meme also stabs me here at the same time I go for him.
Pulling
so
back,
we end up going from like a completely demilitarized border to like a super militarized border, and I just attacked them. So
also, China's on fire.
Oh yeah, since Ming's gone, I think they did that little graphic to light all his home centers on fire.
Yeah. And Russia completely pulls out of the attack on Ice Cream here as well, right? Did you know that was happening at all, Meepstir?
Or Russia like agreed because what ended up happening here is that Russia turns to me and is basically like, well, you have a really good attack on Qing here. We want you to go in on Qing. You can get a lot more. You can get Shenzhen. You can get Beijing. We can work together. We can finish up carving them up. But again, like I've talked about previously, from my perspective, Russia getting to my border is like an awful situation for me because they like I have to commit too many resources to coastal defense once that happens to not get stabbed. And so I basically tell them, sorry, I'm going to America. I'd love if you continue to attack Qing and keep them busy so they don't like reappear, but like I'm not getting involved in this. And because of that, um they decide to head back and just kind of defend and try to work with ice cream. And yeah, so there's no real conflict going on at this moment.
Yeah. So these like patterns of diplomacy, right, where Russia wants to attack Qing, but Tokugawa doesn't want to attack Qing, so therefore Russia probably feels that they have to attack Mughal instead. This is a cute
Sorry,
little
Canadian.
convoy here. Little Haishinwai convoying to Nivix. Getting away from Shengjing is obviously, that's a good trust building exercise.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, this was a bad idea. But
Was that Meepstir?
yeah, doing this was a bad idea. I no spoilers, but I think I originally thought my army should stay in Shenjing, and then I eventually was convinced that it should go up to Nivix. And then later it'll be convinced to go elsewhere, and then and nothing battle ever happened.
Yeah, but you kick the Dutch out of Kurashira Current here.
Yes, and I believe they disband this finally, or that might be in. I know one turn soon. The Dutch, I can't remember when, but they do eventually disband this.
If I know the Dutch, they will keep a unit there out of spite. Just
I thought they would too, but I started seeing like little gifs of like hypnosis spinning reels with the words "you should disband the fleet," and I guess it worked.
Seeing here again, like the Ute are trying to get a third fleet into Indonesia.
Yeah, they're
the
really
ba-
investing hard.
The bounce in Celeb Sea is what prevents it, right? But if they just went to Sulu Sea instead, then 1, 2, 3, like that's crazy.
They could have gone to like Papua or something.
Yeah.
Do you guys like this Ood expansion? Because I definitely thought this was very overextended and very difficult to hold.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I feel they probably felt comfortable doing it because they were so solid with Spain. So it's like, what else are my fleets doing if you're not attacking Spain? But maybe they should have been attacking Spain.
And also, me and Oot were coordinating at this part of the game because sure, the Dutch aren't especially defending themselves against me right now, but they have enough fleets that they could change really quickly. So I'm like, yeah, sure, Oot, get in there, send in some fleets, mess with the Dutch, because they're not really going to establish a huge base of power. Like they have to send in fleets one at a time. Maybe they'll eventually get a core, but it's not like Oot's ever going to become like a major threat in the region to the extent that Ayutthaya or the Colonials might.
It's a really long supply chain, isn't it? Because if you've got your 3 units here, if any of them get piffed, then you have to build a fleet. So you're in like Miwok or Yokosuka, you're going 1 to Equatorial Guinea, then to North Pacific Ocean. Then from North Pacific Ocean, you have to get to one of these squares. Then you get to a center. So it's
it's totally unsustainable.
Yeah.
Right. Barring, really great diplomatic relations. Like they have to be best friends with me and whoever else gets, lots of units in the region, or they lose everything.
And
I
you're
think it
just
would be
playing
more feasible.
Yeah. Sorry, you go.
Sorry. Yeah, sure. I think it would be more feasible if they were convoying armies over.
Yes.
Than what they're doing now, because at least their fleets would still be in position to kind of defend what they're taking.
Yeah,
that's true. And those armies can be hard to get out.
Because if you're convoying an army, then you're kind of like adding a unit to that region, right? Because imagine that you're convoying through North Pacific Ocean here to like Papua or something. Now you've gone from like 3 fleets to like 3 fleets in an army. But if you're moving the fleets, then they have to be backfilled, and it's much trickier.
Yeah, like this fall would actually be like a great time to do that.
Yeah,
maybe they actually do. But
yeah, because I mean that's obvious. Well, not obviously, but that's presumably why. But then obviously they don't have an army on the coast here that could be convoyed.
Yeah. Okay. So spoilers, they don't. But it would have been really interesting if they had.
Yeah. You Tasnica, you just take position rather than taking Danny now because I guess you feel like you don't have to take it later, or is that a deal with Portugal to like leave them Danny?
No, after my stab on Portugal last turn, they're basically like, we're never trusting you again with anything ever. And I'm like, okay, yeah, fair enough. But Oot's like, can I have Danny? I'm like, no. And they're like, okay. So I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get Danny. And so I just position myself to maximally expand in the fall. Expecting that I'll be able to get it. I start setting up a core of my own to basically address the exact same supply chain issue that the Oot have to deal with. Yeah, making some investments for the future.
Yeah. Again, this is the classic. If you know what moves everyone is doing, then it's easy to play the game. But if Ute here instead supports themselves to Solomon Islands, so Halmeracy supports NPO to Solomon Islands, they didn't. So they don't even have to know that you're vacating it. But if they just support themselves in there to put 2 on Danny, and sure, let the Dutch get into Celeb C, but if you just hold Manado, then yeah, okay, you can kick me out 2 on 1, but then I just retreat to Makassar anyway. So what's the big deal?
True, but do they really want to start a war with Mapuche right now?
That's a very fair question. Yeah.
I've also been pressing them a lot to make sure they don't do exactly that.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, this game is not just me walking into colonial dots. I was doing a lot of press with the entire board the entire time.
Yeah. Let's go back to India, because we kind of like skipped over to talk about the situation for Russia and Qing. But and again, this is like maybe not the most exciting thing to talk about. It's basically it's all tactics, but so there's a bounce in Andhra Coast because but then you do get the blow up on Penna, right? Because I'm sure Canadian, you figure out that Penna will probably be the mover because Penna would get tapped otherwise, which means that you can just blow up Penna. And then if you blow up Penna, then you will get in next time.
Yep, that's exactly the thought process. The tactics aren't very like shiny here anymore. Like the previous turn was the one where I really had to think. But from here on out, I think I just have a overwhelming position and numbers on you.
Yeah, and I would have been better off if I think what I was doing here was like I was just like tapping Goa just in case you tried to sneak out to Lakshadweep Sea, just to make sure you didn't get there.
Didn't you say this was where the sub did your move? Oh no, you did these in like
no, I
6
did
minutes.
all these. Right. I did these moves in like like literally like I'm not exaggerating. Literally like 5 or 6 minutes, just like hurriedly putting moves in. All these moves for spring. Like maybe I should just like support myself to Udni. Would probably be better, but then I lose Udni anyway next year, so it doesn't
really. I think from here
really
at like every move I made, I was like always guaranteed to make progress from this point. Or I think there was maybe one more that was like a guess whether you could stall me a bit, but I think like I was able to come up with move sets where I was just always able to push a little more forward.
Yeah, there's a couple of guesses right at the end where it's like just these 2 dots, but like I think it's overwhelming force here will eventually tell the tale. Although France does force Ceylon, which is
this may have also been the turn where I asked him to hit Maldives. I can't remember which one it was, but I was asking him to take Maldives off you, and he wouldn't do it.
Yeah. Let's go over to South America to see to carry on with Tasnica's moves.
In fact, did we even cover my builds last build phase?
No, we didn't.
They're pretty straightforward.
We kind of skipped over builds, but we can go back and have a look. And
I mean, it's pretty straightforward, at least for me. I just made a bunch of
3 fleets.
3 fleets. Yeah, I just made a bunch of really friendly moves with Chord Aymara the previous year. And I believe Aymara even actually holds a build this year in response. Kind of the payoff for my diplomatic capital.
Yeah, because maybe they want to put a fleet down, but their only coastal center is currently occupied. So
right, and they're also coring. They're coring Galapagos and what's that? The other coastal center down there. So basically, they're planning on building extra fleets this year to basically work together with me in the South Pacific and them either North Pacific or North America, depending on how alliances play out.
Yeah. this is another like something else that I could have pointed out actually in this like whole like North America Caribbean war with Spain. You know, so that I got Baracoa, but then Spain got Panama back, so and all this was all bouncing. So neutral in terms of us taking dots off of each other, no change. But because I took some dots elsewhere and also had a couple of disbands, I'm putting down 2 more fleets in the region, and Spain is having to pull. So even though
And you have a better position.
yeah, so even though in terms of dots exchanging hands it's level, like Spain is playing reasonably well tactically in terms of like getting the guesses right and getting the tactics right, because of the position elsewhere, like it's kind of inevitable that I'm just going to eventually push through and break through here.
And Spain's really exposed now in the Pacific. Like I think they just have 1 fleet that can contest Aymara.
Yes, yeah.
I guess there's one in Hawaii too.
They're in Hawaii, yes, and
But that's a bit further away. And
Panama South Coast.
I guess we can see what Aymara actually moved in the spring.
Yeah,
See how that goes for.
And they did go to Coleridge.
And they take Panama too.
Yeah, and this was me. I think this was the beginning of me getting on side with Poland. I remember I would talk to them about like Aymara or Poland should be taking Panama here. That's probably would have organically happened anyway without me being involved. It doesn't take a genius to figure out one of them should get a dot here. But it's more like the next phase, obviously when I'm back and I'm doing a bit more press, when I start coordinating much more with Poland in the Caribbean. But let's just finish off looking at your moves in South America, Tasnica, because...
Yeah, so on my part, let's take a look here. Portugal tries to support themselves into Sao Paulo, but I cut that. I try to support myself in Rio de Janeiro, they cut that. So no progress made exactly there, but in the non-supply centers, we make progress. I dislodge Mato Grosso, and I believe we destroy it.
Yes. Because you cover Asuncion, yes. Yeah.
Yep. And I believe this was actually, once again, our plan. We're like, yeah, well, the priority is destroying the Portugal, because Portugal is really pissed at both of us and did not blow up any of these units. So we're like, okay, we'll blow them up for you. And Mato Grosso is the first of those that's going to go.
And is there anything better in diplomacy than having to walk into your ally's center to cover a retreat from an enemy?
Oh yeah, with their permission. I love walking into people's centers with their permission. It's wonderful. And I also walk into Maritstad, not with permission. So the Dutch would be unhappy about this if they were actually doing press with me, which they're not. But you might notice, can we take a look at the spring results, like the clean map afterward, basically the beginning of fall?
Yeah. I have the retreats phase, which is the beginning of fall.
I want to take a look at South America before the fall moves, after all these moves have been made. So if you take a look at my border with Mapuche at the moment, you might notice a very interesting setup. So I am sitting in Asuncion with her permission. I also have an army in Mato Grosso. So I have 2 on Barura. Also, Galapagos just finished its core. So he's going to be moving out that fleet in order to build another fleet. And I have a fleet in South Pacific.
Yeah.
So that is 3 dots.
3 dots. Yeah.
3 Aymara dots. And was there a 4th one? I felt like maybe there was a 4th one, but it might just be the 3. Yeah, I think it's just the 3. But basically, yeah, I have a 3-dot stab, basically guaranteed on Aymara if I want to take it this fall. And we can have that simmering in the background as to whether or not I go for it as we proceed through the rest of the spring.
Yeah. Spring moves. In North America, we see this continuation of pressing the attack on. Oh yeah, this is a miss. This is where I make the misorder, where I'm in Juventud, and I do Juventud to Gulf of Mexico with 2 supports, thinking like that's guaranteed, or not guaranteed, but that's very likely to go. Of course, Juventud though is not adjacent to Gulf of Mexico.
In fairness, you only had 6 minutes.
I think like what threw me off is that previously something had been. Oh no, yeah. You know what threw me off previously was when a couple of, not the year before, maybe it was the year before, the spring the year before, when I was in Gulf of Mexico and it had to retreat. The bot, which doesn't, which is pretty good, but doesn't. With these like kind of like fine details on the borders, it doesn't quite get all the adjacencies right all the time. Said that Gulf of Mexico could have retreated to Juventud.
It was the bot's fault.
Yeah, so, but obviously I didn't. I retreated to Carancala, but that put in my head the idea that these 2 were adjacent. And then so when I'm doing my orders really quickly, I'm like looking at it, and there's obviously a whole bunch of tactics here that could be like that could be worked out. Like, is Spain's in Havana? Is Spain going to go for Baracoa, or are they going to try and blow up Juventud, or are they going to defend Gulf of Mexico, or are they going to try and force behind? There's all kinds of different permutations here, but the one that I end up going for is an invalid order, which is not great for building momentum. But do make progress getting into Caddo at the expense of Chirimaca getting into Muskogee, which is a trade I think I will take every time of the week.
Yeah, because you've got lots of units that can cover those centers.
Correct. Yeah. And being adjacent to Apache here and Arapaho is pretty.
Is Apache Gary? Oh no, he retreat to Apache.
No, because yes, he could retreat there, but then Ute doesn't have anything next to Arapaho, so the only way Arapaho could be covered is if Spain covers it for them.
Hey buddy, please walk into my supply center to cover it.
Yes. Which would be at the expense of Spain having to guess that I just don't go for Apache. So so this is where. So these moves were not agreed because me and Mamba didn't really agree anything on this phase. So it's hard to call it whether you call it a stab or not, I suppose. But France supports themselves to Port Royal to kick out Massachusetts Bay, which obviously puts a fleet in Massachusetts Bay that is now next to Bermuda and Boston and Portland, all these English dots which are now open. They go to St. John's as well and take St. John's. Mamba obviously had a foot in he didn't fully commit because he doesn't, for example, support Fort Detroit to Erie, and also Seneca just holds. Also, he doesn't support Montreal to Oneida or something like that. So he's not, but he is pulling back from the Inuit, although that's more to appease Inuit than to do anything explicitly against me, I think, in this situation.
Did the lack of press contribute to that, do you think?
Oh, 110%. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Lack of press contributed to this. But I think it's that situation, right, where Mamba either needed to carry on working with me fully or to fully come in and stab me. And he kind of chose neither option. He ended up doing a halfway path where he's covering Carpathian and St. Domingo here in case Antilles Current does something to try and take one of these. But he could have supported himself into Antilles Current, and then he'd be next to the Bahamas and Puerto Rico. There's opportunity for him to work with Poland or work with Spain.
I almost wonder if the sheer uncertainty of your lack of press kind of nudged him into that middle of the road position, because he's left wondering, is England going to get back to me? Is England going to get back to me? Rather than, proactively pressing with everyone to coalition you or something, he's kind of forced to sit on this fence because he has no idea what you're thinking.
Well, I noticed going through some of and I haven't read all the press channels from all the other players after they were all opened up when the game finished, but I noticed reading through what different players were saying around this time period, completely understandably, there's a lot of people talking about how I'm not doing any press this turn. But it doesn't feel I guess Ambrosius would probably be one player who would know better out of it of you four guys.
Yep.
It didn't feel like reading it back. Everyone was like kind of confused that I wasn't doing any press, but nobody was like, oh, so therefore we should all gang up in Coalition England.
Yeah, I think the only player really affected it was France, which I think you can kind of see here with the Utrecht support from Paris to, believe that's Ghent.
Yes, yeah. But then
I think
yeah,
I
the
think it might be a
Dutch.
consequence of you. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go. It's fine.
I was just thinking, I think it might be a consequence of your reputation as a strong and active player, that the result of no press was confusion rather than opportunism. Because rather than go, oh, this guy is weak and vulnerable and an easy target, we should team up, people are instead thinking, what's England planning? We're confused, we're worried, we're cautious.
Yeah, that's probably fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. So interestingly, the Dutch here in Liège, I guess they also go. Were they promised support to Ghent as well? Is that why they're going to Ghent?
They were, as a matter of fact, yes. It was originally supposed to be Paris supporting Liège to Ghent, and then Wadden taps Amsterdam. But some last-minute press from yours truly got France on side and put him in instead, because I did not want the Dutch doing well.
Yeah. It's like once you've got the Dutch in this position, like giving them their own dots back is not really in anyone else's interest.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. France getting into Barcelona here is actually pretty important.
It is very big and very annoying as well.
Yeah. We can look around to. Oh, before we go into Europe, we should, because we talked about the fleet in Nomi, which survives.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So wild seeing a red Alaska.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Goes to Arctic Ocean. Arctic Ocean holds. There you go.
Oh my god.
Welcome to the game, hun.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just, man.
And also Bratterhild going to the North Atlantic as well.
Right, and then I think he finishes a core as well, and then also tries to bounce in U-pick or something like that, and it just, I don't know. More towards Alaska. I think he's got Tuchone tapping something and then finishing a core.
Yeah, finishes a core. Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
I think this is about where Bird comes in after this turn.
Yeah, I believe so.
Inuit number 4.
Yeah. It's full on Ottoman Austrian war, and Poland is just kind of letting you guys get on with it.
Yeah, I think the only people invested in this were probably the Safavids and Russia at this point. It's interesting. The spring map is the spring clean map. I think is interesting because I'm pretty much like I'm stuck essentially here at Sarajevo where I can't really make any kind of progress. But he has a somewhat positional advantage because of zips, and then Poland's not pressuring him really at all. So I'm kind of assuming he's moving to consolidate here. So I pull off what I consider to be my best move this entire game, which is I support him into Sarajevo instead of him bouncing, and then position myself into Constantinople.
Yeah,
I think I even messaged you about this move. Like,
Yes,
I'm like, hey, Austria, that's a brilliant move.
No, it was fantastic. I got a few. I was really proud of it, and I really it was kind of a gamble, really, because if he had gone zips to Silesia, then I just lose the center here. But I wagered he wasn't confident enough to make that move, and he was really looking to cover Khan. So I was super, super happy that this panned out. I can't tell you how many times I was checking my phone for the adjudication map to come up.
Oh yeah.
So you just had an intuition that he was self-bouncing here? You didn't...
Well, so I had sat down and looked at it, and I'm pretty much just looking to try and see how I can actually make a press forward here for spring so I can secure myself in the fall. And I realized that I actually really can't because I have 2 on Naples and I have 2 on Athens as well, and I have 2 on Sarajevo, and I don't really have the supports because Zips is cutting either Slavonia or Banat. So I kind of seed Athens here and Sarajevo in one go. So I'm tapping Macedonia and then either thinking I'm getting pushed out of Athens, in which case I can retreat to Aegean, which is a forward retreat, and I can grab Smyrna or maybe Khan if I'm lucky.
Yeah.
And then I'm taking Dalmatia so that I'm not popped in Sarajevo, and then I position myself to either retake it or to push forward for the fall. So I'm expecting him to tap with either Macedonia or Khan, and I can only support with one of those. So because Athens, I figure, is always getting tapped, and same thing with Sarajevo here. So I figure, I'll support Khan in. If he's bouncing, then I can walk right in. If he's not, then I can retake it in the fall, maybe.
Yeah, it's a great move set. I'm just wondering, like, if I'm Ottoman here. Well, I guess his guess is right because he maybe thinks the Ionian Sea is being tapped by Naples.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
So like I'm moving Trieste to Adriatic, so I'm always gonna have Rome and Naples covered. And luckily at this point, I'm still stoking the fires between him and Spain at this
Yeah.
point. So they're still bickering over Sardinia and the like. So I don't expect if they were peacing
Neither of
out,
them
then
can
I would
really
be
afford at this
right.
at this point.
Exactly. Yeah. It is just spite at this point. But if either of them had peaced out, then I think I would be in a world of hurt because Ligurian Sea is French, who doesn't like me very much. Turanian Sea as well, so I could be kind of knocked out here quickly if everybody just teamed up. But I don't know. I took a risk here, and I'm really just happy it paid off. I would look like a buffoon if it didn't.
But a genius when it did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sweden again. This is not great. Poland and Russia are kind of getting back on side. I want again. I bet you this is another kind of like cheeky, like I'm not going to let you self bounce support here from Russia, although they end up supporting themselves in any way. But like the Dutch are walking into Gothenburg because Stockholm has like a guess about what Baltic Sea is doing, and which cuts Helsingfors, which means Narva falls, and they do sneak into Trondheim, but that's not defendable next year. So
Yeah.
pretty terrible turn for Sweden. They flew high and they've crashed quickly.
Right. And it's interesting too because now like I'm fighting the Dutch and Poland is allied with me and is also allied with the Dutch to kill Sweden. So I'm like, hey, Poland, buddy, wouldn't it be cool if we could just kill the Dutch here? And like, no, I can't do that.
Yeah, Kevin was like very like was very pro Dutch a lot longer than
Right.
it felt like he needed to be, I think. As we'll see as we move on. I think that basically covers everything for 1642. So let's just go through for the.
There is Africa. There is this.
There is
major
Africa.
development.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
So certainly, most relevant to us, South Africa, but you also have your own colony there still.
Yeah, because I built the fleet at Bumble in Mali at his behest. It went to Fernando Po and it got blown up. And I was covering Cormantin from Congo fleets, which I told them that's what I was doing. So it's like, well, if you bounce me out, then I'll build something there. And if you let me in, then I can't build there. So you might as well just let me in. Which they did. And then it was basically the same here, where I'm telling Shebs in Congo, it's like, well, I'm not going to move out of Cormantin because you might get in, but if I stay here, then I can't build anything here. So you might as well just go to Great Ardra, which they happily accepted. And
Meanwhile, in South Africa,
yes, yeah.
In South Africa, so your buddy of the French, while they're waiting for England to get back to them, decides that they want Cape Koe, and they actually tell me that they're taking it. They're like, "Hey, yeah, Mapuche, we want Cape Koe now, and you can't stop us." And I spent most of the phase trying to talk them out of it, pointing out all the ways we could work together against the Dutch, especially, and perhaps even Congo. I also try to chat with Congo and see if I can get them on side, but they just pass forward all the press to the French. And I'm like, well, okay, that's not working. I've been kind of neutral between Congo and Mali so far this game in their big epic war that's been going on constantly. And this definitely nudges me toward Mali. We'll see if it stays that way. But I do lose Cape Koe. And since I believe we're skipping the retreat phases, I retreat to Cape Basin.
Yeah.
I'm just like, well, Congo's not going to help me keep Cape Koe. The French aren't going to let me keep it. I am going to abandon Africa for the time being.
Yeah. This is a nice little work here by Ajuran, getting Portugal to convoy them to Saklava.
Yeah, that was a crazy move. I don't know
Yeah.
how they got that.
Yeah, whilst they're like supporting
Right,
Congo into the
exactly.
Portuguese center, it's like, I guess it's like, well,
Right.
sure.
Portugal is just so fed up with everyone constantly betraying them at this point that they're kind of looking for any lifeline they can get.
Yeah.
And this is yet another one that kind of sees them continue to shrink.
Yeah, I guess it's like, well, that army is less likely to hurt me in Madagascar than it is in Africa, so sure, go for it.
Right, and then they hold the fleet in Comoros instead of covering Beria, which is
Yeah.
like I don't, yeah, wild.
We talked about Abyssinia is like kind of trapped inside. They get kicked out of Cairo because Adran flips on them after helping them into Cairo last turn as well.
And they flip on Mali again, but Mali covers
Yeah.
it.
Yes, yeah.
Just the constant shifting alliances in Africa.
But this is a
with
good
only
turn.
the one.
Yeah, it's a good turn for Congo, right? Because they get into Niri, they get into Great Ardra, they get into Lagone. Like, they're picking up this Portuguese dot here, and as always, it's the case of as long as so Mali and Congo are always fighting. Congo and Adran are always allied. It's what is Abyssinia doing? It's like the vector in this kind of like four-way conflict here, and Abyssinia keeps on swapping sides to whoever at the time is promising them survival, essentially.
Yeah, Congo really needs you on side, maybe me, maybe Portugal, but like some other X factor to actually crack Mali.
Yeah, Congo needs to promise me believably that they're not going to take Cormantin and get me to move to somewhere here to like put pressure on Mali and then put down another army. That's what Congo needs to happen.
Yeah, they need to promise anything to make you do
Yeah.
that, and like even following through on it, because Mali is just kind of an eternal war for them, and a strong England in Africa is probably better than eternal war with Mali.
Yeah, but then with Mali, you see that they, having basically agreed at the start of the game with Portugal to like chop up the Polish colony and pick up these neutrals, and now Mali is like in on Portugal, and there are some bounces, but they're going to get Cabo Verde, and there's still some guessing over like covering Walu or Dakaru here, which you can support in now because that's guaranteed because the fleet's moved out of position. So not great for Portugal here. Mali making
And that's
progress in the
Portugal's
north.
last base of power.
Yeah,
Like that's the only place where they have multiple centers even next to each other.
yeah. Let's go look at the full moves. And as we see in fall, Congo did say to me, like, hey, why don't you move out to Arja? But also Mali was also asking me to move out to Arja so that I could build a fleet in Cormantin to rebuild it. So both people
Always
wanted me to
great
go
when
there,
both of them
so
were asking you to do the same thing.
I'm more than happy to. But of course, Congo completely undercuts it by Fernando Po going to Gulf of Guinea at the same time. So
Congo so close yet so far.
yeah.
What a spaghetti of supports
Oh,
around
yes.
whatever center that
Yeah,
is.
yeah. And I don't. Yeah, I think basically everything here just bounces. Is the upside of that.
The world making art with bounces.
Yes, yeah. But you do, after getting kicked out of Cape Koe, sneak into St. Helena, and France doesn't even get to keep it for the trouble.
Yep, I told them this would happen. I was like, "Hey, France, we could work together," and they turned me down. And then Congo just immediately gets afterward. Congo's like, hey, yeah, sorry for leaking all your press to France. Do you mind if I take Cape Goe? I'm like, well, I'd prefer to have it, but I'm not going to get it. So sure, go for it. And this is also essentially the end of my relationship with France. Like the Dutch, after I make this kind of final concerted effort to, make something happen with them, to figure out some way we can work toward common ends, they basically just start gunboating me for the most part, with very few messages for the entire rest of the game.
Yeah, because they're losing Barra here, so they're going down. They keep Mapondo, I guess, through a bounce, but
not for long, probably.
Yeah, not for long. Interesting that Congo walks out of a Portuguese dot to punish France. And yeah, to finish off Africa here, Adjuran from letting Abyssinia, yeah, sure, you go and fight Mali, I've got your back, is now dotting them, but Abyssinia, King of Prussia was playing Abyssinia, I think, if I'm right.
Yes, King of Prussia stabbing someone.
Yeah. He figures out what's going on and is rushing back. Not that he's going to be able to do much. Losing Cairo as well here, so yeah. Although Cairo is actually Ottoman's taking Mecca back here, so
interesting rally for the Ottomans here. They lose Mara to Adran, but and Hawara, but they had lost that one a while ago.
Yeah, their victories are kind of Pyrrhic ones at the moment.
Yeah, but don't worry, doing lots of coring, so that's all good. As Poland walks into Jassy.
Jassy move was so annoying.
Well, do you want to talk about this European theatre here then?
Yeah, sure. So my gamble in spring paid off. I now have a positional advantage against the Ottomans in that he has no way to hold Sarajevo, and I'm in Constantinople. He can't really take Athens from me either, and he kind of just commits to a series of holds in the theater, more or less, and then Poland walks into Jassy because I don't know, why not? I guess. It is so annoying because I've been trying to get him to do that for turns and turns and turns and turns, and now that it's incredibly easy for him to do so, he does. But I don't.
Well, you see, now Ottoman can't retaliate.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yes, I've done all the heavy lifting, and now he commits against the Ottomans. But
did you consider here going to Smyrna and then thinking, I'll get Constantinople later?
In the end, yeah, probably. I just didn't want to spread myself too thin because I quite like being in Sarajevo, Athens, and then Khan because I figure he's not building based on the rest of the board and the fact that I'm dotting him a couple of times. So I'll kind of always have Smyrna in my back pocket. So it'll force him that if he pushes me out of Khan, I can always retreat into Smyrna.
And there also aren't really that many more centers past Smyrna.
Exactly.
It isn't like if there was just a whole treasure trove past there, send in the forward army and raid everything.
There's Trebizond, and then I run into Safavid. But he takes Cairo, but he loses Hawara and I think Aden, and then Constantinople, and I think and Jassy. So yeah, I'm totally content to be in Constantinople until he pushes me out.
Yeah. And again in the north, we see Sweden loses Narva because Helsingfors is cut, and they also lose Helsingfors, and they lose Trondheim, and Christiana is a bounce, and the Dutch keep Gothenburg. So Sweden is 2 dots left, I think, at this stage. Stockholm and
Umeå. Yeah. The Dutch also notably walk out of Bremen for reasons that I can't explain.
Yeah. Well, we can talk about this here because, I guess them being in Saxony is annoying, but you getting into Bremen.
Oh, for sure. I think I just dropped something on Prague and then moved to cover Nuremberg with a bounce, probably. But it is frustrating.
I think I remember asking the Dutch because I was back doing press. I think towards the end of this turn. I think not at the beginning, but maybe when there was like 12 or 15 hours to go or something, I managed to get back online and was starting doing press again. And I remember asking the Dutch after the moves went through, because we didn't talk about what Brennan was doing. I was like, "Why did you go to Saxony?" I can't remember what he said, but yeah, you will notice that after the French semi-stab last turn, I'm now back online doing press and have pivoted to fuck France. And this is me going around the rest of the board to everybody being like, well, me and France were EF life. We were going to run the board. We were going to joint impunity, and now he's clumsily stabbed me. Let's punish him. So, and I will look at the Caribbean later. But having fought Spain basically the whole game, it's Spain. Do you want to go into Nantes? The Dutch. I've taken all your centres, but do you want to go into Ghent? Meanwhile, you support me into Amsterdam to cover because I figured that the possibility
we can force
you collaborating here, so that covers that. And then if we go over to North America here, it's like, hey, Inuit, sure, I'm in. I've got to walk into your capital, but why don't you just support me into Kuujjuaq instead? And then bounce Bratahed, so you keep that, and I'll even tap NAO1 just in case they support themselves to Bermuda or something, so I cover Bermuda, and Ute, sure, why don't you support me into Detroit, which doesn't work because Seneca supports and I don't cut, but I take position instead. I think this bounce into Illinois was agreed just so that if we were if that worked, we were trying to like pop Fort Detroit. And
yeah, I remember thinking at the time. Okay, good.
No, and then again, like de-escalation in the Caribbean with Spain, where this is all agreed, all these bounces. And Juventud walks out. I go from Hull Honduras back to Bay of Panama. I'm bouncing France in these places around St. Domingo, whilst at the same time going to Poland and saying, well, I'm going to Antilles and I'm going to Windward Passage, so you just support yourself to Cap Etienne. If they support hold themselves, then you won't get in, but I'll be in Windward Passage and Antilles Current, and I'll put you in next year. Pretty straightforward stuff. And so that was basically my game plan, was turning around and being like, okay, first person who's attacked me properly in the game that betrayed me, let's ruin their game.
It is really the beginning of the end for France as well. Like he was already not doing great, but he kind of had a bit of an upswing in the past year, and but yeah, this is just such a devastating blow for him.
Yeah, and I think
I remember thinking at the time how brilliant of a turnaround this was for you, after basically just disappearing from the game for a while, and then just coming back, flipping all of your enemies for the most part, and just doing all this diplomatic maneuvering to crush France out of nowhere. I just remember being incredibly impressed and also happy because France had literally just burned his bridges with me at that exact same time. So I'm like, okay, I'm happy to see this.
Well, it's a case, right, of what I'm saying, where like make the offers that, it's like what Meepstir was saying with Ice Cream, right? It's like make an offer that is too good for the other person to refuse. So going to Spain and being like, hey, you're desperate for dots, I'll put you into Nantes. Like, so not just like, let's de-escalate because I need to fight someone else. It's like, no, let's de-escalate and I'll help put you into centers. And I'm going to go to Bay of Panama and I can support you back into Panama because we can fight Aymara here. And going to Ute and being like, hey, yeah, I can actually force Missouri here because Muskogee is covering Chitimacha, but like instead let's just bounce everything and then I can go to Fort Detroit and then I'm in a position where you can go and carry on and killing Salt, which is what your real dream is. Again, the common refrain of the Salt-Zargon conflict is what really like drives so much of the play in like North America, because if at any point these two get on the same side, then both of them in this situation where me and France are now fighting could have taken advantage and worked together, sure. But it was just never ever going to happen. let's go over and look, and we've looked over here. Tokugawa in Asia on this full turn.
Yeah. For a lot of this and a lot of my next few turns, there isn't going to be a lot to it. I'm making a lot of quiet moves here. But you can see that really in like me and Ching, we trade Evans and Nivix. We go through on that just because of the tactics of it all. But then other than that, I'm getting into Okinawa Tro. I'm not getting into Okinawa Tro actually. That was a
because you're being tapped. Yeah.
bit of a blunder. Yeah. But we're trying to get south. We're trying to clean up things. We're making sure to support Ice Cream as he kind of turns south against China. He's starting to go after Canadian a little.
Yeah, he's being put into Gansu here, and these armies are moving to be into position on Ayahata, right? So
yeah, with the idea of breaking, hopefully getting there soon. Where things are actually starting to get interesting are over in the North American front, because for the next few turns, I don't think there will be much to say in Japan because most of my interest is over here. So, this British fleet was a massive annoyance. Me and you, I don't even tangle. I'm actually very curious what was going on here because I remember this turn and me and Salt were both talking with you and we were basically just backdooring whatever you were saying to one of us to the other person because we knew you were trying to do something sneaky with this fleet. And you weren't telling us what it was going to do exactly. And we were just trying. Yes, yeah.
I remember this. So Inuit. So I worked out with the Inuit should tap Chukchi C, and I would support Denia to Yupik. But I didn't want Inuit to get into Yupik. But Salt was like pestering me right up until the deadline for like an hour straight and getting very frustrated because I wouldn't tell him what the orders were. Out of kind of like an Arthurian principle of like, I'm not going to leak the orders of my ally, but I was telling him, I can probably just look up the actual press because I basically told you guys what to do without actually saying why you needed to do it. And we both like were sharing whatever you were telling us, but we didn't know what your game was. Because this fleet is so weird, it's so strange. We're just trying to get you out of it. That we're like, okay, is he trying to set up a base here? Yeah. I'm in the Discord now. I'm trying to there's like so many channels now. It's like, where are all my channels?
I usually find it easier just to like search up the channel name.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I can't do that because the original Mapuche player named like half the channels with various names and in jokes between players.
Yeah.
Some of which also subbed out. So we end up with a channel name that neither player created and gets the
remnants of a lost age. We don't know why it's called this anymore.
Yeah.
Oh God.
But
is it?
But
yeah. We'll cut all this out because this is actually like reasonably important.
Oh yeah, I guess we can cut. We can cut.
Was my channel?
I don't think I got my moves. My full moves.
Yeah, we'll come back to that later. Yeah, I'm not cutting the recording, but we'll like edit it out.
We'll fix it in post.
We'll fix it in post.
And if you hear this in the video, Tanglewood was lazy.
Didn't prepare the specific bit of press that he had no idea was going to be needed. Wow.
Here we go. So I'm asking him what Hudson Strait is doing. So that must have been beforehand. Here we go. So I say, are you pro Toku keeping Yupik? And he says, yes, please don't tap it. And I say, I'm not tapping anything, but you should tap Nome. And then Salt says, you're supporting Inuit into Yupik? which Inuit unit is taking it. And I said, it's not going to work. You can figure it out. And I just say, you should tap Nome. And at least to me, anyway, I thought it was like pretty clear which way around it would be doing it, that Deanna would be the one going in. And then Sol gets very angry at me being cryptic. Says that he's not tapping Nome. But my intention was that, well, if Salt knows that he's the one that has to tap Nome, then that means that Chukchi C can tap Kivach Bay and Yupik would be safe.
Yeah. I can see the moveset you're proposing here. Yeah.
But instead Salt was like, I'm not tapping Nome, and I'm like, you should tap Nome. And so for whatever reason you guys don't figure it out. Or
it's we like, because there's more stuff that can be going on, like theoretic, this is one possibility, but then what's the other one? Like, you tap
you're
Nome.
Right. Nome could be
there's other
Kivach Bay in, so you try and tap Kivach Bay.
Yeah, it's because I think because you weren't like clearly like selling him out, like you were being like, it felt like you were fence riding, so we did not think like, okay, Tangle isn't trustworthy in this instance. He's got some master 5D chess going on.
I'm 100% fence sitting here, because I'm like, look, what you need to do is you need to tap Nome, and if you're tapping Nome, then Inuit needs to be tapping Kivach Bay, because that's all the only other thing Chukchi C can be doing, and then this will all bounce. But if you guys don't get it right, and Inuit does take Yupik back, then why do I care? So
true. Yeah. So this is the first setback I have in Alaska, because now that I have all the Asian stuff, I can like start focusing on North America, and that's where I'm putting all those fleets into. And like had you like not gotten to Nome or had a million other things happen, I think that I could have had a breakthrough here at some point. Because the idea was eventually start getting fleets into Arctic Ocean. I keep telling Zargon that my idea is I want to get into Arctic Ocean, and then I want to force Greenland Sea, and I'm just going to try and like convoy to the British Isles. Because again, we were talking about how you like weren't doing that well for a lot of the game, and you're kind of stagnating. And I'm starting to think, well, I can get into Greenland Sea. He won't have any builds. Maybe I can do some sneaky stuff, and like it'll also be really funny seeing a Tokugawa at London. But this kind of starts killing those ambitions, and I start really, because as you can see with this moveset, UPEC does get blown up. So I start having to just really get in the weeds and really get in the tactics to try and take Alaska. Yeah. I think I also take Hawaii this turn, though. So that's nice.
Yes, you do.
Because of... Yes. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think Netherlands and Spain could have blocked this. MPO2 is like,
is tapping Kurishowa current, yes. It's funny you talk about stagnating, because, and this will come into the Asian Canadians moves here as well, because I was conscious of this as well, because if you keep on looking at my SC count for last year, even this year and next year, I'm like going level or +1. I'm kind of hovering around 31, 32, 33 for like, I think 3 or maybe even 4 years in a row. But what I'm actually doing is I am shifting units out of India and out of Africa, and I am moving those units to North America, Caribbean, and putting more fleets down back home. So my center count is like staying the same, but my position is actually improving because I'm concentrating my power base. But it was useful for everybody just to be looking at the leaderboard and see like, oh, England's level, England's level, England's level. But I think my position is actually improving all the time. Canadian,
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree.
Canadian, your moveset here in 4, you've got Qing and Russia coming for you here, but you get Safavid back on side.
No, if you actually look, Safavid's giving a support for Russia to take me out of Turkestan. But Ezio decides to go for some like crazy ambitious moveset here and tries to stab both me and Safavid at the same time.
Russia tries to attack both of you,
but gets nothing.
Yeah,
like I end up getting Turfan too here, you see, and Turkestan. That king move. So I don't know if I've talked about it too much. I was talking to Qing throughout this whole game too. And after he made that peace with Meepstir, he came to me and he was like, all right, I don't think I'm going to win this game anymore. And I like you and Meepstir. So I hope one of you guys win the game. And I want, or both of you win the game. And I'll do everything I can to help you guys do that. And I was like, all right, sure. Honestly, I didn't buy it too much from him at the time. When I looked through press after the game and stuff, he was actually going around to different people saying he was supportive of me and wants me to win and stuff. So that kind of surprised me. But I thought he was. I remember in the previous game we played, he was disinterested in like doing a big impunity, and he wanted to cut it down smaller. And I remember talking to him earlier here too, where he was telling me he's a fan of like going for solos and he doesn't like the big impunities and stuff. So my read on him was like he's going to be a super competitive player, and he's just telling me and me and Meepstir that he's just going to work with us. But I felt like at the moment he was probably going to try and stab and like go for the win, or at least try and get better than what he was at. What was up?
I was just going to add to that. I had the same read of him, but I do feel that like he's only a player that cares if he wins and doesn't care like about his competitive ranking otherwise. Like, if there's any possibility of winning, he will do it, but like otherwise he's not like going to fight for that extra 3 centers.
Right. Yeah. Every player has kind of like a list of like secondary goals. You know, obviously everyone wants to win, right? Get the impunity. But there's this kind of individual preference for, okay, if I can't do that, what do I want? And there are players that just win or don't care absolutely nothing beyond that.
Yep.
That's actually one of the most important skills in diplomacy, both classic and imperial diplomacy, which is, in fact, it might actually be like the number one most important skill, which is figuring out the motivations of your fellow players and how you can help them achieve their goals. Because you're quite right that lots of times you can be in a position where you're playing for the win, but if you're helping your other allies achieve their secondary goals, then they're perfectly fine with you winning. And that's probably even more so in imperial diplomacy, right, where there's a 25-player board. So in classic, you maybe get 1 or 2 people might win or share a board top, so 5 people are missing out. In imperial diplomacy, like you're going to get 20, 21, 22 players who are going to be missing out, and so those secondary considerations become really important. And figuring out the secondary considerations of like your neighbors and your allies is so crucial, and it's something that Meepstir did really well in this game. I think it's the reason why you ended up doing so well.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. If you can get to the players who aren't going to win what they want, your odds of winning yourself just skyrocket, in Imperial especially.
But yeah, sorry. Yeah, carry on, Canadian. Yeah.
So yeah, I had a pretty good relationship with Qing at this point. And before I did this Russia stab, I was saying like he was trying to get me and Ewok on side, and same with Poland. They were both trying to get us to ally and hit Russia. And I told him like, all right, after this turn, I was like, yeah, I'm 100% doing it. Like I'm gonna go hit Russia. Hopefully you can hit Russia with me. And then like right after I did do the moves, he he wasn't like super into attacking Russia anymore. Like right when I kind of pulled the heat off Russia, he was like, "Oh, I don't know if I can really go for Russia here." I asked him to tap like Gobi, and he was like, "I'm not gonna tap Gobi, but I'm sure you're gonna get into Turfan anyway." And I was at the time, I was like, "I don't know, man." Like, I was getting bad reads from him, but he was actually right here. Like, I did end up getting into Turfan, and he went for Gansu, and he went for the stab on Ayutthaya, despite me telling him like not to do that yet. I told him, let's like attack Russia first, make a little progress, let me finish off England a bit, and then I'll go for a stab on Ayutthaya and we can do it. But he kind of jumps the gun a little early here, and like that wasn't the ideal timing for me, but that's what he was going for. He justified that move in Gansu by saying like he's just using that to attack Ayutthaya. Yeah. He's like, it's not a move against you. Like, oh, sure, you're gonna get into Turfan anyway. Hopefully, like I can give you a good stab on Ayutthaya at this point, or for next year.
It's funny you talk about like talking with Kevin in Poland. Like, yeah, let's go. We're gonna fight Russia here. Not especially anti-Russian moves from Poland.
So he wasn't. He was telling me he still wasn't gonna do it. He was trying to get me and Safford to do it, because he wanted us to weaken Russia a bit. And then he's like, after I finish Sweden and after I get a bit from the Ottomans, like I'll jump in and kill Russia too.
Oh yeah, once you guys have done the hard work. Yeah.
All right.
Pretty much.
Yeah. You're ringing bells here. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. Which is exactly what Kevin's position was with you, Ambrosius, about Ottomans, right? It's like, yes. Well, no, please keep on attacking the Ottomans. I'll help when I can, but not right now. Maybe later. Maybe when I could just walk into Jassy and take a free dot.
It ended up working out okay, but at the time it was really frustrating, especially since I tipped him off that the Ottomans were like literally coming to kill him, and then he was just like, okay, well, maybe they won't completely kill me though.
I mean, I guess he was right. It seems to be working out all right for Poland.
No, he totally was. He absolutely was. It worked out, which is even more annoying.
Yeah. So, Canadian, do you want to talk about what was going on in the south here, I guess?
Yeah, again, nothing too flashy, just like me making progress here. I don't think I took any SCs for me here, but like I got into Andrew Coast. I've got armies in Penner and Udny, unit in Lakshad, Weeks Sea, unit in Goa. So like, and the unit in Gulf of Manor. So I've got like a very crushing position here.
Yeah, you're set up to take at least definitely Madras next turn, potentially one of Cochin or Madurai, or maybe Maldives if you get a guess. So definitely one and potentially two dots next year.
Yeah.
But as you point out, and which was my intention as well, right, is that you're using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Too many.
9. Yeah. Now Gulf of Man coming down. 9 units to try and to fight me here, which is perfectly fine by me.
That's why I was trying to get you to disband some stuff so I could do it a little lighter. But
moving to like Indonesia, Oceania, this is just more great stuff for you, Tasnica, right? You do get into Dani, walk into Dani.
Yep, and I walk into what is that, Batavia?
Batavia, yeah.
Yep, I finished the core in Flores. And I also get into Korosi again, very important spot.
Yes.
But if we go down a bit, let's see here. So I was actually originally thinking of sending that SPO fleet to Antarctic Basin instead of Coral Sea. And the reason why is I was now annoyed with France. And was thinking of getting to the Indian Ocean by the quickest way possible, which is through Antarctic Basin. However, on this turn, there is an important diplomatic development with Oot. And that development is Oot's paranoia. So Oot has been clashing with Salt all game in Athabasca. Basically, none of them ever trusting each other. And now that we're both in Indonesia, that distrust starts getting sent to me. Oot starts getting uncomfortable with the idea of me being in Danny. They protest me putting up a core in Flores. And also they start asking Aymara to stab me. And Aymara passes that on to me. So my plan was basically to ignore Oud entirely and to focus on the Indian Ocean and kind of divvy up Indonesia between the two of us. But due to all this worry from them and my concern that, they might act aggressively against me because of this worry, I hedge my bets and instead occupy Coral Sea instead.
Yeah, and again with Ayutthaya here, was there more blowback Canadian from Ayutthaya here, where you're not like offering to put them into Andaman Islands again, and instead prioritizing your position? Because
I cannot remember. I think he might have thought like Andaman was getting covered anyway.
Yeah,
I don't remember him being pissed at me, so I don't think it was this was like a big deal.
The Dutch do have 2 units that could have supported what held it.
Yeah, they could have done.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what we were thinking of. And he was like, I'm just gonna tap it and you can take Andra Coast. And then I think I told him like if I get Andra Coast, then we have 3 on it, and then I can support him in next turn or something.
And I guess what they're doing is that Andaman Sea is tapping Malacca Strait, and they're also tapping Gulf of Siam here, so that whilst
Nakhon Sea
with Tavoy, so that Nakhon Sea can't fall. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you taking Backmananda here with Makassar. Like the Dutch position is awful, and they're going to be in the same situation where I am in India, right? Where they're going to have so many fleets here, but they're like defending like so few centers, when really they need those units over. Well, I was going to say where their other dots are, but they don't really have many other dots to move them to anyway, I guess. So
probably the South America, like they have
South
several
America.
cores still intact there.
Yeah.
Speaking of South America, that's the last place we've uncovered from moves. Do I do the 3-dot stab on Aymara? I do not. I walk out of their dot in the fall. I am a good ally. I am Aymara's best friend. If they don't trust me after this move, all my work toward building up diplomatic capital has been for naught. Because
not only do you have the 3-dot stab, but they're also supporting you to Rio de Janeiro as well, right?
Yes. In fact, if I had stabbed them, I would have gone +7 this year.
But then, also that's probably a factor in why you don't stab them, right? Because you go +7, but you don't have.
I only have 4 cores.
You don't have 7 places to put down units. So what's the advantage in doing that? Yeah.
Absolutely no. That's a big part of my calculus. You're absolutely right. I still get to build in every center I own. I just built up my diplomatic capital with Aymara even more. Like again, how much better can you get than just walking out of people's centers? And we'll see if it pays off for me, if I'm able to cash that into a continually successful alliance.
Yeah, and you keep Maritstad here.
Yep, that's one of my 4. Maritstad, St. Helena. I even lose Cape Coe, so I actually gain 5 this turn and lose 1. Danny and Timor and or Danny Batavia. And where's the 5th one? Maybe I disbanded a unit.
You're picking up 1, 2, Danny, Batavia. That's 4.
Right, but I lose Cape Coe.
Oh, I see. Yes.
I'm trying to think how I get a net of +4 this year. Maybe I disbanded a unit somewhere.
Yeah.
All I know is that I'm pretty sure I built 4 units.
Yeah.
But whatever. Either way, I'm doing well. It's a good year for me.
Yeah, and again with this, like as we talk about or touch on infrequently, the colonial collapse infighting amongst themselves, because Netherlands and Portugal still have opportunities here to work together if they get back on the same page, where they could kick you out of Moritsad here if they were teaming up, like Guanabara Bay cuts Todos or Santos Bay. But no, too busy fighting their own battles.
Yeah, I think I try to do a clever little support in St. Louis in case they balance each other, but basically just a fancy hold.
Yeah. I think we've covered all of this stuff. Yes. Okay. So let's go to the builds. So yeah, 4 units come down, 4 fleets, and also 2 fleets from Aymara, which makes sense to press the advantage up this west coast, for sure.
Yeah, we collectively dropped 6 fleets
Yeah.
this turn. Basically, we're just replacing the colonials as naval powers.
Did you at any point have many people asking you to stab Aymara? Presumably Spain, right? I'm guessing.
Well, yeah, Portugal, basically all the colonials except for you. At least while they were pressing me. One by one, basically the colonials in this game just stopped doing press with me.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, me and you continue to do press. Me and Spain were still pressing this time, but not very much.
I mean, this was fantastic. I thought this was amazing. Because obviously, you're fighting Spain, Netherlands, and Portugal, and eventually you're going to be fighting Poland.
This alliance was great for you.
Yeah, it was absolutely awesome.
You encouraged it for that reason.
Yeah, and I'm telling Aymara all the time, don't worry, don't stab Mapuche as well. So I want you guys to stay together as long as possible.
Yeah, and again, if Aymara is ever going to trust me, it's got to be after this turn. I don't stab them, and I build 4 fleets. That's as good as it gets.
And with these 2 Portuguese units coming off the map, it's how many units are you guys facing in South America? You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Call it 7 with South Atlantic Ocean here, and then maybe 8, 9. So maybe 9 units here if you add these Polish ones here. And you're Aymara alone has more than that. So if you add your fleets in, so as long as you 2 stick together, you can just roll everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a really effective alliance.
Yeah. Builds
and our border is really clean too, I think.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. You can just DMZ it very easily.
And because the only center of there's a border is the one I just walked out of. And there's one other one, but it's covered.
Yeah, come on. So, So with builds in Asia, you do put that fleet down in Ahmedabad this time, Canadian.
Yeah. So I went even last year. So these are just 2 banked builds. Obviously, Safavid tried to go for a stab on me with Russia there. That didn't work. So I was a little more wary of him here. So I stuck both right on his border. But he was cool with that. He understood.
Yeah, you could very easily be like, look, you've got 3. I've got 2. You don't need to worry about it too much.
Yeah, and at this time, after he tried to stab me there, and Russia tried to stab him, he came back to me again. And he's like, "All right, you stabbed me good. I tried to stab you here. I don't trust Russia now that they just tried to screw me over. I'll commit with you to that plan we had. We can go. I'm down to attack Russia again. I'm not gonna throw against you." So he was getting me to trust him again here.
We should maybe have a counter for can any alliance between Mughal, Safavid, and Russia last 2 consecutive turns.
Yeah, it's so
I
funny.
mean, is
I
that
remember
really not
messaging
just
Canadian
the
about it.
Turkmenistan counter or a Turkmenistan
I guess
counter?
it's. I guess
That's
you're right.
pretty
I guess
much
it's the
it,
same.
yeah.
It's the same thing. Yeah. As you said, Ambrosius, you put down the army in Prague because of Saxony here.
Yep, which is handy because I can also maybe pivot against Poland if I need to. So previously we had an agreement like, I don't need an army in Prague unless I'm attacking Poland, but now I do suddenly. So it's kind of a free possibility there.
Although with Poland putting down these 3 armies here, there's probably not.
Oh yeah, there's no way.
Stop
Yeah,
this turn thing, unless
Yeah,
you
for
could
sure.
somehow do a complete turnabout with the Ottomans to get them on side. But even then, it would be 1, 2, 3, 4 against. So even then, with you two working together, you're not
Yeah,
going to make too much
it
progress.
wouldn't be pretty, and we've had a good relationship all game, so
Yeah.
it's not something I'm looking to.
And the fleet in Trieste, because the recognition that if you're going to get to 32, you need stuff in the Mediterranean, right?
Yep, I have to. I'm thinking ahead. I just finished the core in Venice as well to potentially help with more fleets coming out. But yeah, we're playing the long game now.
Yeah. France sticks down to 2 armies. I think those were from disbands. And do we see an army from Tokugawa? Yes.
Finally, we have one.
An
So-
army. I'm worried.
Yeah. So this army is actually intended to convoy to California because we are going to be attempting to land in the mainland from here on out, and then the fish eat
Yeah.
2 Spanish and Dutch fleets.
Yeah. Because you have 2 fleets in Pacific Ocean. You're in Hawaii, so you could support yourself to North Equatorial Current, for example, and then you would have that convoy in. Yeah. And you're in.
And
that's
you have
you in
support
Chachisi
from-
as well, right? Yeah.
And with Aymara sending all those navies up north, you'd have
Yeah.
naval support against the Spanish, and possibly even Ute eventually.
Yeah. Well, actually, the idea is to go. It's actually the idea I think we have right now with me and Aymara is that they will provide me support against Ute, and then I'll help them with the Spanish to get into Mexico. And they seemed okay with that for the most part. The idea being I get them into Berlanga Ridge as an anti-Spanish move. I dislodge Berlanga Ridge. I dislodge the Aymara fleet in Berlanga Ridge into Sea of Cortez, and then I'm able to convoy to Sonora. And that just kind of, because that gets around the impassable mountains in California.
Yeah, that'd be brilliant.
It's a pretty good plan. Yeah. Yeah, the good old forward retreat, right? Because you dislodge your ally, and then presumably Spain feels like they would have to cover Mexico City. So yeah, lots of options there. Cool. Anything else? I think that covers. I think my builds. Did I even build this turn? I don't think I.
I see one in Portland or Boston. Is that an army showing up?
Oh
in
yes,
New
yeah. I
England?
think I only had one, so I put an army down in Portland.
Which makes sense given the whole France
Yes.
thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Also, they're in Massachusetts Bay, so
Yes. Yeah. All right. So that concludes 1646. So these are 1646 builds in winter. Have a check on the leaderboard. Mapuche again had another very strong year, rocketing to the top. Mughal improving position, but I think staying level overall. I guess you
I went even.
Yeah, even. Mali, who we haven't talked to, we talk about occasionally, but also had a good year, picking up some dots from
Portugal.
Poland and Portugal down here. Tokugawa having a very good year. Austria, so we're starting to see the people in this
So
chat
are all
starting
five of
to
us in the
close
top?
to the top 5 of the
Yeah,
top
we're on the top
6.
seven.
Yeah, we're getting up there. I do remember this being the year where people are kind of waving the Mali flag, where it's like if Bumble playing Mali is not stopped now, then this is going to reach a kind of critical mass where we're not going to be able to do anything about it because Portugal's collapsing, Abyssinia has been getting kind of rolled all game, and then Tangle has one unit defending 3 dots. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
and this is
I remember a lot
also
of
this isn't what like March, where the whole anti-Molly thing is kind of started becoming the meta, right? Where you either take down Molly together or Molly takes out everyone out in West Africa.
Yeah, ultimately Mali was so comprehensively defeated it was removed from the future editions of the game.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He does have a really
Never they
nice
could be
position
stopped.
here, though. Like, I was playing a Mali game at the same time, and I found like a big deal is making sure that you don't have armies like bordering the Sahara Desert. And if you look around it here, like he's got no one for it. Like, there's that like one Portuguese army that's in Sila, but it's like there's nothing
Yeah,
that's really threatening his home
he has
sphere
complete
here.
control right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, just his own personal fast travel.
Right,
Yep.
exactly.
All right. Let's just go straight into the moves, right? So, I mean, we can start off there looking at Mali, and again, this like forever war continues. Now Abyssinia has switched again into favour Mali to help put them into Lagone, whilst Congo takes position here.
I guess Abyssinia didn't get the memo that everyone needs to coalition Mali now.
Well, Abyssinia is also getting punked by Adjuran, and Adjuran is allied with Congo, so
Yeah, they're kind of in a corner.
Yeah.
I distinctly remember King of Prussia resorting to what he called rat gameplay, which is doing anything he could do to survive. Pretty much.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is like makes sense because either they support Hold Lagone, but then they can't do that and cover Bunyora at the same time. So I 100% believe that King of Prussia just flat out lied to Congo here and went to Bunyora without them knowing he was heading.
Oh, absolutely. Congo was not happy about this.
Yeah. But yeah, Mali's still making progress. They're supporting themselves so that they're going to take Wallo next year, in all likelihood. They get kicked out of this centre here, but the army comes back, so that will be retaken. They're in a position with the fleet in Canary Basin where they can take the Canaries. So yeah, it's a very strong position up here.
Right. And not to speak for Kevin, but I can imagine he is just thoroughly enjoying himself watching Mali eventually come to kill Portugal, which I imagine he is like waving the flag of the entire time that they killed him.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. And it's something that I mentioned in the first video, but Portugal doing this deal with Mali was a factor in my doing a deal with Canadian and Mughals to kill them in India as well. So, lots of arrows. Talking of Kevin in Poland, lots of arrows heading south.
Yeah, finally we get him to move in now that Targoviste and Ochikov are potentially mine. So he starts
Can't have that.
moving south very quickly.
Although Jassie's supporting Targovista here, I'm guessing that's a misorder, perhaps, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Is he meant to support Banatin? I don't know.
No, I can't remember exactly what we were doing, but I believe we were trying to focus on popping his unit in Banat, because we're forcing a retreat here, and then he's covering.
So maybe support into
possible.
Transylvania was the intention.
I think so, and then yeah, I think he meant to tap it just so that he couldn't do what he's doing now, where Targoviste moves to Ochikov and then backfills.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it's probably just a misorder.
Yeah, I think he just meant to misordered.
Yeah. But yeah, the result of this is, and yeah, the fleet goes to Aegean, so Ottoman is in dire straits.
More or less done for it. Yeah.
And Russia's also got to be pretty happy about this as well, right? So
Yeah, for sure. I know Kevin was focusing mostly on finishing off the Ottomans and then in the far future moving eastward. Because as you could see, Kevin and I are working together, but we're also moving a lot of armies much closer to each other's borders. So it's nice, but when this is all said and done, we're gonna be kind of staring at each other, which neither of us I think wants. This is probably the first part of the game where I'm realizing that like I have a shot here, but I can't lose tempo. Even like if I don't lose dots to Kevin, I think even committing the units against him would slow me down enough that I just can't keep up with the board leads.
Right, you're a contender, but can you convert it into a win?
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Poland also heading north here to clean up these last two Swedish dots. Worth noting, convoying to Scania. In Asia,
I
this
get
kind of like
stabbed by Safavid.
yes. Turkestan counter ding.
There it goes again.
But
So
it
that
seems
army
like
gets split.
these are pretty. This is pretty passive moves though, right? So are you kind of like trying to play wait and see here, or was that like?
What was it? I think I was still expecting Ewok to stick with me. So he was supposed to go up to like Kazakh or Turkmenistan or something, but I just Russia has like way too many units up north there for me to do anything. Like he's got 3 units bordering Turfan, he's got 3 units bordering Turkestan. So I like can't really do anything aggressive until I get like King or Ching or Safavid to do it. And I do support King up there. I go Gansu to Gobi, give that a support. Where Russia was expecting Qing to attack Turfan and throws him a support on that.
Yeah.
But Ice Cream sticks with me here. He was asking me to stab Ayutthaya this turn, obviously, but I was I think I was telling him I was like I'm just about ready to do this, but I'll probably do it in fall. I think I said I needed Pegu to be open for me to like do a convoy. And you see me using that army in Hyderabad to go to Raja Mahendri. I'm using that to set up for the convoy in fall to Pegu. And then Ice Cream was telling me he was going to support me into Chengdu in the fall too. And then the following year, I would go down to Kunming and then I would give him Chengdu.
Yeah, because this is like this is feasibly Ayutthaya. You can sell this as like I'm helping you keep Chengdu. I'm supporting you out of Pegu.
100%. This is also a main reason why I stabbed, is because everything you see here is me helping Ayutthaya and getting nothing in return. So I'm helping him against the Dutch. I'm helping him hold against King because he's getting attacked. And there's like really no prospect of him helping me at any time near in the future here. Like he was the one expected to get Andaman Islands. He just kind of wanted me to hold him, support him against King or Qing in the fall too.
Yeah.
So like that was a big factor. And then obviously I get stabbed hard by Safavid here.
Yeah.
So when I lose like all the potential growth against Safavid and Russia, if they're going to work together, I figure like the only way I'm going to be able to win is if I expand through Ayutthaya now. So like this is going to have to be the time I do it. And there's obviously I wasn't thinking that pre-spring moves, or I wouldn't have let this stab happen. But like after it happened, that's what I was going for.
Yeah, and there's also the question of, if you did stick with Ayutthaya, how do they win with you at this point?
Yeah, that's it too. Like I didn't think they were going to win here at the beginning of the game when we were keeping up tempo a bit. Like I figured if we could both do that, then we can make it to the end. But he started really falling apart here, and like you said, he's not going to be able to win with me.
And the Dutch made, probably played a big role in that, making sure that Ayutthaya couldn't possibly win.
Yeah, that war helped me out a lot. Them just like death warring each other the entire game.
It is crazy how many people the Dutch lived just to spite.
Successfully.
Across the board, right? No joke.
Yeah. In the south here, I think I get the correct play here by Madras bracing against Penna, right? You don't tap
No, it actually
Pelago?
gets blown up. The Gulf of Manor one is tapping what's that center
Oh, it's
called?
tapping Madurai, which is
No, it's tapping Polygar. It just looks weird on the
yes.
map, but I tap your support here and
I remember
blow that
this,
fleet up.
yeah, because I remember, I think even in public chat or something, or saying, yeah, Gulf of Mana tapped Madurai, so great. I like got the right moveset in, but then, or maybe I did it in that like map correction thing, which was like, why is Madras getting blown up? Because Gulf of Mana went to Madurai, but didn't not to Pelican.
Yeah,
Right,
just
what's
the
really hard to
weird map
compare
graphics.
to the ocean on all the units there.
Yeah, and I think like random dude like actually agreed with me. And he was like, "Oh yeah, you're right. That doesn't look right. I'll go and correct it in the bot." And then
Yeah, that's funny.
looked back through the orders and was like, "Oh no, it's just the bot just drew the arrows funnily."
Yeah, it's in Court of Law where you're bringing up. Very funny.
Yeah. I feel
Well,
that
it wasn't called that yet, right? That
No,
was a
it
few
wasn't.
years later.
Yeah. So there was probably about 15-20 minutes where I was very pleased with myself. But yeah, as you said, yeah, Madras gets blown up. Bijapur is forced. So yes, this inevitable train keeps rolling.
And one thing I gotta mention with Safavid is Ewok subs out and Droid subs right back in after this. And I remember talking to him after. I was like, "Why did you stab again, man?" And he's like, "Oh, you're cool, but like Droids is back now, so I just wanted to give him the most brutal stabs in a brutal position. And see ya. Hope you do well." And I was like, "Fuck." And he also does the same to Grug. Like Grug and him were working together a lot, and he like stabs Grug pretty hard here. So like we both after that happened, I messaged him and I was like, "Droids is coming back in," and he's like, "Oh shit, we're done."
It's kind of like a mini version of the meme Ezio relationship in this game. Just stab everyone in the spring and hand it to your partner in the fall for them.
Yeah, it was a beautiful. I gotta say, it was a very good move, and this was the most duped I felt in the game. Like I really did trust Ewok, and he got me really good here. So like, props to him.
Yeah, it's a pretty aggressive move set. Yeah.
And then, also mentioning just how well he did. Safavid was in an absolutely horrible spot when he subbed in, and he's ending it with him getting like double stabs. He flipped Russia against me. So like, instead of me and Russia attacking him and Russia are attacking me, way better spot. Like very well played for the year and a half.
Yeah, because Turkestan is blown up here, right? And then there's going to be 2 on Uzgen with Yarkand being able to be cut. So Russia or Safavid can guarantee Uzgen support themselves into Mokran because they've got the fleet. I guess the fleet here. There's some guessing in terms of like Lakshore Deep Sea, but and yeah, you can force Baghdad as well. If you trust Russia, you can put 2 on Trebizond and 2 on Baghdad at the same time. So yeah, it's a great spot for Safavid now.
It is interesting, I would say, especially with this game, the kind of social aspect of subs, and we're dealing with not the same person. For Russia and, for the Safavid kind of co-op where it was Ewok and then it was Droids for a while, because, I don't know, you can kind of, I don't want to say game it exactly, but you kind of can, because when somebody else comes in, you go, "Oh, well, sorry, I mean, that guy was crazy. I don't know what he was doing."
No,
we could do this, though.
It's such a benefit.
Yeah. Please don't
right.
go back and look
Like,
at the press where I was lying to them constantly. Just trust them.
Right, exactly. Yeah. I remember,
If Droids didn't sub out when he did, I don't think like either of us would have flipped. I think me and Ezio would have just like dug the knife in him, and that would have been it.
I remember in the
Because like
original games,
Russia, neither of the Russian players trusted him at all, and I didn't trust him at that point. But like when you get the new fresh face, and it's like, it opens up your options again.
Right, yeah, it's a whole new person. In the original wave, there was 3 games, and the one of the games I was in, a Spanish player subbed out after I had stabbed him, of course, and a new person came in, did a great press, amazing press, made every deal they possibly could in the spring, and then stabbed every single person in the fall, and went from like -5 to like +11 or +12 or whatever, and then just left. And is it? I was like, okay, well, that was crazy.
Yeah, just like Mike.
Right, exactly. So I don't know. It was interesting to watch it play out with Russia and kind of Ewok and droids. It's like they're kind of just going back and forth because this entire time, like at least with Ewok and somewhat with droids, I'm trying to talk and like coordinate a little bit against Ottoman and against Russia. I'm just like, man, I don't know what you guys are doing.
Yeah. Tokugawa, lots of arrows of things moving.
Yeah, so let me see, what do we got going on here? So we have I'm finally making a run at the south. You can see me getting into Philippine Sea. I'm getting into Okinawa Tro, Philippine Strait. I'll have Formosa guaranteed if I want to force it, or I could try and grab something in Macau. Really just opening this position, and more than that, starting to look at this very overextended Ute position because I'm looking at Tasnica. I'm seeing that he is in a really strong southern position, and he's moving north. I think actually, Tasnica, you and me were talking
Yeah, this was
at
around
this.
the time of the game where we started talking a lot because I really
Yeah.
wanted you and Aymara to work together because that was the best way to ensure that Aymara could reach 32 without going through me.
Hmm. Yeah. So we start talking. We're talking about taking out Uday because again, this position is very overextended. They have a lot of fleets in areas that they just would need to defend and can't really grow much from here if they have pressure. So I'm making good progress in the north. I want to see how's the Russia campaign going. Yeah, it started back up. Um, or has it?
Well, this is a bounce, an agreed
The,
bounce, right? Just to keep Russia out, I'm guessing.
I can't remember if this is an agreed bounce
But then you're
or
backfilling
so.
Nivix, right? So maybe it's not. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think this is an agreed bounce. I'm pretty sure that Ice Cream was supposed to support me into a Mur here. Um, but Ice Cream at this point was again, Ice Cream wants to win the game. He doesn't really care as much if he's not winning. If he doesn't have a chance to win, he's not as involved. So by this point he's not really he's pretty checked out of the game. So it's possible that he didn't let me into a Mur, that he's like not he's trying to keep friendly with Russia so that he can try and make a run again
Yeah.
at me that these
In
are
the Mongolia, yeah, in the Mongolia, this looks like a 2-on-2 bounce that's arranged here as well, I would guess.
yeah, so these could all be
Yeah.
these could be coordinated with the intent of turning on me sooner rather than later. But yeah. So the idea is that we're attacking Russia here and we're getting ice cream into Russian dots and I backfill things on the coast like Evans. But then if you go over to North America, is this the turn where it happens? Is this uh, no, not quite. Not quite. So I think this is yeah. So we're starting to look at this position, and I'm starting to get in the mindset of okay, we need to stab Ute. So I'm trying to get in the position to stab Ute, and I make probably one of the biggest blunders of the game this turn. I am talking with Ute, and I let it slip that Amara has asked me to support Guatemala Basin to Berlanga Ridge. Um, because originally, up until about 30 minutes before adjudication, I think I was just doing that. I was supporting it. Um, and I hadn't told Ute about it, but I mentioned it in passing in conversation. And they were just like, no, 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 you're not doing that. That's a stab. I really can't be having that if we're going to stay allies because they were just really scared of it. Which I mean, fair. My goal again here is to get into Sonora with that. Um, but again, I'm still thinking back and forth, and I'm not, with the limited time, I'm not willing to immediately commit to a attack on Ute, to a stab on Ute this turn. And so I just get Amara to go to NPO2 so they can force Berlanga Ridge themselves.
Right.
And then, yeah.
Yeah, and you like force Nome because you're working. So it's funny
Finally.
because you're talking about Zargon and Salt have basically been fighting each other essentially the whole game, but you've so far have kind of been working with both.
Yes, because I'm
So-
just killing Inuit here. Like
Yes,
I'm
yeah.
I'm very clear in all my press with Zargon and all my press with Salt. I'm saying okay. Well, in my press with Zargon, I'm saying I'm getting Alaska and then I'm going to Britain. In my press with Salt, I'm saying I'm getting Alaska and then I'm going to California. But in both instances, it involves me getting into Alaska. So that's my goal here. I want to set up a really strong base of operations, and just have a good launching point for either of those, whichever one seems more viable. If I can get both to work, I'd be happy. But yeah. Yeah, nothing too crazy though. I'm trying to think if there's any other interesting parts to my position,
Well-
but it's a very quiet year for me.
You went to Edo, right, to set up that future convoy, but you're not quite in the
Yes.
position to do it yet because you don't have a fleet that's in any of these
No.
spots here. So
Yeah, there was. Did I get into Arctic Ocean again, or no? Did I move
no,
out of
Arctic Ocean is empty. Yeah.
Chukchi Sea, I mean.
Oh, Jack, you see? Yes, you
No,
do
I
get into
yeah.
Koryak goes
Oh
into
yeah, I
Jack, you
do.
see.
'Cause
Yeah.
the idea was possibly convoy Edo to Yupik, get it in
Ah.
there,
Yeah,
and
Edo, yeah, that's clever. Yeah, yeah.
so then I can build another unit in Edo, and I can have a unit there to maybe attack Salt if I need to. I probably wasn't going to attack Salt. I think that was like very low on the possibilities, but more likely be able to just convoy through Gulf of Alakshak to somewhere. Yeah, just having an army on North America would be very nice.
And I guess you could convoy to Hawaii as a backup.
Yeah, I was
Have
considering
them
that as well. I think I end up I think I end up convoying that, or I guess we'll see that in fall. So I can
find
talk
out
about
soon.
where I
Yeah.
yeah, we'll find out soon.
Yeah. We touched on your moves in South America and Indonesia, Tasnica, but
Yeah, in Indonesia, because this is when I stab Oot. They got. I wasn't even thinking about stabbing them the previous turn, but they got paranoid about me, so I moved to Coral Sea. And once I was in there, I'm like, okay, yeah, actually, Oot is really vulnerable, and they already don't trust me, so I'm gonna stab them. And I also get into Sumatra because the Dutch are still throwing everything at Ayutthaya, which is just fine with me.
the Dutch have picked their 4 players that they want to fuck over, and that is their mission. And if anybody else gets
Basically,
anything else, then like, so be it.
And I pull back to Timor Sea, I think because I'm worried that Portugal might try to get revenge and slip into my back line. And with the intention of just pivoting against Oot if Portugal does not go to Timor Sea, which they don't. In fact, they just hold, I think.
Yeah, they hold an Indian Ocean. Yeah.
Yeah. On the South American side of things, let's see. So now that me and Aymara have built 6 fleets and are best friends, it is time to really push out and capitalize on our alliance. So both of us send out a bunch of fleets. Aymara changes their plans slightly with the Tokugawa stuff, but they're still, getting the stuff out. And we also start building a lot of cores because Mapuche and Aymara's big problem, especially when they're trying to split South America, is that all of their expansion paths are really far away. So cores really help to shorten that distance and allow them to continue expanding far beyond their original homelands. So I'm like coring like 3 or 4 different places right now. Aymara is doing a core in Panama, which would be huge if it succeeds because that means that the Caribbean
North Coast. Yes.
is now an option, which would be incredible for making our alliance sustainable in the long run. Because all of a sudden that's even more dots that Aymara can get, which are not Mapuche dots. There is, however, one problem in Paradise, and that is Aymara deciding without telling me to disrupt our demilitarized border by walking into Asuncion, which, as you can see, borders 3 of my centers.
Yeah.
Which are one of which is completely undefended.
Cordoba undefended, yeah.
Yep. And again, they could have talked with me about this, maybe work something out, expressed concern about Asuncion, but nope, they just walk in and announced. And again, this is a center of theirs that I walked out of last turn. So if they were worried about me sniping Asuncion, they probably shouldn't have been. But this one move, especially after I went so out of my way last year to build diplomatic capital with them, really sends up red flags for me and puts a big strain on a relationship that's kind of more than you would expect from how innocuous the move might look just on its own.
Yeah, I guess what they might be thinking is it doesn't really have anything else to do, this army. I mean, obviously, it could just hold. It could core. So I
can hold.
agree.
It can core. It can move. It can move north. And one of those other armies that could, like the army. What's that army that goes east? Like that one could have gone
Choima, but then Choima doesn't have anywhere else to go, at least with this moveset, right? So.
Yeah, but there's things it could have done, or you could have just told me. It's like, hey, I want to cover Asuncion. I'm sending an army there.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is a point of tension.
But Portugal basically we didn't mention it in the bills, but they disbanded their last 2 units in South America, so they gave up on Bahia.
Yep, so that's mine. I do lose Maratstad, but I position myself to take it back.
Yeah, you can retake it because you're in South Atlantic. You're coring St. Helena.
Yep. Because Aymara wants to know, hey, where are you getting your 32 from? And I'm like, Oceania and Africa. So St. Helena is a great way both to invade Africa someday and also secure the South Atlantic, which is going to be very important for me to have a monopoly over if I'm going to push into Africa and even just hold this entire east coast of mine. Like, there's a lot of dots that could be raided if someone else had a big force in the South Atlantic.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. North America. It's a continuation of the detente with Spain, and the punishing of France, where now I'm supporting Ute into Illinois to get them on side against France. In exchange, they're tapping Fort Detroit, so IRE can force Seneca, whilst Onieda taps Mont Royal. And I cover Mohawk, so this all works. So basically, I get Seneca, Ute is in Illinois, and we'll get Fort Detroit in full. Get the bouncers here in Port Royal, move out of Bermuda, but in a position to cover it in case France does get in. Could just support myself back. Putting pressure again here to Windward Passage, so Poland has been promised San Domingo. And I think at this point my cooperation with Poland is you're going to get San Domingo, and then once France is dead, I'm going to help you fight Spain if you want, and also just generally Spain, Poland. You can take all these Dutch dots. I'm not heading in that direction as well. My good old buddy Inuit is bouncing Labrador Sea for me. Thank you very much. And yeah, setting up this army in Quadricac to come down to Innis so that is this bird now? Is this Inuit 4 that we have at this moment? I feel like it might be.
This feels like around the time.
Yeah.
No, because I know the exact turn Bird comes in, and the turn he comes in, I start working with him. So
Okay,
no,
so it
it's
might
not
be
Bird yet. It's still
might
Hunt.
be time before then. Yeah.
Coming up.
Yeah, coming up. Yeah. And yeah, then in Europe, which we didn't touch on here, yeah, my buddy the Dutch, who are just like screw France. So like, yeah, sure, I'll put you into Paris. No, I'm not gonna go into Amsterdam. Instead, I'm gonna take Bremen. Spain supporting me into Iberian Current. I think I said to France that they should do this convoy. And France, yeah, I could go through the press and find out, but I'm pretty sure this is right. That France knew that I was going to Iberian Current. And I said to them that they should convoy to Galicia. And that I could put them in Porto. Even whilst I was still fighting them over here.
Well, Porto and Madrid are both undefended as a result of this.
Yes, they are. Yeah. Well, Madrid can. Yeah, because Navarre gets into Aquitaine and Barcelona gets into. Yes, so Madrid is a walk-in. Correct. Yes. Yeah.
Oh man. What a bad day for Spain.
Yeah, I'm not sure if France
Yeah,
if France was planning on doing this anyway, but I suggested to them that they should do that move.
Yeah, because now all of Iberia is pretty much open at this point.
Yeah. And yeah, we talked about these moves here. So yeah, so that's the spring basically. I guess just a brief run through of Africa, which none of us are really qualified to talk about, but we can give opinions on anyway. But
yeah, I got kicked off the continent.
Yeah, they're not here to defend themselves, so
yeah. But then this is again Mali. Oh no, we did talk about this, didn't we? Mali forces Lagone, and Abyssinia goes into Banyoro because Congo has to choose, and in the end gets neither.
I'll say the Dutch move in Europe was very funny because the entire time, he's pretty much death warring with his little unit in Saxony, and I'm like, hey man, listen, like we can come to a deal here. Like, I'm sorry I one-dotted you. Like we could work something out. And he goes, okay, cool. And I go, listen, you could force me out of Bremen. I'll just retreat. I'll support you into Amsterdam, and if you use Ghent, you can get your capital back. And he goes, okay, cool. And then immediately after the turn adjudicates, but before the map comes out, and I go, hey, like I held up my end of the deal. Like I did what I said I was gonna do. And he's like, oh my god, really? I absolutely thought you were lying. So
well, unless Wad and Sea taps Southern Bite here, right? That move doesn't work.
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah.
So
yeah, well, I think we were talking a little bit, but I know he was coordinating with you in some way. So if it's Wad and Sea and Ghent, I think it does work. But
yeah, and then
you can't have both.
Then he doesn't take Bremen, so yeah. So.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it was just funny because he's like, oh, okay, well, and then after this year, he's like a little more receptive to maybe working together, but it's only ever against Poland, who I value much more as an ally than the Dutch.
Yeah, because you retreat into Kiel, right? Rather than you could have retreated into Lubeck. I mean,
could have been Yep.
I guess
that would have been a match.
Yeah, I guess then you're relying on the Dutch support holding you in Lubeck, which they probably don't. So like, yeah,
he absolutely would not.
Yeah. But yeah. It's so English army in Paris, Spanish fleet in Nantes. It's going to be a French Madrid shortly. So we're all like all running around.
Bad day for colonials not named England.
Yeah. And then in fall, the Dutch support hold me in Paris and brace against you in Kiel, so they keep Bremen. I tell Spain that I'm going to Porto to cover it against France. I guess Barcelona didn't get into. I mean, there must have been a brace here.
Oh, it must have bounced or something.
Yeah, it must have bounced and we just didn't see. Yeah. So, no, yeah, I tell Spain, like, yep, I'm going to Porto to cover it. I'm your best friend. And I think this basically all bounces because Nantes, the support bounces. So yeah. And this bounces obviously. So all status quo, but France losing Paris basically.
Yep.
Again.
He finishes his core in Strasbourg, and then I chicken out and move back into Freiburg because I thought he was doing what I've done to him before, and I thought he might just like walk in.
Going
and then-
to Bonn here, was that just like you think you needed to bounce or?
No, I was kind of planning, well, because I take Genoa here against France, so
Yes.
I'm moving more so as a position to start taking those my western dots, so Lux, Strasbourg, Savoy, or sorry, Dijon and Genoa, and I'm not going to do that in Utrecht. And I have finished the Utrecht core, and I do believe I'm getting a build, so I was eyeing just throwing a fleet down and calling that my personal win con.
Yeah, that would be pretty fun. Yeah.
It would have, yeah.
And then this is like the Ottoman collapse, right? Where
Yeah, pretty much. The East is kind of wrapped up as far as tactics are concerned,
And-
and it's pretty much all diplomacy now,
Yeah,
which
and-
is also very tough.
Bakhchisarai doesn't even support hold.
Yeah, at this
Pochettino
point,
here.
yeah, talking to Grug, he had kind of relinquished his holdings in, I would say, Europe and more or less around the Black Sea, and he was looking to finish the game on the board, is what I recall.
Yeah, he was pretty demoralized around
Yeah,
this time.
it was rough.
Yeah. We also see the actual, not inevitable, but the actual elimination of Sweden here, with Poland taking Stockholm and Umeå. And they take
It's a reversal.
Ochkiv. This is a fantastic turn for Poland.
Yes, a little too good.
Yeah.
Is that the two developers of diplomacy? The being the first two people eliminated?
Right. Yeah. No, that is crazy.
Yeah. Well, it's like James Naismith isn't LeBron James, so that makes sense, right?
Right. Exactly. This term was also funny because right at the start of the game, they were both pitching, attacking one another, and I had sent them almost immediately. Like I would just draw a horizontal line, and I go, okay, hey, I'll take all the centers on this side of the line. You take all the ones on this one. And for whatever reason, Poland pulled that up now, and it was like, oh, hey, like I should be in Targoviste according to the map we made 2 months ago. And I was like, okay, hey, listen, buddy, that is absolutely not happening right now. The circumstances have changed.
But he helped so much.
Yeah.
Yeah. We see here the if we pile on the Ottoman misery, I guess they get support from Ajuran into Bana here. The only thing more certain than Ottoman misery is Abyssinian misery. But yeah, Safavids go in on Baghdad and Trebizond. Russia doesn't interfere, which means they get both of those. And
yeah, rough day to be an Ottoman.
We do have
Yep.
Safavid, an alliance between the three of you guys sticking for 2 consecutive turns.
I know. Can you imagine someone didn't stab for Turkestan? What the hell? I gave the support. Okay. This is like a pretty funny turn flip for me because like when adjudication happens and you can like hit the scoreboard thing before the map actually drops.
Yeah.
So like before I ended the turn, I calculated I'd either be from like 18 at worst to 22. And when I did the scoreboard thing, it showed me I was at 23. And I was like, what the hell? Like, how did I get to 23 here? Like, droids must have not stabbed me. I must have got 2 things off of Ayutthaya. Or I guess I should explain the moves first. But yeah, this just ended up being a lot worse for me than like I initially thought with the scoreboard. Like you were saying, I was very happy for like 5-10 minutes. Like, oh my god, 23, I'm gonna win the game. And then when I see the moves and I see like I get attacked so hard, and Ayutthaya is gonna get a retreat on me, I was like, oh shit! Like my prospects of the game flipped like in 5 minutes very hard.
Because
You
they
walk
could
into
have.
Kunming, but force Chengdu and force a retreat into Rinpunga.
Yeah, so I'll explain
Yeah.
that. So what I got from Ayutthaya before, like from press, was that he was gonna keep Kunming there and support Chengdu, and then he was gonna bounce Guangxi with Macau, but he was gonna tap Hugong with Macau, but he ended up tapping Hugong with Kunming, and I didn't specify that because I couldn't be like, hey, how as unprotected as Kunming? Like I couldn't dig too much into it here, so I gathered like he's probably gonna keep Kunming there. I need to cut support. I'll get Chengdu, and then we'll just blow it up. But because he does move out with Kunming, obviously he can just retreat to Rinpengpa, which is kind of bad. But I got the convoy in there in the south with the army to Pegu, so that's like a very strong position. He's completely open and like doesn't have any builds and stuff. And then I also have the cores for Sasaram and Kolkata open there for the next year, so I have like a very good stab on him besides the little retreat here.
Yeah, it's pretty devastating, right? This is kind of game over for Ayutthaya from this point on.
And me and Ice Cream are setting this up for like I said, a year at least. Like he was questioning me about it when he first made the moves the previous spring. And also, I was expecting to get stabbed or get attacked again by Safavid here. So like that really just locked in my decision to stab Ayutthaya hard.
Yeah, they don't guarantee taking Uzgun, right? They once again prioritize getting position for later.
Yeah, which surprised me a bit.
Yeah, because this all bounces here, so.
Yeah, I end up keeping both. Because I was expecting to lose Uzgan and Turfan if they both attacked me, but I end up keeping both here, which is nice. But yeah, like you said, the position's pretty bad with his R move and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gave that support to droids going to Turkestan. I really wasn't expecting that, but like if he took it, I felt like that'd be a good way out. And if not, like I can't really do much with Uzgan. I wasn't expecting the Hazar move, so I probably would have bounced that if I knew that. But
yeah, I think that this is the start of, because I always been talking to Safavid and Ayutthaya about what are we going to do about the Mughals. They're going to kill me and then they're going to come for you next. And Ayutthaya mostly, like I said in the last video, but didn't really do much press with me at all. But when droids came back, droids was very much on the absolutely, what can I do to help keep you alive in India, which is where this plan of like Laccadive Plateau going to Lakshor Deep Sea, and I tap Bijapur and he taps Ahmedabad came in. With the idea of I'm not asking for any dots. I'm just going to be helping you take Mughal stuff. Like I just want to be a pain in the ass to them and screw around with them. How can I help do that? So
yeah, well played. You guys definitely do a good job of that over the next few years.
Because you don't you're already picking up Madras anyway right here, but you're not taking anything else, I think. Yeah,
I go for that.
Oh, Polygon gets...
Neither of those is going to work. Yeah, Polygon
gets blown up. Yeah, and I just call with Madurai because it's going to get tapped anyway, so I thought it would be funny.
The French course is...
Yeah. You could have walked into Maldives as well.
Yeah, I could have. I think France has... Yeah, if you look a little south, there's like 3 units there. So I was like, I'm more of a... prioritize the position kind of thing than like just try to go for a stabby dot. So like I'd rather just try and finish things up than just try to go up one more. Plus I think I was obviously I was expecting the stab to work on Ayutthaya, so I was expecting to go like +2 there. I have the +1 versus Madurai. At worst I lose 3 at top, so I think I was guaranteed to go even if Ayutthaya bounced Pegu, I would go down 1, but I wasn't expecting that too much. Yeah, so worst case would be even.
Yeah, so it's the same situation as we were talking about with the, not exactly the same, but with Tasnica's stab, where why go dot grabbing when you don't have this cause to put down the extra units, right? So.
Yeah, and I think what am I at? Oh yeah, I do get a bunch of builds here. So yeah, I can stick the 2 right on Ayutthaya's border the next turn. And that was the main important thing for me.
Yeah. All kinds of dipsy doodle around here in Indonesia.
Oh yeah. Speaking of Ayutthaya, you're good.
No, you jump in. You know more about what's going on.
All right, fair enough. So Ayutthaya, despite the big diplomatic fail of losing their primary ally in Mughal, compensates for this by actually doing press with me, and apparently also press with the Dutch. They basically ask me for support into Andaman Islands, which I give them. I'm like, sure, yeah, I'm willing to do that. And they apparently convinced the Dutch to, send their fleets more southward. There was a Dutch fleet in Cambodia not all that long ago, but now the Dutch are more turtling and, starting to fight back against me, which clearly is not allowed. I'm not happy about that. And I even lose Sumatra, not to the Dutch, but to wait, no.
No, it is the Dutch. Yeah, the Dutch get in because they get Portuguese support.
But France supports themselves in.
Yeah, it's a bounce, right?
But it's no, because it's a 3v2.
Oh, the Dutch double support.
yeah.
The Dutch, I missed other Dutch support. Yeah, so the Dutch do get in, but France tries to snipe it as well. And the Dutch get it because of the Portuguese, who I believe just held the previous turn.
Yes, they
so
did, yeah.
I was not expecting. So all these powers that are gunboating me are all of a sudden, one's doing press with me, and the other two are coordinating against me. Like, where's this coming from?
I think it's probably coming from the fact that this is your position on the leaderboard.
Yes. Coalition, the leader. I didn't even particularly want to be on top of the leaderboard, but England and Mughal stalled for so long that I just sort of caught up. But on the better news, I am making progress against Oot. I get into whatever that island is where those centers are.
Massacre.
And Oot goes to Zemblog. I'm pretty sure they're not actually stabbing Spain. I'm pretty sure this is arranged.
Yeah, so Oot cores or starts coring Manando, and instead of covering Massacre, goes to Bandasi instead.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I think they were trying to outplay me.
Yeah.
Like, they probably figured, oh, Taz will think that I'm going to cover Makassar with my fleet, and we'll do something clever instead, so I will outthink them. I was also, like, trying to press with them and ease the tensions after the previous stab, so this might just be a successful double stab. That could also be part of it. But the net result is I'm doing well against Oot, but I lose Sumatra.
Yeah, and do you take anything? No, you don't pick anything up, but you get. I mean, your Halmera C is a great place to be for you, though, right?
Yes, especially since I'm talking more and more with Tokugawa, and so I'm coordinating with Tokugawa, coordinating with Ayutthaya. So I have more allies than enemies, and definitely have. What's up?
You've got Yute's core or almost pre-core completely surrounded now at this point.
Yes, yeah. You can easily force
it, and
you've got 3 on it. Yeah.
And with Aymara and Tokugawa working together at NPO, Oot has just those 3 fleets. There's no reinforcements coming. Now, it is an area with lots of retreat options. So, like the Dutch, it could be really hard to finish off all those units if Oot really wants to keep them in there. But he's not getting more than that.
Yeah. We'll come back to you taking this Spanish dot with agreement later, because that's important for what happens in the Americas too. But East Asia with Tokugawa, there is a convoy, but it's not a very exciting one.
It isn't exciting, but it is very, very utilitarian. So I don't have any open slots. If you can just go over to Alaska real quick. The only spot that I would be in position to convey to is Alaska. And unfortunately, I basically figure out I'm talking to Ute, I'm talking to Inuit. I'm trying to talk to Hun, but Hun is not wanting to negotiate with me for whatever reason. Um, and I'd like to convoy my army over to Yupik here, but I end up realizing that that's just not going to happen. I would need to get Salt support from Koyukon to do it, and maybe Salt does it, but in my opinion, Salt probably, I don't know. For whatever reason, I didn't think Salt was going to be willing to give me that support and would probably want to uh like make an attack with it. And maybe tap to Chone to make sure that it can't have a support into whatever that tile is he's going into right there. So I come to the understanding that Salt's probably not going to go for it. So I just offer, well, I can't get you pick this turn, but it's better because I'm attacking Ute this turn, to just attack, to just let Salt into you pick instead. And this basically is a massive, massive mistake. One, because it's possible I could have gotten Salt to come around on this U-pick idea of convoying. And two, because now I have linked in Zargon's head, the Ute player's head, as an ally of Salt. And because I've helped Salt, now I carry that same burden, that same baggage.
The stain of Salt.
Exactly. So it's like, and yeah, so I start my journey to becoming as hated as Salt in Ute's head. So yeah, so back in Asia, we have the convoy to Koryax, and what Koryax does is one, it frees up my Edo for another build, and two, because I probably won't be having a convoy anytime soon, it gives me a unit that can just sit there and core for a year, because the Koryax core allows me to get more fleets down quicker. Because at this point in the game, you're getting close to the point where people start to snowball. So I will need those open build slots if I at one point need to defend from, say, Tasnica, or maybe I attack Tasnica. We'll see.
Yeah,
We'll
and
see how
crucially,
things go.
it's a core that's next to the North Pacific Ocean as well, right? So because at the moment you only have
Yeah.
one in Ito, so getting a second where you can put a fleet down and immediately go to NPO is really important.
Yeah, then you can see a lot of like nice little things going on in Southeast Asia. I get into Cebu, I follow into Philippine Sea, I get into Formosa. Like there isn't much tactical finesse to these because I've opened up the way in previous turns, but it's fantastic. It's bettering my position. I'm getting dots. Um, I'm working with Ice Cream to break open the southern China,
Yeah.
and I'm getting deeper into Russia. Um, you can't see it on the board right here, but one thing that I'm really worried about at this time is my relationship with Ching, with Ice Cream. Um, because when you have someone in a vassal situation like I do Ice Cream here, like it's clear that he's a vassal, but he's a very dangerous vassal if you were to turn. I'm very much trying to keep him emotionally on side because considering he doesn't have he's not winning the game at this point, or him winning the game would be bad for me because the only way he can go is into me. I emotionally helping me needs to remain better than helping Diplostrats, helping Russia. So I am very reluctant to send any press that's kind of like accusing, kind of I don't trust you. And for that reason, I don't do the move which I really should have done, which is tell Ice Cream, hey, I really need to put an army in Korea. Because once I have an army in Korea that's just stationed there and say Hanyang, or Pyongyang, or any of those dots, I am very, very secure. I know Ice Cream isn't going to attack me because it just becomes too messy and he doesn't make progress. But I figure that I'm doing well enough. Ice Cream isn't making that much progress in Russia. He's not. He won't have the tempo he would need, especially with Mughals doing so well, to ever turn on me. So I can probably stomach not risking flipping him. And then in North America, we also have my attack on Ute starts, I believe, this turn.
Yeah, you
yes.
support
So I
yourself into. Yeah.
yeah. North Equatorial Current, yeah. I think unfortunately this is a retreat. Yeah. If I'd have
Yeah.
known, obviously the game's very easy to play, I'll say, when you know what the other person's moves are, like you said, Tangle. But I probably would have let this
because this is a bounce in Berlanga Ridge, right? Because Spain supports UT.
yes.
But
Yeah.
Aymara bounces
And
them because Guatemala is cut. So even though you offer the support, it's 3, but it's Guatemala base is cut, so it's a 2-on-2. But you do force North Equatorial Current.
I force it, which means that it retreats back to California.
Yeah.
Or one of the other things, because having Ute's fleet out of position in Berlanga Ridge right now would be fantastic. I'm not sure how many builds they have, but any is good. Any out of positioning is good. So I'm opening it up. It's not as devastating as I would have hoped. Obviously, I love wars where I just get in, I take 3 dots off people. But this is not going to be one of them, and it starts to become a grind. And yeah, I think that covers most of the stuff, because this isn't the turn where I do a funny on Tasnica yet. Yeah.
Yeah, so we can carry on. No, let's do South America first, actually, because.
So yeah, South America, we see the resolution of the tensions between me and Aymara. So after Aymara moves to Asuncion, I am very worried that he's going to stab me, because he could very easily just walk into Cordoba. So I decide to tell Aymara, hey, it kind of sucks that you moved next to a bunch of my centers without telling me, but I get why you did it. I'm cool with it. You can keep the unit there as a garrison if you'd like. And Aymara says, okay, cool. Knowing that, I then proceed to tap the army, knowing that if he leaves, it'll most likely be to Cordoba, and I want to be able to compensate for that if he stabs me. Instead, he goes back up north again without telling me, and I walk into Asuncion. So,
reversal. That's so crazy.
I end up with the dots that I'd walked out of the previous year by kind of accidentally stabbing Aymara.
Yeah, it was a reverse stab. That's crazy.
And I also finish all 3 cores.
Yeah, which is also important, right? You take Maratsad back. No, you don't take Maratsad back, because you go for Belem instead, right?
Yep, which I do successfully walk into.
Yeah.
So Maratstad is kept by the Dutch, but I now have 4 units bordering it?
Oh, yeah, 1. Yeah, because you're now 2 and 3. Oh, can you get another one in there? Yeah, this is the beginning of the.
I thought there was 3 on it, right? He's got 2 in
Oh, no, sorry. Yes, no, you're right. You double support, so you do take Maratsad. Yes, yeah. I didn't see that support line there.
Oh, you're correct. I do take it anyway. So it's a great turn for me. I get 4 centers in South America, with admittedly some tensions and miscommunications with Aymara, but I'm not, it's not a direct, blatant stab. It's more of a somehow we ended up in this position. Unfortunately, more bad news for the Aymara relationship, though. Their Panama core is cut by Spain, which is really bad for their prospects of expanding north. Berlanga Ridge gets bounced. So their momentum away from me gets really cut short. Which, paired with the tensions over Asuncion, are not great for our functionality as an alliance, and are going to have to be repaired if we're going to be able to continue working together.
Yeah, absolutely. Aymara picking up Madeira and Putumayo here, but obviously losing us as Chancellor, only going up +1. So this is a nice convoy here to Bogota, though, and with their armies here and also in position to take Amazon next turn, they're still it's still pretty good for them, right? If clearer communication here, and they would have been fine.
Yeah, we're still going to sweep South America. It's just that our setup for where to go next has been kind of interrupted on the Aymaran end. I'm still doing all right in Oceania and setting up for Africa as well, but they're starting to run into a wall, and that wall needs to go down if we're both going to win this game.
Yeah, because what they really need to do is they need to put a fleet down in Galapagos, and yeah, where would they put their other unit down? Because like the other place where they could put their units like so far behind where they need to go to get more dots, right?
Well, they're only going +1 this year, so they only have
No,
one to put
I
down.
meant yeah. Even if they did, even if this didn't happen, if they just held, their second build is like you're right. Yeah,
probably another fleet in Exura, right?
yeah.
Or even hold the build.
Yeah.
And go and hopefully put it in Panama if that core finishes. Obviously that doesn't happen.
Yeah. If we move into the Caribbean and North America, so this is like the continuation of the punishing France for their not very good stab on me earlier, where now fully on board with Ute, so Ute, which I supported into Illinois, now gets Fort Detroit, and I take Mont Royal and backfill Seneca and take Mohawk. France could have tapped Mohawk here and bounced me out. I guess maybe I'd have to look back through the press. I think like there might have been some misdirection here with France where I didn't explicitly say that I wasn't going to attack them, but I didn't explicitly say that I was going to either. So, and even better is France's pushing away into Ute. So they're losing Ojikri at the same time as France is, as I'm getting 1, 2, 3 dots from France here. And yeah, they continue, and also carrying on working with the Inuit player here, who I think you're right, still might be Hun, by pulling out of Arctic Ocean into Labrador Sea. The tap on NA01 makes this go with support, and also telling Inuit that they should go to Papinashwa because I bet you France covers Naskapi rather than holding here, which works as well. So it's pretty devastating for France in North America this turn. Losing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dots, gaining 1, so going down -4 in North America in total. And then if you throw in the Caribbean as well, continuing as promised to Poland that like, yep, Santo Domingo is yours. So in the American continent as a whole, going -5 is pretty
yeah, just a real collapse.
Yeah, it's pretty awful. This was a bounce here where I told Poland that I was supporting Spain into Bay of Panama, so you should support yourself into Bay of Panama. So I knew that this would bounce. I don't know. Cass probably figured that this was going to be a bounce, but I don't think she knew that this wasn't an arranged bounce, for example.
Right. She could have supported with Honduras.
Yes. Yeah. She could have done. Yeah. But tapping the core was probably an important consideration. However, the most important thing, actually, I mean, this is all important as well, but the most important thing moving forwards is this move here. Arapaho walking into Apache and Apache walking out to Karankawa, which combined with what we talked about earlier, where Ute is getting a walk into Zambonga. So Ute is picking up 2 Spanish dots without any resistance, whilst Spain is also supporting Ute down into Belanga Ridge. And I'd pressed with Zargon and Cass, the Utean Spanish player, after this, and they were both just like straight up. Cass was just like, "Oh yeah, I can't win this game. I'm losing, so I'm just giving Zargon, my best ally, any dots that he wants." And Zargon was like, "Yeah, that's pretty much right. Cass just came to me unprompted and said, "Hey, have some dots. What do you want?" Which I found out after the move phase, obviously, in a phase where I'm working with Ute to like to give them a dot here against France. At which point I'm like, okay, well, this detente with Spain is off because I'm not going to help defending Spain in the Caribbean if all I'm doing is just stopping me in Poland and Aymara from taking their dots just so you can sweep up behind and take everything. That's not in my interest. And I'm not helping Ute fight France and help them take dots in the north if they're getting free dots in the south as well without having to work for it. So then this is the beginning of what we'll see in the next phase, where even though France is in this awful position and could easily be killed off, and if you look at I think we've already talked a little bit about what went on in Europe as well. I flip back and go back to France and make them the offer of, similar to with ice cream, of essentially vassalage, where I will work together. I will ensure that you live in this game. I'll make sure that you get as good a result as possible. But I have the hammer on you anytime I want to drop it. But as long as you keep on doing what I say, I won't drop it because we need to fight Spain and you. Otherwise, you're going to die even faster.
Yes, we've got quite a few vassals in this game. We basically got Spanish as an Ute vassal. We have Qing as a Tokugawa vassal. France as an English vassal. Abyssinia as sort of
Abyssinia is, I'll do whatever anyone wants as long as it keeps me alive.
Inuit is kind of getting to that point. It's definitely interesting.
Yeah. And so if we go to the winter phase of 1647, I just want to check that this is correct. Yep. So we see Mughals with their unexpected builds, another fleet in Kolkata and 2 armies ready to press on into Ayahata.
Yeah, I have 4 builds here, so just maxing it out. Everyone's my enemy now, so just placing down everything.
Yeah. Safavid putting another fleet down in Bandar Abbas. I guess it's like what we've talked about this before, right? Where you look at the map and you're like, do they really need another fleet? Especially because my fleet in Lakshore Deep Sea is working with them. But also it's like, well, what's an army they're actually going to do?
Yeah, it's incredibly pro-Russian to drop a fleet in Bandar Abbas when you have Khiva open, Iran's open, Tabriz is open, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, maybe there you can look at some kind of convoy, but if Sind is trying to support a convoy, it's probably going to get tapped anyway, so that won't work. So yeah, it's tricky. We have 2 fleets and another army, but not in Edo, ready for a convoy. More flooding of North Pacific Ocean, I presume.
Just at this point, I mean, like, there's so many adjacencies of MPO that I can always use another fleet, and especially, I mean, at this point, I'm starting to think of whether I want to continue, if I want to try and wrap around the Arctic Ocean, if I want to go into South Pacific Ocean, if I want to just go into Indonesia. All those options, everything needs a fleet, and very little of it needs an army, considering that I have ice cream as my army, basically. So, yeah.
Yeah, and look at all these, like, Spain disbands. Spain is like, we're done with Asia. The Dutch are pulling an army. Ayutthaya is pulling a fleet. And
I get to use my core.
You get to use your core in Flores, building a fleet there. So all of this mishmash in Indonesia is definitely up for grabs. And an army
and then I
build,
built.
but very far away, but it's still an army.
Yep,
interesting.
that's negotiated with Aymara. I'm like, I need to build an army so that I can start convoying stuff into Africa. Because once you
Yeah.
know the South American dots are drying up, I need a next target, and Africa's, and I do a next target. And Amar's like, well, I'm not really comfortable with you building more armies. Like, I'll put it as far away from you as possible. I'll build it in Tehuelche, and then move it up, and then it can convoy over from there. And if I don't have a route to Africa, I'll just send it to like Marastad or something, or St. Helena, where it's kind of on deck for further action.
Yeah, and we didn't talk too much about Africa that turn, but like Congo putting down 3 armies, you must be delighted about that.
Oh yes, absolutely. In fact, this is really when I start to kind of interject myself into the Congo-Mali rivalry, basically telling both of them that I will keep the other out of the South Atlantic, provided that they stay out of it themselves. And basically saying, hey, whichever one of you is friendly or toward me, I will attack the other one. And that is in fact, my actual plan at the moment, is to basically keep Asuncion, but otherwise patch things up with Aymara, and go against one of the African powers with the help of the other. I haven't committed yet which one, because I've really been on the fence, and neither of them has made me an especially compelling offer. But the good news is that I don't really need to commit until fall, because I'm not quite in position yet to really push hard into Africa, but I will be soon.
We didn't actually look at how well Congo did in that fall turn, because they did this really neat convoy to Cormentin, which Bumble and I completely overlooked for some reason. I don't know why we didn't see it, but we didn't even think of this. But which is fantastic, because they get an army into Cormentin and they still have the 2 fleets next to it, so that's great for them. Plus, they also, quite amusingly, oh no, they don't. They have Mandara, supports here, but yeah, they lose Great Ardra, but that can retreat to Notsi, or there's lots of places it can go to. Actually, only Notsi.
I think that might have actually been my idea, because Congo went to me asking if she could move into the South Atlantic, and I'm like, well, instead of doing that, how about you do a convoy with all those fleets instead, and then build a bunch more armies to fight Mali, and I will come help you next year, and start convoying stuff over. Because I remember having a lot of chats with Congo around this time, basically trying to keep her out of the South Atlantic, and trying to see if she'd be a viable ally for me in Africa.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. A pretty good move.
Not that she couldn't have come up with it on her own,
Yeah.
because she's quite skilled at tactics, and might have done it anyway.
Yeah. Lose Banda, but this Adjuran move to Bunyoro must be a misorder as well, which allows King of Prussia to fight again, getting into Burundi and kicking Adjuran out of Mekele. Blowing.
Yeah, he keeps on coming back.
Yeah.
He keeps on coming back every time it looks like he's about to die.
Yeah, losing
nope.
Bana, but yeah.
A lot of people are really good at surviving on like almost lost positions in this game. Like it took a long time to kill a lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, this is a skilled game. There's some really persistent players in here, minus the ones who sub out. But then the subs themselves are often just as tenacious.
We see here in Europe 3 more Polish armies. So this is what
Yep.
So at this point with Ambrosius, with you and Kevin, it's like it's really hard for you to fight Kevin, even if you wanted to, right?
Yeah, pretty much. It's well, like any build in Vienna or Prague, if not previously discussed, is incredibly telegraphed, and his units are really densely packed, and they're not really moving anywhere. So even
Yeah.
even if I had, managed to build a kind of front, he could turn everything around, and then I just get stuck I get stuck along like Lubeck into Transylvania, and I maybe 2 dots at the most. And then at that point, I'm committing like 8 units for 2 dots, and it's just not worth it.
Yeah, and you need to coordinate with Russia who has
Right.
got other priorities, basically. Um,
Yeah, Russia would sooner ally with Poland than start fighting him.
yeah.
Because I mean, Kevin right now can afford to fight Russia and myself.
Yeah, for sure. And it's an army in Utrecht, not a fleet. Boo.
Yeah, I know it was lame. I thought I looked at myself and I said, "Am I trying to win this game? Where am I? Am I here to make a joke out of it?" I said, I'll try and win." Because yeah, at this point, it's becoming a lot simpler for me, but not easier, if that makes sense. So my path forward is essentially just go west and take as many dots as I can and grab the Mediterranean ones. And Fleet Utrecht is not gonna it's not gonna help me at all with that.
Yeah. I think of the five of us, your plan to win is the most straightforward from this point, right?
Yeah, by far.
Your
Yeah.
plan is basically like, I can't really fight Poland. I just need to make sure
Yep.
that they eventually head east, and I just need to take everything in France and the
Yes.
Low Countries
Going for
and Spain
like
and then
an
the Mediterranean.
HRE. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. We'll see maybe next time, but some North African centers, and I'm essentially at this point I'm just going to Kevin. I'm going, hey, like these are the 32 that I'm going for, or whatever my SC. It might be 32. It's either 32 or 36, and I go, and then these are how we're gonna get you to your SC, because as long as you're not taking dots for me, we're good. I'm down to help you out.
Yeah, and this is something that I think we'll talk about a lot more, like you say, next time, because this is when I really started talking to Kevin, because obviously I'm working with him, and I have been working with him in the Caribbean, and that cooperation increases in the next couple of years. But I was aware that like Austria can't really fight Poland in this position, but it's very
Yep.
possible for Poland to fight Austria if they chose to. And I kept on not like prodding Kevin as like a reminder, not expecting that he was going to do it
Yeah.
immediately, but as a
Right.
reminder, like, hey, if you want to get to your 48, is it 48 or 46? I think it's 48.
It's 40. I think it's 42 for a
42.
7.
Sorry, 42. Yes,
42,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Like, if you want to get to your 42, it's going to be really difficult for you to do that without taking, not even necessarily Austrian dots, but without taking like Bremen, Kiel, dots
Right,
that
exactly.
Austria would consider theirs. Like, and I was saying this to Kevin constantly. It's like I don't see a scenario where both of you make 100% VSCC.
Yep. Yeah, so I'm basically at this point I'm seeding Kiel, Bremen, Targovist, and then maybe even Khan, and I'm going like, hey, these are mine now, but like if you get close to the line, like you could just walk into them, and that's fine. Meanwhile, I'm like, you know what, buddy, you could absolutely, if you could go after Russia right now, you could totally make it to Terra or all the way over there, and maybe even Turkestan if you try really hard.
I mean, everyone deserves to have a shot at Turkestan.
Yeah. Yeah, and we see France pulling 2 units at home. Like, obviously,
Yeah.
look very weak in this position. They try and stay alive in North America as much as they can. They pull the North Atlantic Fleet. But yeah, and we have 2 fleets from Ute in California. So that's what you get for forcing North Equatorial Current, I guess.
Yeah, I wasn't really expecting the Spanish throw the exact same turn as I stabbed Ute. It was
Yeah.
just unlucky timing. What can I do?
Nobody expects the Spanish throw.
Really,
Yeah.
really true.
Exactly. Yeah. Cool. So that concludes got to 1947. Halfway through this game, let's look at the leaderboard. Mapuche, Mughal, Tokugawa, Mali, Austria, England, Poland, Ute. So as we said, the top six, all five of us are there.
Good.
Yeah. And sadly, Sweden gone, Ming gone, Portugal on their last legs. But
Our
still,
leaders, our founders gone.
3 of the colonials here not having the best of time. Well, for all 4 colonials here down in the bottom. But still, it's not impossible. I would say, like, how many people do you think at this point in the game have a realistic chance of getting into an impunity?
Well, it depends how long the game goes. But honestly, Safavid up with the right developments could feasibly, and like maybe Russia if everything went their way, but I think their window has just about closed.
I think Russia is not impossible, but it's a really like a 1 in 100 shot, I think. But yeah, and Ayutthaya I just don't. They're just so boxed in by players who are stronger than them at this point now.
I honestly think Qing has a better shot than Ayutthaya at the moment.
Yeah,
because Qing at least has units and positions that could, like, they could grab a bunch of centers in a year if things went their way.
I'd personally say like everyone under Poland would probably have like a less than 10% chance of winning, and maybe like a single person, if they have like the perfect game and everything else goes really bad, they could do it. Yeah. But I think in like larger games like this and shit, there's always just going to be one person who's like crushing it, and if you're not like hanging near the top, like that person's always just going to be ahead of you. You're not going to be able to fall back like to whatever SCs, right, like 11 or 9, and then be able to close the gap against the people at the top, unless like very, very circumstantial shit happens.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's definitely a long shot of the people below Poland. Yeah, Ute is in a pretty strong position, depending on if they get the diplomacy right, and I think Aymara and Congo still have a chance as well. But yeah, I guess you're right. Safavid, Adjuran. Yeah, these are like 1 in 50 chances from this position, but it's still possible.
It's interesting with the scoreboard because it'll depict the VCC percentage, and there's always kind of like a bracket system for the scoreboard where it's like, you know, you've got maybe these top 2 and they're at this percentage, and then you've got 3 contenders, and then you've kind of got the rest. But this one right now, it's actually it's pretty close. I think it's Mapuche at 64, and then there's 3 people at 50%, and then there's England and I at 46, and then there's a drop off with Poland at 37, and then there's like 6 other people at like 37 to 35%, just barely on like the cusp, and then you have the rest of the board.
Yeah, it's still absolutely a close game.
Yeah. And are you guys all at this point thinking the same way that Ambrosius was? Like, what are my dots that I need to win? Or is that still a bit premature for some of you?
Absolutely.
So I think my game's almost lost here. And I think I go around telling people that. Like, I was thinking if Russia and Safavid continue attacking me, I'll never be able to get to 100%. So, like, I have to break that up here or I'm going to lose.
Which I think is completely true, right? But keep on pounding on that door until it opens.
Yeah, and I'm mostly thinking, who can I win this game with? Because Mapuche is not an easy power to solo with. Like, I can only reach so many dots so quickly. You know, I have 1 core in Oceania, but there's still a lot of enemy units there, so I'm not just, you know, easily picking up 10 builds there, and let alone reinforcing myself if I do. Africa, I haven't started breaking into yet. I will, but again, it's not like the dots are going to come pouring in. South America is the only place I can grow quickly, but that assumes that Aymara just lets me stab them, which I don't expect them to do so. And again, they've been my primary ally for the entire game. So soloing feels very, very unlikely. Thus, looking for impunity options. Obviously, I want Aymara to be one of them, because if they can't impunity with me, I don't know what they're going to do, and it's probably not good. Mughal, I've been starting to chat with more and more. You know, seeing how likely they are to reach their VSCC, and wanting to make sure that they would want to win with me if they did. Same goes for Tokugawa. Mali, Austria, been chatting with them a lot. England, I've been on good terms with the whole game, and am talking with them more and more as I start to, you know, claim the South Atlantic for myself as basically, you know, the Mapuche Ocean, the other Mapuche Ocean.
Yeah. And also your relationship with Poland actually becomes quite important in the next couple of years as well, right?
Yes, absolutely. They're also someone I talk with a lot, especially since I know they're really close to Austria, and I suspect they're planning on winning together, kind of like me and Aymara are. So they kind of come as a package deal in my mind. It's like, okay, can both of these players win? And if so, would they be willing to win with me?
Yeah.
And if not, what can I do about it?
Well, on that note, we will close. Thank you for watching part 2 of this video series. Part 3 will be coming along soon. Thank you very much. Links in the description to if you want to know more about Imperial diplomacy, diplomacy in general. We'll link to the Discord server for Imperial diplomacy if you watch this and feel like you want to take part in the game. Cool. Thank you very much.